Hey friends, welcome to the channel. So here's another interesting story of DEKU. What if DEKU was half-blooded vampire hybrid? This story doesn't have any parts. And I give full credits to authors in the starting of the video. If you want to see more stuff like this, then please subscribe to the channel and also do check the talented author of this captivating story. Hybrid by RSmallz. Please search it on Google. Author's name is mentioned in description box. So let's begin. Legacy A forest was lighted by the moon as it descended to the earth below. The woodland remained silent until someone's panting was audible. Then the sound of footsteps thundering through the crushed leaves below arose. A big wolf darted through the trees at a fast pace, racing across the woodland. The massive creature questioned, "Are we in the clear yet?" Someone carrying something in their arms and riding on the back of the aforementioned wolf cried out, "No, we have to fight." The wolf, peering behind its back, said, "If we do that, it will put him in danger, look out." The creature on its back whirled to see someone rushing in their direction. Their teeth were pointed and their eyes were a deep scarlet hue. Snatching it out of the air with one hand, the victim broke the assailant's neck before setting the object down. "Why can't you just leave us alone?" With a crooked neck, the assailant grinned and said, "You deserve to die because you committed the cardinal sin for our race. You first." The person threw their palm forward and stabbed the assailant's chest. The individual withdrew their hand and revealed a heart. The assailant's eyes expanded, but their body was thrown aside before they could act. The wolf said, "Everything all right up there?" Resuming the object, the guy on its back nodded and said, "We're okay, go ahead and run. If there's one more, there will be more." There was no answer, so the wolf groaned and said, "We can't keep running like this. We won't be able to raise him right. What do we do, Inko?" "I know, Hisashi, I know," Inko said, grinning as she peered down at what she was holding in her arms. When she slowly unwrapped it, she saw that it was a baby boy. Its eyes resemble emeralds in color, yet they're small and pointed like Inko's. "All this, just because we had you." Hisashi spoke up, jumping across a river, as the infant grinned and giggled in Inko's arms. "It isn't fair. Why should our son suffer for something we did? The old law says he is to be put to death." Inko glanced at her kid. "We don't have a choice now. We need to hide with them." Hesitating, Hisashi asked, "Are you sure?" "Yes. Both of our families wouldn't think about looking for us there. It may be our only chance of living a normal life," Inko said, nodding as she rocked the infant back and forth. Hisashi murmured, "I guess you're right. Fine, we don't have a choice now, we'll have to live amongst the humans." But as he was speaking, Inko exclaimed, "Hisashi." As the werewolf swung his head upward, he was struck in the side by another beast. Hisashi was thrown to the ground by the crash, but Inko and the infant were propelled into the air. Inko tightened her hold on the infant while in the air and slid to a stop. Hisashi got up and said, "Inko, how is he? Is the baby safe?" As she checked on the infant, Inko grinned and felt it grip her finger. "We're good, but what the hell happened here?" Then Hisashi approached his family and said, "It appears that we weren't the only ones looking for you. 3 enormous wolves, 1 silver, 1 black, and 1 white, rose from behind the tree. Since they were in the middle, the black one appeared to be the leader and said, 'Hisashi, it's been far too long.'" Hisashi barked, "Not long enough. To think the pack leader herself would come, should I be honored?" As they got closer, the female wolf murmured, "Be grateful. We've always knew you were the odd one in the pack. But to mate with the enemy, and produce that thing? You know we can't let it live." "He won't be touched," Hisashi promised. "You'll have to kill me before I let that happen." With a sigh, the female wolf said, "I was afraid you'd say that. Then you leave us with no choice. Kill them all." Hisashi held his position and waited as the other 2 wolves roared and charged at them. When the 2 wolves lunged for them, Hisashi intervened. Leaping in their direction, he extended his front legs and brought them to the floor. Hisashi rolled around for a moment before landing back on his legs. Hurrying over to the other 2, he surprised them both by biting down on their necks, twisting them, and then cracking their necks with a loud crunch. Furious, the second wolf roared and leapt at Hisashi, severing his neck with its teeth. "Hisashi!" exclaimed Inko. The two wolves battled on the ground, biting and snarling at one another. Everybody attempting to aim for a neck-shot kill. However, in the end, Hisashi, the stronger wolf, was able to topple his rival and sever its neck, killing it. "Is this the best our pack had to offer?" Hisashi asked the leader, gasping for air. "Odd but as strong as ever. No wonder my father once acknowledged you," laughed the leader. "That was in the past. That has nothing to do with me now," Hisashi snarled. The leader replied, "Doesn't it? We were going to lead the pack together. But you abandoned us, abandoned me. And for what? A life that can only lead to suffering and death. You and I both know that your son will suffer." The two wolves were glaring down at each other, preparing to strike, when a shout was heard. "It's my life and I will choose how to live it. As for my son, I will protect him, no matter the cost. Enough, there's no point in talking any longer. I'm ready when you are, Yuki." Hisashi turned to discover Inko, another enigmatic assailant attempting to murder his wife and son. The male assailant grabbed Inko by the hair and said, "You should have never left, princess. Now you have to die." He was going to stab Inko in the heart when Hisashi entered and threw them to the ground. Hisashi screamed, "Run, Inko! You and our son have to live. Don't let them find him, are you?" "What about you? I can't just leave you, I'll fight too," Inko said as she got up. "No," Hisashi exclaimed. "We both know the reason why. Now run. I'll find you, I swear, just keep our son safe." With her eyes fixed on her kid, Inko had to make a tough choice. With a sorrowful heart, she turned and fled into the forest after taking one last look at Hisashi, who was now fighting two more people. Yuki pursued after seeing this, saying, "If I can't kill you, I'll just kill them." Hisashi watched as Yuki pursued him, saying, "No." However, as he turned to face his attacker, one of them was able to drop-kick him. While sprinting across the jungle, Inko periodically turned to check if Yuki had caught up. She believed she had outrun the wolf because she didn't see it, but when Yuki suddenly arrived, her eyes opened. "Come back here, you damn blood-er." As Yuki got closer, Inko realized that fighting was the only option. However, doing so would put her son in jeopardy. Thus, Inko, being a wise person, devised a strategy. Inko turned, slipped across the floor, and lifted a leg. Startled, Yuki asked, "What is she doing?" Inko then brought her leg down and banged it hard into the ground using all the strength she possessed. As fissures started to emerge from the place of impact, the ground beneath them started to tremble. Underneath Yuki, Inko split the very earth apart, forming a vast chasm. "Oh shit." The wolf turned and fled, but as she did, the earth gave way, causing her to fall. "You stupid vampire, I'll get you for this." When she returned to the surface, Inko was panting heavily and said, "This should buy me a few minutes, but she's not dead." Someone called out from the forest, "Inko." When Inko squinted, she recognized Hisashi. "Hisashi, oh my goodness," Inko said, but as he approached, she smelled blood. "You're hurt." As he stood before her, Inko could see blood seeping from his numerous open wounds. "I'm fine. These vampires were stronger than the others." Inko was aware of the situation. "My father, he sent out the guard units to hunt us. He must be getting desperate. Come, we're almost at the human city. Once there we can get you healed up." Hisashi nodded, allowing Inko and the infant to get on his back. Hisashi couldn't help but smile at the devastation Inko had caused as they walked away. The infant in Inko's arms cooed and laughed, as though it too agreed with Hisashi. "Nice work, by the way." Yuki was grasping the edge of a cliff down in the canyon, but not in her wolf form. She hauled herself up, now in human form, and started to climb. She drooled as she ascended and brushed aside dirt, saying, "That bitch." She broke apart the forest just to gain a few minutes. Well played. Yuki's figure was thin, her eyes sapphire blue, and her long black hair was exposed as the moon's rays fell over her as it glided over the night sky. "Leader, are you all right?" 4 more wolves asked as they emerged from the forest. To reassure her group, Yuki lifted an arm and said, "Hisashi has escaped, but I'm fine." "Should we pursue him?" inquired a second wolf. Yuki said to her group, "No." To their surprise, the pack said, "But if we let the traitor go, then he—" Yuki looked up at the trees and saw numerous pairs of red glowing eyes staring at them. "Then we find him, but we have more pressing matters to attend to at the moment." A vampire said, "We came to kill one of our kind, but instead we found rats," as it touched the earth. Yuki was beaming. Big talk coming from an oversized mosquito. Kill them. After 14 years the pair had been free of their type for a very long time. The infant they once had has now matured into a young man. His green eyes shone like pearls, and his hair was disheveled and green. Izuku Midoriya was seated by himself in the classroom at the moment. He was an outsider because he lacked something, even though it's not like he didn't want to talk to people. Because most people in this world have supernatural abilities known as quirks, which are essentially superpowers acquired at a young age. Unfortunately, Izuku lacked any magical abilities. This placed him in the less than 20% group, or quirkless, as they labeled them. As someone in this percentile, Izuku was subjected to bullying all the time, particularly from a boy named Katsuki Bakugo. This was genuine. Someone he claimed to be a buddy, but in reality, he was only there to make fun of Izuku. And it was the same today. Izuku was sitting at his desk when he heard someone shout, "Hey Deku," from the doorway. Izuku turned and said, "Kei-ka-chan, what do you want?" to Bakugo. "Oh, nothing," Bakugo remarked as he entered the classroom. "Just wanted to make sure you were alone." The small child abruptly stopped in front of Izuku's desk and slapped his hand down on the surface. "You know what time it is, right?" Izuku said, "Pete, please don't," clearly trembling. However, just as Izuku was about to speak, an explosion rocked him, knocking him from his chair and onto the wall beside the window. "A quirkless loser like you doesn't get to tell me what to do. And to top it off, you want to get into UA Japan's best hero school." Bakugo noticed a notepad with the label, "Hero Notes #12 inches" on Izuku's desk as he approached. After taking it, he examined the cover. Bakugo then picked up Izuku by his shirt, pulling him to the floor and into agony. Since they were on the second level, Bakugo could view the schoolyard by peering out the window. He then raised the hand holding Izuku's notebook and said, "You know, maybe you should jump from the roof and kill yourself. Maybe that way you'll reincarnate and come back as someone with a quirk." Bakugo used his peculiarity to trash the notepad, converting it into sheets of flaming paper, saying, "And this shit, I'm going to be the only one going to UA." Bakugo tightened his hold on Izuku, causing tears to stream down his face. "Let me go, please." Bakugo lifted his free hand, aimed it at Izuku, and let off an explosion. Izuku's suit was partially burned, his face was soiled, and his cheek was injured by the explosion. "Shut up. God, you are so useless." Izuku's rage started to build while he was being detained. He endured this for 10 long years without being able to fight back. Now all he needed was a little prodding, perhaps a drop of blood. Izuku's facial wound had started to bleed a little, and a drop of blood had traveled down his cheek side before landing on his lip. The moment the lone drop entered his mouth, it occurred. Izuku's once green eyes turned a crimson red as soon as he drank the blood. Bakugo flinched in surprise, only to discover that Izuku was now holding him up by the shirt. "What? How did you?" Izuku grinned and held Bakugo by one arm as they proceeded towards the window. "Whoa, I didn't know I was this strong. This feels amazing," Izuku asked. "Do you have any idea how hard it is not to fight back?" Gazing up at his purported companion, Izuku perceived the terror in Bakugo's gaze. "You're scared, good, you should be." The classroom shook abruptly as Bakugo shot an explosion directly into Izuku's face at point-blank range. The room was filled with smoke, but as it cleared, Bakugo's eyes got bigger. Two red blazing eyes poked through the haze, barely visible, saying, "Try not to get hurt, Ka-chan." After sensing a sudden movement, Bakugo was hurled through the glass. He slammed into it, shattering the glass, and plummeted to the dirt floor 2 floors below. When everyone outside heard Bakugo moaning on the ground and looked up, they saw Izuku grinning and glancing down. "This is fantastic. I have no idea what's going on, but I feel wonderful." After an hour, Izuku was now seated outside the office of the principal. They called in his parents to discuss what had transpired. "This is the first time we've seen Izuku behave in this manner," the principal said, and Izuku could hear them clearly from inside. He threw a student out of the window. Inko stated, "To be fair, it was for self-defense. You heard what Izuku said. Bakugo was picking on him first." The principal said, "We don't know that. All we know is that Bakugo was the one thrown from a window." Hisashi said, "That's bullshit and you know it. Bakugo has been using his quirk on Izuku, causing burns and bruising." The principal said, "We haven't seen incidents like that. Besides, Bakugo is trying to become a hero. Why would he ever do that? If you ask me, Izuku is just jealous of people with quirks." Upon hearing it, Inko grabbed the armrest's end firmly enough to shatter it off. "Huh. So it's discrimination then." For a brief moment, Inko's scarlet gaze wavered. That's when Hisashi touched Inko's hand, causing the principal to wince in terror. With a tilt of his head and green eyes fixed on the principal, Hisashi said, "Dear, that's enough. I'm sure he meant no harm in that, right?" The principal swallowed nervously and nodded. "Oh, of course. I misspoke, that's all. We will look into this incident more closely and get all of our facts straight before coming to a decision." Hisashi stood up, grinning, and said, "Good day. We will be waiting for your decision." The two then left, but not before Inko gave the principal another nasty step. "Let's go home," Hisashi said to Izuku after leaving the office. Izuku stood up quietly, accompanied them to the car, and eventually returned home. Izuku entered the house and settled onto the couch as his parents got some tea. Soon after, they both took a seat and handed Izuku a cup. Hisashi then asked, "So, what happened?" Izuku stared at himself and realized he had healed, then sighed and took a sip of his tea, saying, "I don't know. Bakugo had me by the shirt and managed to hurt me with an explosion. I'm fine." What's going on?" "Izuku, while Bakugo was hurting you, did you smell or taste blood?" Inko inquired as Hisashi and Inko exchanged glances. After giving it some thinking, Izuku said, "Yeah, I did. I remember the taste of iron." "Looks like you finally woke up," Hisashi groaned. Disoriented, Izuku said, "Awakened? What's that? You guys aren't making sense." "That's what we vampires call when one of our kind tastes blood," Inko said, glancing at Izuku. Izuku asked, Wait. Back up a bit. Did you say vampires? That kind of vampire? Dracula? Team Edward? As in, I'm going to your blood?" "Those are all horrible representations of vampires, but in short yes," Inko replied. "We should have told you this years ago, but we did it to protect you. If anyone found out what you were, there are certain people who would target you," said Hisashi. Izuku was speechless. So I'm a vampire, but wait, why am I quirkless then? Shouldn't my powers show up in those tests they did?" "Actually, no," Inko replied. "There is a clear difference between quirks and what we are. That's also why we never took you to the doctors. You will never get sick." Izuku asked, "So you're both vampires?" "Well, actually I'm not. I'm actually something completely different. I'm a werewolf," Hisashi said with a hesitant giggle. "Oh, what now?" Izuku leaned closer and said. Hisashi stated, "A werewolf. I can transform into a wolf." Izuku asked, "Is this why you never let me do any contact sports?" Inko said, "That's one of the reasons. We were trying to prevent you from awakening your powers. Not to mention your werewolf powers, which luckily haven't awakened yet." Approaching his father, Izuku asked, "How will I know if I've awakened them?" "Oh, you'll know. Trust me, you just will," Hisashi said, blushing. "Okay, so does this mean I can turn into a bat? Or into a wolf?" Izuku asked, raising an eyebrow. Inko grumbled, "Why does everyone think we can turn into bats? I get that movies show that, but come on. Hisashi chuckled, "No son. No, you can't turn into a bat. As for a werewolf, that's not until you awaken. For now your mom will have to teach you how to control your strength. You could hurt someone if you're not careful." Inko firmly said, "And whatever you do, do not bite anyone." Izuku asked, "Why?" "Just don't. Trust me, this is for their well-being," Inko replied. "So when do I start my training?" Izuku asked, nodding. Hisashi said, "Tomorrow. Fortunately for us, I know just the spot where we can hide out and avoid being noticed." 7 a.m. beach. Izuku stood at the edge of the shore, feeling a cool breeze, but this was no typical beach. Broken refrigerators, metal sheets, and other random items that someone had thrown away were all over the place. "So this is where you'll train me?" "Perfect place to hide from prying eyes," nodded Inko. "Let's get going now." After entering the trash pile and making their way through it, they eventually came to an open area. "The first thing you have to fully understand is the difference in strength between humans and you," Hisashi said, turning to face a broken refrigerator that he lifted up with one hand and then crushed with both hands into the size of a basketball. "Moreover, we believe that you could potentially outgrow us in terms of strength because you're half werewolf and half vampire," Inko remarked. "At the moment, your father and I are comparable in terms of strength and speed. Therefore, we must first determine your true strength." Then Inko said, "See that sofa? Pick it up above your head," pointing at the trash pile. Izuku said to herself as she peered at the four-seater sofa, "I don't think I can pick that up." "You can. Even a young teenage vampire or werewolf could pick it up," Hisashi replied. "Just give it a try." Izuku nodded and walked up to the sofa, grabbing it. He tried to bring it up, but as he expected, it was too heavy, and he couldn't lift it more than an inch. Dropping it, Izuku collapsed back into the sand, saying, "See, I told you I couldn't do it." "How did you feel when you tossed Bakugo?" I asked Inko. "You mean anger? Consider those memories and make use of them." Izuku gave it another go and seized the sofa once more, but this time his eyes enlarged as they turned from green to bloodshot red, and Hisashi and Inko both recoiled at the possibility of Izuku's powers resurfacing. "Whoa!" exclaimed Hisashi. "Did Inko sense that?" Izuku let off a fit of wrath and raised the sofa, tossing it into the ocean, where both parents saw it plummet to the bottom several hundred meters away. "It's incredible. He already has the potential of a noble-ranking vampire, and as a teenager no less," Inko said with a nod. "A vampire would need to live for a century or more to reach this level." Nevertheless, as they watched their son, they both recognized something odd about him. They saw an expression on his face that they did not recognize, a smile, wolf-like narrowed eyes, and exposed fangs, that said, "Shit, he's gone berserk," Hisashi said. Startled, Inko felt herself being hoisted up and tossed into the trash pile. "Inko!" Izuku turned and snatched her arm out of the air as Inko came at him, trying to assault him. Hisashi yelled, "Izuku, please listen to me. You must become tranquil. You can't allow yourself to be led by instinct, even if I am aware that this is something you are unfamiliar with." Hisashi moved quickly to get out of the way as Izuku leapt towards his father, growling and slashing at him with his sharp fingernails. However, his words were not heard, and Izuku slashed at his father instead. Hisashi slid to a halt, grinning at his son. "Well, I'll be damned. He really does have the potential to become even stronger than us." Despite his leap, his claws managed to sever his chest, however, not right now. Hisashi launched out at Izuku, who punched his father before Hisashi vanished out of sight. Just a moment later, Hisashi emerged from behind Izuku and locked him, pinning his arms and legs to keep his kid in check. "Inko, take action right now." Releasing him from his grasp, Hisashi picked up Izuku's corpse and said, "Sorry about that, Izuku, but if we let go you would have killed someone." Inko appeared out of nowhere and flew down towards Izuku, striking him hard in the head with her fist pulled back. Luckily, he just woke up. But we must exercise caution, as Izuku's abilities will only increase," Inko said, shaking her hand. "It took a significant amount of my strength to knock him out." Hisashi said, "We were right to guess that the combination of our bloods made him stronger. But now that his powers have awoken, we have another issue." "Our families," sighed Inko. "Even though it has been years since we last saw them, I have the impression that they are aware of our location or are at least coming close. Should we take off?" As he lifted himself up and held Izuku in his arms, Hisashi asked. "No, this time we won't run," Inko said with a smile as she approached the comatose Izuku and stroked her hand over his face. "We no longer live in constant terror of being discovered. Let them come find us, and we'll fight the day they do. For Izuku as well as for us. I refuse to allow him to have a life of running." Hisashi grinned and said, "Well, we better be ready. First and foremost, though, we must take action regarding him. Your type can locate him now that he has reawakened his vampire side. Not to add that my people would find him at the first whiff." "He did say he always wanted to be a hero, right?" Inko nodded. "There were many heroes in UA. They could become true pals and teach him things we can't. He could learn to be a hero, but we have to be the ones to teach him how to control his powers," Hisashi added. "We won't make the same mistakes." Inko turned to face Hisashi and said, "We'll also have to mask his existence. Think you can make something for him?" Hisashi nodded and said, "I should be able to construct something that covers his vampire aspect, though it will be challenging. It seems like a lot of work will be involved with this." "Yeah," Inko replied. "But it will be worth it, he'll be worth it." Unknown place. The sun was barely rising as the city was walking up, and through the window of a towering building a man in a suit glanced out at the city below, carrying a glass of what seemed like wine. This man had it all: an enormous firm with a nationwide reach, an abundance of money beyond his spending capacity, and most importantly, time. He tasted his wine and commented, "What a beautiful sunrise." However, as he relished the moment, something caused his eyes to swell. He was shocked and dropped his wine glass, asking, What is this? No. Who is this instead? Wow. Judging by the amount of power, it must be a high-ranking vampire," the person said. "I thought I was the only one allowed into the cities." A moment later, the feeling vanished. "But in any city, shouldn't we be the only ones? The princess, who made off 14 years ago." The man then turned around and said, "Connect me to the king," pressing a button on the phone. The phone rang for 2 times before someone said, "Speak." The man said, "My lord, I just felt another vampire presence." "And what about it?" The phone speaker said, "It's probably someone who wandered too close to the city." "Sir, but I think the princess was present." The man said, "I felt like I had the power of a high-ranking vampire, and only royalty has that kind of power. I'm thinking it might be the princess." "Where?" queried the voice. "I'm not sure, but I'll locate her," the man declared. A humming voice on the other end of the queue said, "Make sure you do. You are completely free to carry out any kind of surveillance you like. If you manage to locate the princess, don't forget to murder any children she may have with the man she is with. She did take one of those escape bags with her." "It will be done, my lord," the man nodded. "I promise not to let you down." "Oh, I see. Please give your daughter my congrats. I've heard that she was admitted into UA's hero course, 1 year ahead of schedule." The voice said, "We'll find new candidates to convert if they go to that school. I will ensure that she knows that." With a sigh of relief, the man sank back in his chair. "She is a capable young woman. I'm sure she would be able to find a good candidate," the voice on the phone said. "Nothing beats the taste of human blood in the morning if it really was the princess, so there's still a chance," the man said, taking another sip from his glass. "This is really absurd. It has been 2 weeks since Izuku first woke up, and he was still learning the fundamentals of fighting," Izuku thought to himself as he sidestepped blows from his own mother. Izuku was breathing heavily, barely able to escape anything. "Come on, Izuku, strike back." As she persisted in her assaults, Inko cried out to him. Izuku was careless, as Hisashi saw from above. "Inko, shouldn't you be kinder to him? He is not even learning." "Not at all," Inko said. "He needs this if he wants to learn how to control his power properly." She then punched Izuku. Izuku dodged out of the way. waiting for the left hook, but something struck the side of his face instead. Hisashi winced as he saw Izuku fly into a mound of rubbish, and with a loud crack, Inko managed to land a strike. OWW, that's got to hurt. I believe you went a little too far, Inko. When Inko saw what she had done, she immediately went from fight to mother mode, running up and throwing the rubbish off of Izuku while exclaiming, "Izuku! How are you doing?" Izuku, clutching the side of his face, moaned in agony, "Never better. Sorry, I just got so into it that I forgot this was just training," Inko clarified. Hisashi leapt to his feet and said, "Your mother is among the greatest when it comes to fighting. You should have seen her when she was younger." "Mom, weren't you stronger then?" As Izuku emerged from the rubbish, he inquired. "Yes," nodded Inko. "I was regarded as one of the strongest vampires, if not the strongest, most likely still am. I've been meaning to ask, if vampires and werewolves hate each other so much, how did you two meet?" Izuku said, cracking his neck deeply. After exchanging glances, the two said, "We tried killing each other when we first met." Startled, Izuku said, "I'm sorry, what?" "We met in a forest the first time. Back then, I was hunting vampires with my pack. When we discovered your mother's gang," Hisashi clarified. "We started fighting because we didn't know any better. It was the first time either of us saw what we believed to be our enemy," Inko interrupted. "In some way during all the chaos, we managed to break away from our groups and engage in one-on-one combat. We were physically and mentally equal, but your mother was always the most intelligent of the two of us. We were both worn out and bleeding from our wounds by the end. But your mother was able to pin me down with that little something more. Her nails were at my throat and her eyes were glowing crimson, but to my amazement, she didn't kill me right away," Hisashi said. "I couldn't, that blood of yours was the best smelling blood I ever came upon," Inko said, blushing. "I then gave it a taste. A human is typically transformed into the vampire's toy after they are bitten by one. You give in to their demands and are helpless to refuse them. You will be compelled to comply with the person who bid you when they ask for something, but you will still have choice and control over everything else." "Does that mean," Izuku asked his father as he turned to face Inko. "Mom, you forced him to," he asked Inko. Hisashi winced, saying, "No, that only affects humans. Werewolves are not affected by it. Besides, I guess you could say it was love at first sight because it wasn't my bite that won me over to him," Inko clarified. "So why do werewolves and vampires despise one another?" Izuku inquired. "Well, to be honest, we're not really sure," the two said, glancing at one another. "It has to do with the past and its leaders. All we needed to know was that they were our adversaries. We were never given the whole picture." "That's enough for now," Inko said, clapping her palms together. "It's time to resume our training. We still need to discuss your unique skills." A few hours later, as the sun began to set, Izuku was dropped off a few cities away from his home and instructed to return home in an hour. During his run down the beach, he noticed three things about himself. First, his stamina had greatly increased. Second, his sight had also improved, allowing him to see clearly in the dark and from a distance. And third, he was gaining muscle at an accelerated rate, giving his weak arms some muscle. Izuku was done with Bakugo. It's good to finally be able to relax at school now. Closing his eyes, Izuku took it all in. Since his awakening, life had just gotten better and better. He wasn't sure if Bakugo had stopped picking on him because the school told him to stop or if it was out of fear. Izuku was startled to realize that he was right in front of someone as he ran, and his ears twitched, causing him to snap his eyes open. Unable to stop himself, Izuku collided into the person, sending them both to the sand. "I apologize," panicking, Izuku got up and turned to face the person he had just knocked into. "I wasn't paying attention," he replied. "How are you doing?" With their back to us, the individual nodded and said, "Yeah, I'm fine. I apologize as well, it wasn't the right way to run across the beach." "And no, it's fine really," Izuku mumbled, turning to face the girl who had turned around. She had short hazelnut-colored hair and eyes, was wearing a plain white shirt and shorts. and had 2 identical pink blush marks on each side of her face. This was the first girl he had actually spoken to in a long time, aside from his mom. "Need a hand?" Izuku reached down to give her a helping hand. Gracing his hand with a smile, Uraraka rose up with his assistance. "Thanks, by the way, I'm Ochako Uraraka," she said. Attempting to compose himself, he added, "Izuku Midoriya, I'm sorry about that. Are you sure you're not hurt?" Uraraka nodded. "I'm sure, yeah. In any case, what were you doing?" "Oh, I was training," Izuku responded. "I want to get into UA, so I'm building up my muscles and training my quirk." "How ironic." With her eyes brightening, Uraraka remarked, "I want to get into UA too." "What are the odds of that happening?" Then Izuku realized the sun was setting, saying, "Oh no, I have to leave." "I apologize, Uraraka. But perhaps we might meet at the admission exam in a few months?" "Bet on it," Uraraka said with a nod. "Apologies once more for running into you. Goodbye," Izuku said, running down the beach once again while Uraraka waved to the youngster with the green hair. Well then, he was friendly enough. "Didn't think anyone from the city would be nice," Uraraka said. "Dad did warn me about what would happen if I came to the city. Guess he was wrong. Now, back to tracking." Izuku's house. Out of breath and sweating, Izuku bursted through the door to his house. "I made it." "Oh Izuku, welcome back," Inko said as she was preparing dinner. "Dinner will be ready soon." "So how was your first test?" Hisashi asked as he walked up to his son. "Did you awaken any powers?" "No, sorry," Izuku said as disappointment filled his voice. Hisashi smiled as he touched Izuku's shoulder. "Hey, don't worry about it. We still have plenty of time to figure things out. Go take a bath. When you get out we'll have the food ready." Nodding, Izuku took off towards the bath. Once Hisashi heard the door to the restroom close, he turned to Inko. "We have a problem." Inko looked at Hisashi. "Hunters, yeah, I'll never forget that smell," Hisashi said as he clenched his fist. Inko began to worry. "But how? I thought our kind eradicated them years ago." "There were rumors in our pack that there were still a handful of hunters and huntresses out there," Hisashi explained. "What do we do now? Our kind are already hunting us, and now this." Inko sighed. "The necklace you gave him should have hid him, even from the hunter, right?" Hisashi nodded. "It should have. But hunters may have a way around it, especially if they are experienced." Uraraka's apartment. Opening the door to her apartment, Uraraka quickly locked the door behind her. Walking into her living room, it was shown to have the basics, nothing too extravagant or extra. Due to some family issues, Uraraka was currently living alone. They said it was for her own good, but what good would come from exile? As Uraraka walked past a stand, the phone suddenly began to ring. Uraraka immediately picked it up. "Yes? Have you located the target yet?" a voice asked through the phone. "Yes, the target has been located. I am awaiting new orders," answered Uraraka. "Kill them." Uraraka nodded. "Failure is not an option. Remember why you are doing this in the first place." With that, the person on the other side of the line hung up, leaving Uraraka to think. After taking a few moments, she walked over to her closet. Opening the door, inside she pulled out a suitcase and placed it on her bed. Opening up said suitcase, it was revealed to have 3 items of various amounts. One of the items was a pair of 8-inch hunting knives which were sheathed onto 2 belts that attached themselves onto her thighs. Next was a mask that covered the bottom half of her face. And finally, the last item was a silver-colored short spear, no longer than a small dagger. Grabbing each item, Uraraka then put on the mask before equipping the knives on the thighs. She then grabbed the spear and slowly ran her finger along the hilt before picking it up and putting it on her back and making sure it was secure. With her preparations done, Uraraka walked over to the balcony. The sun was setting. Looking at the sun fall, she got up on the railing and jumped. Back with Izuku. Dinner. Once out of the bath, Izuku took a seat at the table and was served his food. As they ate, Izuku spoke. "Hey mom. Dad mentioned something about awakening new powers. What kind of powers are we talking about?" "Oh, let's see, besides the super speed, increased strength, and senses, We vampires can also regenerate quickly. But the power we're trying to unlock is called shadow walking. Explained Inko. Shadow walking is as it sounds. Izuku blinked for a second, and by the time he did, his mother was gone. You've heard stories of vampires biting people from behind, right? His mother asked, standing behind him. Well, that part is true. Izuku turned. Whoa, that was cool. We can hide our presence and move freely. You won't see us coming unless we want you to, said Inko, walking back to her seat. We are also immortal. We can't die from old age. But, if we get our hearts ripped out and destroyed, we are pretty much dead. What about those Hollywood weaknesses? Questioned Izuku. Like a wooden stake to the heart, silver bullets, holy water, a cross, and garlic. Inko chuckled. Those aren't true. Well, maybe the silver one is. For some reason, when a vampire gets cut by silver metal weapons, our healing factor is weakened. As for the stake to the heart, that would kill anyone. Oh, the same goes with the fire, that will be deadly. The garlic one is just dumb, that would be the dumbest way to die. Izuku nodded. I see. Hopefully my powers are unlocked soon. Hisashi reached over and touched Izuku's shoulder. I'm sure they will soon. Now, finish your food and rest up. Right, Izuku said as he focused back on his food. Unknown location. Nighttime. 4 people were sitting inside of an abandoned warehouse located just a few cities away. Hey, check this out, said a black-haired male, showing a video on their phone. That's when a red-haired female came from behind to see the video. Dude, that's just crazy. Hey, you two idiots, yelled another, walking towards them. This appeared to be the leader, a white-haired woman with a black line down the middle. We need to get out of here soon. The pack is waiting for us. The other two nodded and quickly got serious. I assume it all went as planned? Asked the black-haired one. The leader nodded. It's what we werewolves do best. Now come on. The longer we stay here, the bigger the chances of us getting caught. The 3 then began to walk towards the exit. The red-haired female opened the door. The black-haired werewolf followed. Now side by side they walked outside and suddenly stopped. The leader took notice. What's the hold up? The red-haired werewolf sniffed the air. Something isn't right here. Suddenly they looked up and saw something come crashing down between them. Their eyes widened as they noticed what, or rather who it was. Shit! It's a hunt. But before the female werewolf could finish her sentence, her neck was sliced open. Blood splattered across the black-haired werewolf as he stood in shock. He tried to raise his arm but instead got a knife lodged in between his eyes, killing him instantly. The leader of the pack took a step back as the person who just killed his 2 subordinates looked up. They wore a mask covering the bottom half of their face, leaving only the eyes. Shit. Without missing a beat, the leader transformed into a wolf and lunged at this person. As the werewolf jumped, the person reached down and grabbed the knife stuck in the skull of the other and slid under its jaws. While underneath it, they managed to slice across the beast's side, causing blood to trickle onto the ground. The wolf growled as it now knew that it was no match for this person. Reverting back into a human form, they put up their hands. All right, fine, you win. What is it that you want? You didn't kill me right away for a reason. Why? No real reason, the person answered, their voice clearly belonging to a female. I just wanted to make this fun. The leader scoffed. Fun? Oh, I get it now. You're a hunter. A bit young, but there's no doubt. I can smell it, the blood of my kind. The blood of vampires. You don't discriminate, do you? I heard it was against the rules for a werewolf to be near the city. So tell me, why are you here? The mystery woman questioned. The leader laughed. Food, more specifically, meat. Humans have such a unique taste. The woman gripped her knives. You bastards, all you do is kill. That's why your kind are nothing but a plague on this world. You hate us, don't you? I wonder why? The leader put his hands underneath his chin. Is it because someone you cared about was killed? The person flinched. Bingo. So who is it? A family member? Maybe a cousin? Oh, maybe it was a sister or a brother. Oh, maybe it was. But as the leader was talking, a knife stabbed into his abdomen. Looking down at the knife, the leader smiled. Struck a nerve, I see. Pulling out the knife, the leader threw it back at the person. The knife flew through the air as it aimed right at the mystery person's face, but just as it was about to kill her, a hand reached up and grabbed it out of the air. Impressive, you were taught well. Unfortunately for you, so was I. Crouching down, the werewolf readied itself, but much to the mystery person's surprise, they suddenly turned around and began to run. The masked person looked on in surprise. Coward. Reaching behind their back, they pulled out the short spear. The werewolf's breathing was heavy as it gained ground. Idiot, they let their guard down for a second. More than enough time to run. I have to warn the pack that there's a hunter alive. Looking ahead, the werewolf was about to jump over a fence when he felt a sharp pain coming from his chest. Looking down, his eyes widened as the head of the silver spear was sticking out of his chest. The tiny short spear had turned into a full-size one. Feeling his legs give out, the werewolf rolled onto the floor before coming to stop at the fence. Blood pooled underneath the beast as the mystery person walked over to him. Now standing right in front of it, the person reached down and grabbed the spear. Do you feel that? Of course you do. Feel the pain coming from your chest as the blood drips. Hurts, doesn't it? The person then began to turn the spear, causing more damage and hell of a lot more pain. The werewolf grunted in pain. Look at you. Grunting in pain like the animal you are. I almost feel sorry for you. Yanking the spear out, the mystery person watched as the blood dripped from the tip and leaving a hole in the werewolf where you could see what was underneath. I did say almost. As the creature was drawing its last breaths, it began to laugh. Do you really think you could get away with this? My pack. They then coughed out blood. And my pack will find you, have revenge, kill you. Bringing down the spear, the mystery person pierced the head of the werewolf, destroying the brain. Let them come. Pulling the spear free, the mystery person watched as the werewolf's body flopped onto the floor. Blood pooling underneath him. I'll kill every single one of them. Swinging the spear down, the blood on it painted the ground. Removing the mask, it was revealed that the mystery person was none other than Uraraka. I'll have to clean up now, she sighed as she looked up at the moon. I wonder if life will ever go back to how it was. Uraraka looked down at the corpse. What am I saying? That bridge burned long ago. Weeks later, the final bell had rung and school was now over. Getting up from his seat, Izuku began to pack his things. Hey, it's him, a voice said coming from the hall. The one who threw Bakugo out the window. Yeah, that's him. How is he still in school? Don't know, but watch out. I heard he's been different these last couple of weeks. Hearing enough, Izuku threw his backpack over his shoulder and began to walk out of the class. As he did, several students whispered and looked so annoying. Finally off campus, Izuku was going to go straight home, but today was different. Today was his day off. His parents decided that he should rest once in a while. I wonder where I should go. Oh, maybe the arcade. Haven't been there in a while. Taking a train, Izuku got off and walked to a popular arcade place. The place was massive and had just about every game you could imagine. He then walked over to a game called Heroes at Work. It was a Street Fighter-like game where real heroes battled it out with villains. Izuku had this game at home and was considered a top player. He easily got past the first levels and moved on to the harder ones. After 30 minutes, Izuku had won and managed to get first on the leaderboard. Smiling, Izuku decided it was now time to head over to the basketball hoop. As he walked over, however, he suddenly heard a familiar voice, come on, almost, have it. Looking over, he noticed that someone was focusing on a claw machine that had a plushie of Kirby. The claw went down, it opened up and grabbed the plushie, but just as it was going up, the plushie slipped. No, my last chance and I blew it. Damn, you almost had it, said Izuku behind the person. Startled, the person turned around. Oh, it's you, it's been a while. Izuku nodded. Uraraka, right? Mind if I give it a shot? Uraraka stepped to the side. By all means, careful the claw doesn't grab them. Putting in the money, Izuku carefully moved the claw over the plushie, but just as he was about to send it down, he jerked the control, causing the claw to move as it went down. Uraraka watched on as the claw grabbed the plushie by the foot and lifted off the ground. No way. The machine then dropped the prize. Reaching down, Izuku picked it up. Here, he said, handing it over to Uraraka. Uraraka was surprised. What? Are you sure? Izuku nodded. You wanted it, right? Here. Taking the Kirby plushie, Uraraka hugged it. Thanks. If I remember correctly, your name is Midoriya. You're welcome. And yeah, that's me. Izuku said. So what are you doing here? Last time we ran into each other you were in another city. Oh, I came here for this actually. Uraraka said, holding the plushie. I collect these and I heard there were some limited edition ones at this arcade. Sorry you think it's childish, don't you? Izuku shook his head. No, not at all. Matter of fact, don't tell anyone, but I'm also a bit of a collector myself. Instead of plushies I collect All Might stuff. But don't tell anyone. Ah, an All Might fanatic. Guess we both have some dirt on each other now. Uraraka smiled, but as she did her stomach began to growl. Uraraka blushed heavily. Sorry about that. Izuku chuckled. Guess you're hungry. Come on, there's a cafe down the street, I'll buy you something. Uraraka waved her hand in front of her. I can't, you already won this plushie for me. Not to mention I don't have any money. It's fine, really. Think of it as a way to pay me back. I'd like to hear more about yourself, said Izuku. Hesitating at first, Uraraka wasn't too sure, but she ultimately nodded. Alright, fine, let's go. The two then walked down the street and into the cafe. Uraraka ordered some strawberry mochi and tea, while Izuku ordered a slice of cheesecake and tea as well. So you said last time we met that you wanted to become a hero. What's your quirk? Uraraka raised her hand and showed her palm. See these little pads at the end of my fingers? Well, if I touch something with all five. Uraraka reached over and touched the small napkin holder, causing it to float. I can make anything weightless. Izuku was in awe. Whoa, that's so cool. Do you have a weight limit? Or maybe a time limit? Oh, what about yourself? Can you use it on yourself? Currently Izuku was speaking rapidly and asking a lot of questions. Now it was Uraraka's turn to be surprised. Whoa, slow down there. Finally conscious of what he was doing, Izuku stopped. Sorry about that. I'm a huge quirk nerd. Uraraka laughed. I can see that. So what's your quirk? Oh, my quirk. It's super simple, increased physical capabilities. I'm stronger than your average teenager and faster too. Izuku explained. Right now I could probably pick up a car if I wanted to, or a small truck. Whoa, that's impressive. Uraraka said as she took a bite from her mochi. So that's why you were running at the beach, you were training. Izuku nodded. Yeah, all part of a training regimen my parents came up with. The two then spent the next hour talking about themselves and what their hobbies were. After they were done, they were about to get up and leave when the doors to the shop suddenly shattered. Glass went flying in every direction as everyone inside hit the floor. Izuku and Uraraka threw themselves onto the floor, as people yelled and screamed. What was that? Uraraka asked as she got up. I don't know, answered Izuku. He then looked outside to see people running. It's a villain, a passerby yelled. Everyone run, call the heroes. Seems like a villain attack. Come on, let's get out of here, Uraraka said as she began to leave the shop with Izuku following behind. The two ran into the crowded street. People ran past cars, buses, and broken pieces of buildings. But as they ran, a scream was heard. Look out! Izuku looked behind to see a small delivery truck flying at them. Izuku's eyes widened. Uraraka! Uraraka turned and saw the delivery truck fall atop of her, but before it could crush her, the sound of metal crunching was heard. Whoa, she said, surprised at what she was seeing. You said you were strong. Groaning, Izuku had caught the truck and was holding it up by the front end. Setting it down slowly, he breathed a sigh of relief. That wasn't easy. Are you alright? Asked Uraraka, checking up on him. Izuku nodded. Yeah, just need a second. Sorry, but you don't have a second. A voice said from behind them. Before either of them could turn around, a green sludge tendril smacked both of them away. Sliding across the pavement, the two slowly picked themselves up, and saw the cause of the disturbance. A sludge villain was currently attacking the place. I saw what you did back there. You're pretty strong. You'd be perfect as a new body. Izuku instinctively jumped back as a green tendril appeared where he stood. Nice reflexes too, but all you're doing is delaying the inevitable. Izuku continued to dodge, but he knew there was no way to keep this up forever. Getting frustrated, the sludge villain then saw Uraraka. You may not be as strong, but you'll have to do. He then reached out for Uraraka. She tried to run, but the villain managed to catch her. Uraraka, Izuku yelled out. Pulling her in and covering her in green sludge, the villain began to absorb her. Now kid. I suggest you back off. I wouldn't want to snap her neck on accident. Izuku grinded his teeth. Damn it. You wanted me first, didn't you? So take me, let her go. The villain laughed. Oh, I see, she must be important to you. A girlfriend perhaps? Doesn't matter. But no deal. There's something about her that screams different. She looks weak and innocent, but I can tell, she's hiding something. Uraraka narrowed her eyes to the villain. She couldn't even use her quirk since his body has no solid form. As Izuku struggled to think of his next move, a loud booming voice was heard. Ha ha ha. Your time has come, villain. Why? Because I am here. A tall, muscular man, with blonde hair and who wore a plain gray shirt and pants suddenly appeared. Izuku couldn't believe it. All Might. The villain was horrified. Ah shit. It's the #1 hero. But why is he here? Fear not, kid. I'll take down this villain and save your girlfriend. All Might said, walking towards the villain. She's not my girlfriend. Izuku let out a frustrated sigh. Whatever, just get her out of there. Hey, stay back. The villain yelled. I can snap her neck whenever I want, so you better stay back. But All Might did was smile. Oh really? The hero then suddenly disappeared. The villain flinched and frantically looked everywhere for him. Where did he go? The villain yelled, his voice panicked. Here, All Might said, appearing behind the villain. Pulling back his fist, the #1 hero threw a powerful punch while at the same time pulling Uraraka out. All Might didn't even make direct contact with the villain. The wind pressure from his fists was enough to splatter the villain. Izuku steadied himself, but he was still pushed back a couple of meters. And that's all she wrote. All Might said, putting Uraraka down. Are you alright, young miss? Uraraka nodded. Why yeah, I'm fine. Good, wait here. The police will arrive shortly, said All Might. Uraraka, yelled Izuku, running up to her. Good, you look safe. Just covered in sludge but all alive. She then felt something run down her arm. Looking over, she noticed that she was bleeding from her arm. Huh, how did that happen? Izuku looked at the blood as it ran down Uraraka's arm. His eyes widened at the sight of it. He then sniffed the air and got a whiff of metal. What's wrong with me? And why does Uraraka's blood smell so good? Izuku didn't know it, but two of his top teeth suddenly sharpened into fangs. Fortunately, Izuku snapped out of his trance. Here. He then ripped part of his shirt and wrapped Uraraka's injury. That should be fine until paramedics arrive. Uraraka nodded. Thanks. Quickly turning away, Izuku calmed himself. If he had kept looking at her blood, he would have gone crazy. After a couple of minutes, paramedics arrived at the scene and checked the two out. Uraraka got her arm wrapped up, and once given the all clear, they were allowed to leave. Well, that was an eventual day. Uraraka said, as the two walked to the train station. You can say that again. Izuku said. How about next time we leave the villain out of this? Uraraka giggled. I'd like that. Here, give me your phone. Izuku handed over his phone. Taking it, Uraraka put in her number. I'll text you, so we can meet again. It's a date, Izuku said, smiling. Careful on your way back. Uraraka nodded. I will. Bye. Waving, Uraraka turned to leave and walked up the stairs to the train platform. Once out of view, Izuku turned around, took a deep breath, and took off running. From where he was at, it would have taken him 30 minutes to get home. But at this speed it took him 4 minutes. Bursting through the door, he scared his mother, who was in the living room. What the, Izuku? What's the rush? That's when Inko saw it. Izuku's eyes had turned red and his fangs appeared. Oh shit. Mom, what's going on?" Izuku asked, as his face turned red and sweat dripped down his face. "Hold on, I'll help you." Inko rushed into the kitchen and grabbed a bag of red liquid. Running back over to Izuku, she found him on his knees. "Here, drink this, it'll make you feel better." Sniffing the air, Izuku could tell what it was: blood. Taking it, Izuku ripped off the top and began drinking it. As he did, his eye color began to return to normal and his fangs disappeared. Finishing up the bag of blood, he let out a sigh. "Thanks, Mom." Inko helped him up. "Don't mention it. So, care to explain what happened?" "I was out with a friend when we got attacked by a villain. During the attack she got hurt and bled a bit," Izuku explained. "I then felt something take over me. Something inside of me was screaming, 'Bite her.' Her blood, it smelled incredible. I almost bit her, but I managed to calm myself down, but I couldn't hold it anymore and ran home." Inko smiled. "I see, so that's what happened." "What happened?" Izuku asked. "You went into a blood frenzy, a small case fortunately," explained Inko. "You see, when a vampire sees blood, we have a natural instinct to want to taste that blood. As for the smell," Inko looked at Izuku and smirked, "that's for another reason. One which I won't tell you, you'll have to figure that out yourself. For now, go get changed, we have training to do." Izuku hung his head. Not again. Several weeks had passed by since Izuku found out about his heritage, and the same time had gone by since he began his training. Standing in the middle of the beach, Izuku closed his eyes and focused. He heard the waves crashing into the sand. He heard the seagulls flying overhead. He even heard the sound of crabs walking on the sand. But one sound that caught his attention was that of a heartbeat. Snapping his eyes open, Izuku ducked, narrowly dodging his mother's punch. He locked eyes with her as he jumped back up and took a swing. But Inko was ready. Twisting her body, she spun mid-air and kicked Izuku's punch away. Staggered, Izuku fell back. Inko saw an opening. Planting her foot, Inko spun around and kicked her other leg up. Izuku was barely recovering when Inko launched her kick, and it seemed that it would connect. But at the last second, Izuku caught her foot. The force behind that kick was enough to kick up sand. Twisting her leg, Izuku spun Inko around, and while in mid-air he punched her in the stomach. Inko's body slammed into the sand. Izuku rushed in for another and threw down his fist, but as he did, Inko raised a hand and caught his punch. "All right, that's enough," Inko said, smiling. Izuku backed away and helped his mother up. "So how did I do?" Flicking the sand off, Inko hummed, "Your skills and senses have sharpened. Your fighting style has improved. You would be considered a noble in the vampire ranks." Izuku nodded. "But you relied too much on brute strength. You are strong, there's no question about that. But strength without control is meaningless." "I see. Do you think I'm ready for the entrance exam?" Izuku asked. "Oh, you're more than ready," Hisashi said, walking over to the two of them. "You're not all might level strong yet, but you should pass easily. Just don't worry about it. Go get washed up, we'll go out for some ramen after this." "Awesome." Izuku turned to leave when his phone suddenly chimed. Picking up his phone, he noticed that it was a text from Uraraka. They had been talking and texting ever since the villain encounter. They even went out to a cafe together to talk. The two parents watched their son leave with a smile on his face. "He likes her," Inko said. Yeah, he does. But he doesn't know that yet, or he's in denial," Hisashi said. "So, what did you find out about her?" Inko asked. "Nothing special. Ochako Uraraka, the same age as Izuku. Born in a prefecture outside the city, near the mountains. Currently lives alone in an apartment," said Hisashi. Inko raised an eyebrow. "And her parents?" "Unknown," Hisashi said. "They don't live with her, or even in their mountain home. I can't find anything about them, no record of their death either." "And what of that smell, is she a hunter or not?" Inko asked. Hisashi nodded. "As far as I can tell, yes she is." Inko's eyes turned red. "We should kill her." "Easy, Inko. Normally I would agree, but we can't," Hisashi explained. "We kill her, it might attract attention from our families." "So what, we let her go?" Have her hang out with Izuku until she finds out what he is? Inko questioned. You know what she'll do if he's ever found out, right? I'm well aware, Hisashi said. But look at him, he's happy. Do you really want to take that away from him? Inko looked at Izuku. He was laughing, he was smiling, he was happy. The red in Inko's eyes slowly faded. But I worry. First it was our families and now it's a huntress. I know you're scared, but we will keep him safe. No matter what, we'll keep him safe, Hisashi said, comforting his wife. Now, we hope he gets into UA. A new start for him. And what about our other problem? Asked Inko. Hisashi's face turned serious. We'll have to go hunting soon. Inko nodded. So it's come to that. When? While Izuku is at the entrance exam. I have the location, Hisashi said. He then wrapped his arm around Inko and pulled her in. We will protect our son, no matter what. 1 week later Izuku stood at the door to his home. All right. One more time, do I have everything? He mumbled as he looked at his backpack once again. Izuku, you're going to be late at this point, Inko said, appearing from the hall. You triple-checked everything. Now hurry up, Uraraka is waiting. She's right, Izuku, Hisashi said. You shouldn't keep a girl waiting. Blushing slightly, Izuku nodded. Right, sorry, just nervous, that's all. You'll do just fine, just remember what we taught you, Hisashi said, giving Izuku a thumbs up. Go and ace this thing. Izuku nodded. Right, I'll see you guys in a bit. With that Izuku ran out of his home. Inko and Hisashi looked at each other. Where? Inko asked. Just outside the city. I picked up the scent of several werewolves, Hisashi explained. What happens if they are from your pack? Inko questioned. Hisashi closed his eyes before answering. If they want to hurt either you or Izuku, I'll kill them all. After taking the train, Izuku now stood in front of UA's gates. This is it. All those hours of training, and it all comes down to this. Izuku took a deep breath and walked onto the campus. As he did, someone touched him on the shoulder. This surprised Izuku. He snapped his head around to find Uraraka wearing her school's uniform. Found you. Yeah, you did. How did you sneak up on me? Izuku asked. I would have heard you coming. Uraraka smiled. I can walk really quietly if I want. But enough about that, let's go check in. The two were now close enough to be called friends, and all the while they talked and hung out Izuku kept his urge to drink her blood in check. Once signed in, Izuku and Uraraka took a seat in the school's auditorium, where they could see the other students trying to get into the hero program. There's a lot more people than I thought there was going to be, Uraraka said. Right, but it makes sense. UA is the biggest hero school in the country, Izuku said, scanning the room. As he did, he suddenly froze when he saw someone he knew. Uraraka took notice, and looked in that direction. Is that the guy you told me about? She asked, as she saw Bakugo walk by. Izuku stayed silent, which only answered her question. Hey, it's okay. Just focus on getting into UA. Nodding, Izuku took a deep breath. Yeah, you're right. Let's focus on what's ahead. Just then the lights inside the auditorium dimmed and a spotlight shined on a podium. Alright everyone, yelled out a loud echoing voice. Let me hear you scream. The room fell silent. Whoa, tough crowd. Anyway, as some of you may know, my name is Present Mike and I have the pleasure of being your speaker for today. I'll quickly go over what to expect and what to do. The exam will have 2 parts, both testing different aspects of being a hero. First, you will be tested on your knowledge, the subject, heroes and laws. And the second will be a mock battle between our specialized robots and you. Present Mike pointed to a screen behind him. As you see here, there are 3 different types of robots, each with different point values. Now some of you eagle-eyed students may notice that the pamphlet that we handed out mentioned 4. That is our 0 pointers. You will get no score if you run into it, so avoid it at all costs. Now that that's done, let's get straight into it. Further instructions will be given once you are about to begin. For now, come on down and take a number from the bowl. That will determine what arena you will be placed in. Good luck. With that, Present Mike walked off the stage. Students then began to walk down to take a number. Reaching in, Izuku pulled out the number 4. Arena 4. I wonder what it will be like. Hey Midoriya, you got 4 as well, said Uraraka, walking up to him. Guess we'll be seeing each other again after the written part. Best of luck. Izuku nodded, yeah, you too. With that, Izuku and Uraraka went their separate ways to take the written portion of the entrance exam. While difficult, it wasn't anything Izuku didn't know or at least somewhat knew. Once done, they were instructed to change into gym clothes or anything they had that was more comfortable. Izuku chose a simple white shirt with a green jacket and green joggers. Going to his designated area, he was surprised to find a fake city surrounded by a tall metal wall. Whoa, Ua really does have a lot of money to spend. Izuku looked around at his competition and noticed Uraraka standing by herself, her arms folded and her eyes closed. Wanting to go talk to her, Izuku made his way over. A tall boy with glasses and blue hair looked like he was going to say something but stopped. Hey Uraraka, you look ready. Opening her eyes, she turned and looked at Izuku. Oh Midoriya, she smiled. Yeah, I'm ready. I was just meditating just now. What about you, nervous? Izuku shook his head. Nope, not even a little bit. Oh right, before I forget, we may be friends right now, but in there, we'll be fighting for points. So no hard feelings? Oh, there'll be hard feelings when I get more points than you, that is. Uraraka said, with a smug look on her face. Oh, is that a challenge I hear? Izuku asked, with his own smugness. Alright, how about we make this interesting? Whoever has the least amount of points by the end of the exam pays for lunch. Izuku extended out his arm. Deal? Uraraka didn't hesitate and immediately shook his hand. Deal. Alright, everyone, yelled Present Mike from the top of a watchtower. Here are some more ground rules before we get started. First, the use of quirks is permitted. Second, you are only allowed to attack robots. Attack a fellow test taker and you will be disqualified. Third, we will be watching your every move, so keep that in mind. The students barely had enough time to remember those rules when the doors to the city opened up. Everyone stood there stunned. There was no alarm, no indication that the exam had started. But as everyone stood around, Izuku took this chance to jump over everyone and run in. Uraraka quickly followed and used her quirk to float over. Well, aren't you going to go? In real life, no one will tell you when to act. Those two have the right idea. Look, they're even getting points. The students all looked at each other before all running into the city. With Izuku, using his strength and speed, the young half-breed jumped towards a two-pointer and punched a hole right through it. Sliding across the floor for a bit, he turned around only to find a three-pointer with its metal claw raised. Watching it fall, Izuku lifted his arm and caught the claw with one finger before grabbing it and ripping the arm clean off. Using the arm like a bat, Izuku swung it and hit the three-pointer towards a row of robots heading his way. Destroying every single one of them, Izuku racked up a good amount of points in a short amount of time. Nice, this might be easier than I thought. Time to get some more points. Izuku turned, and before he took a step, several robots crashed down in front of him. Now nothing but a pile of mangled metal and wire. Izuku was impressed. Oh sorry, did I get in your way? Asked a voice. Looking up, he saw Uraraka standing on top of the pile of scrap. Come on Midoriya, you should have gotten more points by now. Turning around, Uraraka jumped off the robots. Izuku smiled as he ran in the other direction. Just watch. Watching over the students were several people sitting in the dark. They had several screens on, each showing a different city with different students. We have a good batch of students this year, a shadow said. A lot of powerful quirks, a female voice said, as they watched Bakugo blow up another robot. Some are not as strong as others, but if used effectively, can lead to some surprising results, said a small bear mouse shadow as he watched Uraraka float robots. But we should recognize the strong ones, said a tall, skinny shadow as he looked at Izuku rip apart robots. But we should also recognize that having a strong quirk isn't everything. What do you say, is it time? The small creature shadow nodded. Yes, the exam is almost over. Release the Titan. Back in the city, Izuku had just finished taking down a 2-pointer when he decided to take a break. I wonder how many points Uraraka has. Izuku stretched his arms. I still have a few minutes, maybe I can get some more points. He wanted to jump back into action, but before he could attack he suddenly stopped. Something isn't right, I hear something. Izuku turned towards the city center just as the ground beneath them began to shake. Finding himself off balance, Izuku straightened himself up and watched a massive robot that eclipsed the several stories tall buildings rise from the ground. Holy shit. Raising its massive fist, it swung down and destroyed the building with ease, sending pieces of concrete flying towards the test takers. Everyone took cover. Izuku had to slide under a piece of concrete as it flew by his face and landed into the store behind him. Whoa, that's just insane. Part of me is telling me to run, but the other half, Izuku smiled as his green eyes glowed and narrowed, is telling me to fight it. Izuku then felt a sudden rush of adrenaline hit him. His instincts kicked in, screaming at him that this was what he lived for. To fight, to kill, to hunt. This was Izuku's werewolf side. The massive robot sent another building crumbling towards the test takers. Seeing several slabs of concrete flying towards him, Izuku jumped, but not to the side, instead he jumped towards them. Growling as he flew through the air, Izuku threw a punch and shattered the concrete slab into pieces. He then moved on to the other, shattering it into pieces. The students around him looked on stunned as he landed back on his feet. And all the while Izuku had a smile on his face. More, give me more, he yelled out. Several small robots blocked his path, but Izuku didn't care. Smashing through them, Izuku rushed towards the 0-pointer. But as he ran he heard something. Stopping, Izuku looked around and eventually found the source of the sound. Pinned underneath a large slab of concrete and unable to move, Uraraka. He then looked up to find that the 0-pointer was heading her way. Without a second thought, Izuku ran towards her. Meanwhile, Uraraka was struggling to get her foot out. Damn it, I should have used my quirk less. One of the side effects of using her gravity quirk for too long or on heavy objects was nauseousness and stomach aches. And no, I refused to give up. Since she couldn't use her quirk anymore, Uraraka grabbed the slab that was pinning her leg and pushed with everything. Grunting in pain. The slab moved slightly, her arms burned as the slab began to lift off of her leg. Once she got it high enough, Uraraka slid her leg out and let go of the slab. Uraraka tried to get up, but as soon as she put pressure on her leg, a sharp pain shot up her entire body. Damn it, Uraraka said, falling to her knees. She looked up to see the Titan robot now standing a few feet away. It looked down and raised its metal arm. With no way to run, Uraraka watched as its arm fell down. Mom, Dad, I'm sorry. I won't be able to save you. However, the arm never hit. Hey, move, Izuku said, his voice strained. Uraraka was shocked to see Izuku holding back the robot's arm. Move, he yelled out. Snapping her out of her trance, Uraraka quickly limped away. Izuku then felt the robot press down, forcing him to his knees. Okay, maybe I didn't plan ahead. What the hell am I supposed to do now? Feeling the weight come down on him, Izuku couldn't hold on for long. Come on, think, there has to be something I can do. He looked around but found nothing he could use. The Titan then raised up its other hand, and brought it down on top of the other. But just as it was going to crush Izuku, someone grabbed the boy from the shirt and pulled. Hitting the ground hard, Izuku groaned in pain. OWWWW, thanks, you saved me. The robot's arm crushed the ground where Izuku was standing. I was just returning the favor, Uraraka said, as the dust settled. Can you move? I should be asking you that, said Izuku, picking himself up. Weren't you injured? Uraraka nodded as she forced herself up. Still but no time, we have to get out of here. That thing is still targeting us. Izuku looked up and watched as the Titan destroyed another building in a single swing and sent the pieces down towards the two of them. Sorry about this. Without wasting another second, Izuku picked up Uraraka and ran. Uraraka blushed slightly as she was carried like a princess. But her embarrassment quickly disappeared when she saw the pieces of building coming down towards them. Pick up the pace. I'm trying, Izuku retorted as he dodged. It's kind of awkward holding you like this. You're the one who did it, and don't you dare say I'm heavy, yelled Uraraka, right. Izuku jumped to his right, narrowly missing being crushed by a slab of concrete. He was getting lucky. The time it took Uraraka to yell out where to dodge was just enough time for him to actually move. But their luck would soon run out. Izuku was about to turn into another street when the Titan slammed its fist into the ground. Pieces of the ground jumped up just enough where the Titan flung its arm and sent them all towards Izuku and Uraraka. Oh shit, is all Uraraka could say as the pieces came at them. Izuku looked back. Oh shit. Shifting Uraraka in his arms, Izuku twisted his body and shielded her as the rocks came in. Izuku felt the first piece hit him, followed by another, and another. Some only grazed him but nonetheless cut his skin. In the observation room the shadows were panicking. Shut it off, one shadow yelled. That thing is hurting the kids. I'm trying, but it locked me out, yelled another shadow. It's no use, I can't stop it. All Might. Get over there and stop it, the small shadow ordered. Right. The large shadow was about to leave when someone entered the room. It was two people, a man wearing a suit, and a young girl with long black hair, and her eyes silver in color. It seems like you are in need of some assistance, the man said. Miss Yaoyorozu, if you will. The girl nodded and walked over to the control panel, extending out her arms. It sparked. From the sparks a small USB device appeared. Plugging it in she quickly went to work. With just a few simple clicks the girl now had full control of the Titan robot and shut it down. There. The shadows in the room were surprised. How did you do that? Yaoyorozu turned to them. I hacked it using well, I can't say what that was. Company secret. The small shadow stepped forward. Regardless, thank you. You saved several students. Think nothing of it. Yaoyorozu said, bowing slightly. You should send someone over to check on those two. They seem pretty badly injured, especially that boy. Back with Izuku and Uraraka, the two now laid on their backs as a loud buzzer indicated the end of the exam. Man, that hurt, Uraraka said. You're telling me, Izuku said, grunting as he got to his feet. He then reached out. You saved me, guess we're even now. Uraraka took his hand and got to her feet. Well, you did save me first so I still owe you. But sure, let's call it even. Alright, everyone, please make your way to the locker room. Those who are injured please stay where you are, said a short old lady who used a massive needle as a walking cane. Hey, you're recovery girl, Izuku said. You can heal people just by giving them a kiss. That's right my boy, are you hurt? Recovery girl asked. I saw what that robot did. Izuku nodded, I'm fine. A few minor scratches. Here, let me take care of those. Recovery girl motioned Izuku to bend down, which he did. She then leaned in and kissed him on the cheek. Suddenly the wounds on Izuku's body healed. Whoa, that's awesome, thanks. Recovery girl nodded, of course. Now what about you miss? She then turned to Uraraka. Oh I'm fine, he got the worst of it, Uraraka said, waving her hands in front of her. Are you sure? Recovery girl asked, as she raised an eyebrow. That blood says otherwise. With her cane recovery girl pointed to Uraraka's arm. Looking down, Uraraka saw a trail of blood running down her arm. She had a cut near her shoulder. Huh, how did that happen? Must have been when those pieces of concrete went flying, said Izuku. Guess I didn't block all of them, sorry. It's all good, it's just a small wound, Uraraka explained. Regardless, let me take care of that. Giving Uraraka a kiss on the cheek, the wound on her arm healed. There we are, good as new. Now, go get change. The results will be mailed to you within a few days. Guess that's it then, Izuku said. We'll have to wait to find out who won our little bet. Seems like it. I'll meet you in front of the school, Uraraka said. Izuku nodded, sure. See you in a bit. With that the two went to the locker rooms and began to change. Izuku went into the shower room, and as the water hit his face he pressed his hand against the wall. That was close," he said, his face blushing red. "I almost bit her. Her blood, that smell." Izuku smiled, revealing that his fangs were out. "I need a taste." But that's when Izuku slammed his head into the wall, cracking it a bit. "No, I can't. I won't. Have to keep those urges in check." With Uraraka, she too jumped into the shower. Once she was done she walked out with a towel wrapped around herself. Now standing in front of her locker, Uraraka dropped the towel. The other girls in the room all stopped what they were doing and stared. Uraraka calmly reached into her locker and picked out her clothes. "Come on Ochako, just ignore them." There on her back were scars, but these were no ordinary scars. They were large, and ran down her back in a diagonal pattern. Lines almost in 4 in total. Almost as if they were claw marks. "Unknown location, is that the last of them?" Inko asked. Hisashi nodded. "Yeah, that's all of them." As a thump was heard. "These were just low ranks. Question is, what were they doing in the city?" Looking around, Inko noticed the dozen bodies that laid at Hisashi's feet. Blood, dripping down his hand. "I went through their computers. Not much, they were in the process of deleting everything. Fortunately I saw some documents as they were being deleted. They were hired." Hisashi was surprised. Hired? Werewolves willingly listened to someone besides the leader? What were they hired to do? "It seems to wait," explained Inko. "From what I saw they were to stay here until they were called to action. As to who hired them, can't say for sure, but 3 letters popped up. AFO. AFO? I never heard of that name before," Hisashi said. "Come on, let's get out of here." Hisashi turned to leave but was suddenly grabbed by his leg. Wait. Inko readied her claws but Hisashi stopped her. "Still alive. Seems like the pack has been growing strong." The werewolf was bleeding onto the floor. He gasped for air. "Why you? You're Hisashi, are you not? You were going to be the leader of the pack. Why? Why did you leave? Why did you betray your family?" Hisashi took a knee in front of the dying werewolf. "Well, it's simple. Our ways of thinking are wrong. Our enemies can become friends. But most importantly, she threatened to kill the people I love the most in this world. Now I'm living a peaceful life with my wife and son. You knew who I was, right? So you know what I am capable of. So tell me, why is the pack in the city? And who is this AFO?" The werewolf smiled. Why would I tell you? I'm dead anyway." "You don't know," Hisashi said, standing up. "Seems like the leader is keeping secrets from you. Whatever, doesn't matter. I'll let you suffer." Hisashi then began to walk away but stopped suddenly, on second thought. Appearing suddenly in front of the downed werewolf, Hisashi slashed him across the neck, slicing it open and causing blood to splatter. "Can't afford you telling anyone about us, in case you live." Inko smiled as she saw the life fade from the werewolf's eyes. "Come on. Let's get out of here. Izuku should be done with his exam by now." Hisashi nodded. "Hope he did well. Maybe we should go out to eat." Inko was about to answer when her eyes suddenly widened and a chill ran down her spine. "Hisashi. I smell them," he said. "A squad, 5, no, 10. But why?" "Doesn't matter. Unless we want to join the werewolves we need to leave. Now." Inko and Hisashi then ran out of the warehouse they were in and began to run. Back in the warehouse, 10 figures suddenly entered. Spreading out they covered every inch of the place. "So much death. I almost feel sorry for the werewolves," said a man. He then stepped forward and crushed the head of one of the dead. "I did say almost. Find out who did this and why these things were here." The other 9 shadows all nodded and quickly dispersed. The main person then walked through the carnage left behind. With so many bodies it's hard to imagine a normal human doing this. This must have been the work of a vampire or a werewolf. Or maybe, it was both. "I can smell it. You were here, weren't you, princess? And if you were here, that means that dog was here too." The man's eyes then glowed red. The mark of a true vampire. Izuku was standing outside waiting for Uraraka. Man, that was tough. Ua really doesn't cheap out when it comes to stuff like this. Stretching out his arms, he heard loud cracks coming from his back. Oh yeah, that's more like it. Holding back that robot's arm really took a lot out of me. Inside the building, Yaoyorozu was walking behind Nezu and her butler as she was given a tour of the school. As you can see, the entire building is state-of-the-art, thanks to your generous contributions, Nezu said as they walked past a large glass plane that looked at the main entrance. Yaoyorozu smiled. I'll be sure to tell my father you said thanks. Let's move on to the classrooms, the butler said, passing the glass. Of course, if you would follow me, said Nezu, smiling all the way. Yaoyorozu then walked by the glass pane. She suddenly felt a pulsating feeling from her eyes. Her once silver-colored eyes turned red. What is this? A vampire? Here at UA? She then looked out the window and noticed several of the students who took the entrance exam leaving. It's one of them, someone who took the exam as a vampire. Yaoyorozu then smiled, showing her fangs as she did. This could be my way out. Dwight. The butler stopped. Yes, my lady? He noticed that Yaoyorozu was looking at something through the glass. She turned, her red eyes causing Dwight to flinch. I'm bored, let's go. Dwight bowed, of course. He then turned to Nezu. I'm sorry about this, Principal Nezu, but it seems the young lady isn't feeling well. We will excuse ourselves here. Nezu stopped. Oh, is that so? Very well, we can always reschedule. Please take care of yourself, Miss Yaoyorozu. Yaoyorozu turned to Nezu, her eyes back to their silver color. Yes, of course. Thank you for your concern. And thank you for showing us around. Once inside the vehicle, the two of them came in. Yaoyorozu looked at Dwight. Do not tell father about what happened today. He must never know. Dwight nodded as he turned on the car. Yes, of course. Driving away, Yaoyorozu smiled as she watched the buildings and trees pass by. I thought I would have to wait years to escape my father's influence. I have to make sure I don't fail. Izuku was uneasy. It had been a week since he took the entrance exam and still there was no word if he got in or not. Maybe I failed. No, they wouldn't not send something, right? Izuku, relax. Inko said as she watched him walk back and forth. You're making me nervous, and I didn't even take the exam. Izuku stopped. Sorry, I'll just sit down. Watching him sit down on the couch, Inko laughed. I can still hear your heart beating fast. Relax, you told us yourself you did just fine. Taking a deep breath, Izuku calmed himself. Good, you learned the technique Hisashi taught you. Perfect control of one's body. Izuku said, now calm. Wish I had used this when I saw Uraraka's blood. So how are things with Uraraka? Inko asked. You've been talking about her for a while now, but we've never met her. Izuku paused for a second. Oh, about that. He was looking for a way out of this conversation and wasn't finding it. That is until Hisashi rushed through the front door. Izuku, it's here, he yelled, holding an envelope in his hand. Standing up, Izuku was handed the envelope. This is it. Time to find out if I got in or not. Carefully opening the letter, Izuku. A metal disc came sliding out. Taking the disc, Izuku inspected it. What the heck is this? Maybe you plug it into the computer? Inko questioned, not knowing what it was. But as the family looked at it, a light suddenly shined from the bottom and a loud voice was heard. Ha ha ha. I am coming through, as a projection. Whoa, a hologram and all might, Hisashi said, out of excitement. What the heck is he doing there? Izuku and Inko both looked at Hisashi. What? I'm a fan. Oh, like Izuku wasn't a fanboy of his for years. Now, I know what you are thinking. What is All Might, the #1 hero, doing here? Well, the answer is simple. You are looking at the newest member of UA's teaching staff. I will have the honor of teaching at UA this year. But now it's time to see if I will reach you. All Might looked away for a second. Let's see, Izuku, Midoriya. As you know, the entrance exam consists of 2 parts. Let's start off with the written part. Out of a possible 100, you scored 98, most impressive. Izuku smiled as his score was read off. Good work, Izuku, Inko said, wrapping her arms around him. Now on to the second part, the practical. At the end of the exam you managed to destroy 43 robots, very impressive. Tallying up the points, you scored a total of 92, however, that wasn't the only way to earn points. We had a secret second way, rescue points. We watched for actions you took that were deemed heroic, and I must say we were impressed. For taking on the 0-pointer and rescuing your fellow exam taker, you earned yourself an additional 60 points. Bringing your grand total to 152. More than enough points to pass. So it's my privilege to officially invite you to UA. I hope to see you soon. With that, the hologram of All Might disappeared. The Midoriya family was silent for a few seconds. I actually did it. I passed. I made it to UA. Both parents then hugged Izuku. We knew you would, Izuku, Inko said. This calls for a celebration, Hisashi said. Inko nodded. Sounds good to me, I'll make us a feast. Why yeah, that'll be great. Slumping in his seat, Izuku let out a small laugh. I actually got in. Just then Izuku heard his phone buzz from his room. Getting up, he ran over and picked it up. Noticing the caller's ID, he picked it up. Hey Uraraka. Midoriya. I got in, she yelled through the phone. Congratulations. Hey, guess what? So did I. Izuku heard an audible gasp from the other side of the line. Really, that's awesome. We're both getting into UA. Uraraka then changed her voice to one that was more devious. So, what was your score? You first. Izuku said, smirking. 134. Uraraka said proudly. Damn. Izuku said, pretending to be frustrated, so close. Ha, I won. Now, as for where I want to go, there's a nice little shop that opened up near the station. But as Uraraka was acting high and mighty, Izuku stepped in. You were so close. I got 152. Uraraka fell silent. Uraraka? I'll call you back, she said, her voice now soft. Don't you dare run out on me. A bet is a bet, Izuku said. Uraraka sighed. No, you're right. Alright, fine. Where do you want to have lunch? Izuku thought about it for a second. How about that cafe near the pier? Actually, Izuku, why don't you invite her over? Inko said, as she stood at the door. Huh? Izuku was stunned. But, are you sure? Inko nodded. I don't see why not. Well, that is, if she'd like to come. Well, Uraraka, want to join us for dinner? Izuku asked, a bit nervously. You know what, I'd like that. Uraraka said, it's been a while since I've had a good home-cooked meal. Izuku couldn't help but feel a bit happy. Really, awesome, I'll send you my address. Bye. With that, Izuku ended the call. You ran over here when you heard me talking to her, didn't you? Maybe. Inko said, what, am I not allowed to meet the girl you're interested in? Izuku blushed. Who said anything about that? You did. Inko replied. When did I do that? Izuku questioned. Don't worry about that. For now, help me clean up. She may be your friend, but we still have a secret to maintain. With that, Izuku went to help his parents clean up the house. They removed their scents, making sure Uraraka couldn't sniff them out. Even though she was going to be a guest, Inko and Hisashi knew that they needed to be careful. If Uraraka found out who they were, they would be in real trouble. Well, she would be in trouble. If she ever found out who Izuku was, they would have to kill her. Later that day, Izuku was nervous, something he hadn't been in a while. This was the first time a friend came over, much less a girl. Izuku, his mother called out to him. Your heart rate is high, relax. Use the technique Hisashi taught you. With no other choice, Izuku sat down on the couch and took a deep breath. In an instant his heart rate returned to normal. Alright, good. Now get ready, she's on her way up, Inko said. Moments later there was a knock on the door. Getting up, Izuku walked over, while Inko and Hisashi both nodded. Opening the door, Izuku saw Uraraka standing there, wearing semi-casual clothes. Hey Midoriya, she said with a smile. Hey, come on in, Izuku said, allowing Uraraka to walk inside. Once in, she looked around and noticed Hisashi and Inko in the kitchen. Ah, so you must be Uraraka. Inko said, drying her hands. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Inko, and this is my husband, Hisashi. Uraraka bowed. Thank you for allowing me to stay for dinner. Here, a small token of my appreciation." Uraraka then handed over a small gift-wrapped box. Hisashi took it. "Why, that's very kind of you, thank you. Now, dinner will be ready in a few minutes. Why don't you talk to Izuku in the meantime? We'll call you when it's ready." "Come on Uraraka, we can talk in my room." With that the two went towards Izuku's room. Leaving both parents to look at each other. "So far so good," Hisashi said. "So far, but just seeing her makes my blood boil," Inko said, as she chopped down on some vegetables. "Easy Inko, it's just dinner. Besides, this might be the perfect chance to get to know this girl," Hisashi said, calming his wife. Now inside of Izuku's room, Uraraka made herself comfortable on his bed. "Nice room. A bit bland if you ask me." Izuku laughed. "You should have seen it not that long ago. Walls filled with All Might posters, action figures, hats, shirts, the whole 9 yards." "Really? What happened?" Uraraka asked. Izuku sat down on his desk chair. "Grew out of it, I guess." "Makes sense." Uraraka then smiled and looked under the bed, which confused Izuku. "Huh, so is this your type?" Pulling out a magazine from underneath the bed, Izuku's eyes widened. Hey. He tried to take the magazine, but Uraraka managed to dodge and open up the magazine. "Wow, blonde hair, blue eyes, and look at that body," said Uraraka, teasing Izuku. "So American." Izuku sighed. Alright, you win." "You never answered my question," Uraraka said, putting the magazine down. "Is this your type?" Izuku looked away. "Well, no, not exactly." "I see, so what is?" Uraraka asked. "Let's switch topics, yeah?" Izuku got up and snatched the magazine. This is just for research purposes, that's all." Uraraka hummed, unconvinced at what Izuku just said. "So, what have you been up to?" "Oh, nothing much, just school mostly, getting ready for final exams, that sort of thing," Uraraka explained. "Still can't believe we got into UA. It still feels unreal." "I know what you mean," Izuku said. "I replay that message over and over again to make sure I didn't hear it wrong. But we made it, and now we are one step closer to becoming heroes," Uraraka said. "And one step closer to getting what I want." Just then there was a knock on Izuku's door. "Hey kids, dinner is ready." It was Hisashi. "Go wash up, food will be served." With that Izuku and Uraraka went to wash their hands and sat down at the dinner table. Tonight's dish, grilled fish, with a side of rice, steamed vegetables, and noodles. "I also fried some pork cutlets if you'd like something else." "Wow, this is amazing," said Uraraka as she was handed a plate full of food. "Thank you for the food, it looks great." After saying thanks, everyone dug in. "So Uraraka, tell us about yourself. Izuku here has been quite secretive when it comes to you," Hisashi said, trying to stir up conversation. "Oh, has he now? Don't want people to know about us?" asked Uraraka playfully. "Well, I'm not sure why he wouldn't say anything. Are you embarrassed?" "No, of course not," Izuku said quickly. "It has to do with my parents. Just wait until later, you'll find out." Uraraka raised an eyebrow. "Alright? 15 minutes. That's all it took for Uraraka to be completely knocked down. It was question after question after question. Uraraka had barely finished her food when the parents started to bombard the poor girl with questions. "Alright you two, I think that's enough," Izuku said, stopping them from asking more questions. "Look, her head is spinning." "Sorry about that Uraraka," Inko said, smiling. "It's the first time our Izuku brings over a friend, and a girl no less." With her head still spinning, Uraraka waved, "And no, it's fine. I wasn't expecting so many questions, that's all." "Alright, how about one more?" asked Hisashi. "How do you feel about Izuku?" The question snapped Uraraka back into reality. It also caused Izuku to look at his father and blush. "Dad. What? It's a simple question. She doesn't have to answer if she doesn't want to," Hisashi said. It was a simple question, but one that was difficult to answer, but not for Uraraka. "I like him," she said, much to everyone's surprise. "Back at the entrance exam he saved me from being crushed by a giant robot. Everyone else ran away while he jumped in and helped." And if I'm being honest, he's the first friend I've had that has treated me this way. He's funny, caring, and has a great personality." Uraraka then looked up and saw the surprised face of Izuku, the nodding of Hisashi, and the smug look on Inko. It took a while, but it finally hit her what she just said, and immediately blushed. Wait, I didn't mean it like that." "Too late," Inko said, "we all heard it." Uraraka covered her face. Izuku blushed as he turned away embarrassed. "Izuku, help me with the dishes," Hisashi said, getting up from his seat. "Let the ladies talk for a bit." Nodding, Izuku grabbed a pile of plates from the table and walked to the kitchen. As father and son washed and dried the dishes, they could hear Inko's and Uraraka laughing. "She seems nice," Hisashi said. Izuku nodded. "She is." Hisashi passed a plate to Izuku. "So, do you like her?" Taken by surprise by the question, Izuku didn't grab the plate. It fell, and just as it was about to break, Izuku caught it. Why are you asking me that?" "You're avoiding the question," Hisashi said, putting down a plate. "Do you like her or not?" "I don't dislike her, if that's what you're asking," Izuku said, avoiding giving his father a straight answer. "I mean, she's great and all, but..." "Let me guess, she doesn't know what you are yet?" Izuku nodded. "I see, we can't stop you from telling anyone, but know that if you tell her, it would mean putting them in danger. Could you live knowing that she could be injured or killed for knowing what you are?" "No," Izuku answered. "Then you have your answer," Hisashi said. He then placed a hand on Izuku's shoulder. "Keep things the way they are now. And if later down the line you think she should know, then tell her. But know that if she ever finds out what we are, her life would never be the same. Understand?" Izuku nodded. "Good, now come on. Let's join them." Sounds like Inko is about to tell our guest some embarrassing stories. The two then walked into the living room, where they found Inko telling Uraraka about some embarrassing moments from Izuku's childhood. The four then talked and talked, and it was now around 10 p.m. Getting up, Uraraka sighed. "Well, this has been amazing, but I should really head home. I need to catch the train." "Oh, in that case, Izuku, walk her to the station, will you?" said Inko. "Oh, that's okay, I can go by myself," Uraraka said, thanking them for the concern. "Nonsense, while we know you can take care of yourself, it's still best to remain vigilant," Hisashi said. "Besides, Izuku here would worry if something happened to you." Izuku shrugged. "Told you, persistent." Alright, you win." Uraraka then bowed slightly. "Thank you for everything." Inko smiled. "Of course. Come back whenever you want." With that, Izuku and Uraraka walked out of the house. "So, what did you think of her?" Hisashi asked with a smug look on his face. Inko scoffed. "She wasn't bad per se, still a hunter. But that smile hides her emotions well. Every now and then I could see a glimpse of what she's really thinking. Although, I must admit, her feelings for Izuku are real. And his feelings for her are also real. He just worries about telling her about us," Hisashi explained. "I told him to keep things as they are for now." "It's best if she never knows," Inko said. "Besides, we have too much to worry about even without her knowing." Hisashi nodded. "I agree. So, how will having a hunter as a daughter-in-law be?" "Don't you dare start," Inko yelled. "That's still years away, not to mention he hasn't even asked her out yet." Hisashi raised his hands. Alright, sorry." The two then stood there in silence. "So how long until he confesses?" "After they start I'd say about 4 weeks," Inko said. "Give or take a week." "Really? I'd say 2 weeks tops," Hisashi said. "Are you going to try and stop them?" Inko thought about it. "No, as much as I hate her, I'd rather see Izuku smiling and happy. Let's not interfere just yet." With Izuku and Uraraka. "Sorry about my parents. I know they can be a bit much sometimes," Izuku said as they walked. Uraraka shook her head. "Don't be. I rather liked it." Izuku laughed. "Oh no, they got you. I'm just saying, having parents like them doesn't seem that bad," said Uraraka, as the tone in her voice changed. Izuku took notice. "You don't talk about your parents much, do you?" Uraraka stopped underneath the street light. "It's not that I don't want to, it's just, bringing them up brings back memories. Painful memories, ones I never told anyone before." "Hey, you don't have to say anything if you don't want to," Izuku said, reassuring her. "I know, but I trust you, Midoriya, I really do. But I don't think I'm ready for you to know that side of me," Uraraka said, giving Izuku a half-smile. Izuku nodded. "I understand, I won't press you on it. You'll tell me when you want to. Come on, let's keep going, you'll miss the train." The two then walked towards the station. Once there they still had to wait a few minutes for the last train to arrive. "I'll be fine here, Midoriya, you can head back now." "You sure? I can stay until the train comes," said Izuku. But Uraraka nodded. "I'm sure, now go, your parents will get worried." "Well, alright then, I'll text you tomorrow. Careful on your way home." With that, Izuku waved goodbye. Uraraka did the same. Taking a seat on the bench, Uraraka let out a sigh. "Today was fun. I just wish things could stay that way forever." Back with Izuku, he walked through the empty streets. "Man, I didn't want this day to end. Being with Uraraka is nice, she's funny, smart, and is just an all-around amazing person." Izuku blushed slightly. "Great, I say that now, but not when she's here." "Sounds to me like you're in love, kid," a voice said behind Izuku. Surprised that someone snuck up on him, Izuku jumped as he turned. Standing in the middle of the road was a man. He wore a leather jacket, jeans, and his eyes were golden colored. "Who are you?" "Oh, I'm just a guy, out on a stroll," the man said as he approached Izuku. "Okay, so, I'm going to head out now," Izuku said, pointing down the street. "Nice talking to you, I guess." Izuku turned to leave but stopped when he saw two people come out of the darkness. "Oh, come now. I need some help. You see, I'm kind of lost right now and I could really use your help. There's a police station nearby, get someone to help you there," Izuku said as the man stopped a few meters from him. "Well, unfortunately it's not that type of help we need," said the man as the others began to surround Izuku. Noticing Izuku narrowed his eyes. "Don't do this. I don't want to hurt you." The men in front of him laughed. "You, hurt us? Now that's a joke." "You got it wrong, kid. You're the one who is going to get hurt." One of the men then charged Izuku. Once close enough, he lunged towards Izuku, but before he could touch him, the boy disappeared. "What?" said the man, confused as to what just happened. Suddenly, Izuku reappeared behind the man and with one quick motion he punched him in the back of the head. The man crashed onto the floor, now knocked out. The others looked at each other surprised at what they just saw. "Who the hell is this kid?" "Doesn't matter, kill him," ordered the man behind Izuku as he too charged in. Now with two enemies on either side, Izuku jumped into the air just as one was about to grab him. While in the air, Izuku spun around and kicked the one in front of him in the face before twisting his body and grabbing the head of the other and slamming it into the ground. Izuku held the man's face onto the pavement. "Just who the hell are you?" The man, now bleeding from his nose, managed to lift his head. "You just ed up, kid." Izuku raised an eyebrow. "What are you talking about?" Snapping his head up, Izuku's eyes widened as his instincts told him to jump away. He did just that but felt something cut him. Landing back down on the ground, Izuku held his side as blood dripped down from 4 slashes. Izuku didn't even have time to feel the pain when his instincts kicked in again. Unfortunately, he didn't react in time. Turning his head, he couldn't believe what he was seeing. A massive wolf came down towards him and chomped down on his arm. Izuku screamed out in pain as he tried to shake the wolf off. When that didn't work, Izuku began to punch the wolf over and over again. It whimpered in pain but wouldn't let go, that is until Izuku grabbed it by the neck and threw it off of him. With blood now dripping down his arm, Izuku winced in pain as he looked up to see 3 wolves. "Werewolves. You're not surprised to see us? How odd," the wolf in the middle said as the other 2 growled. "So, how did his flesh taste?" With blood around its mouth, the wolf that bit Izuku smiled. "Incredible. I've never tasted a human like him before." "That good, huh? Alright. Let's get him, boys." The 3 of them then charged Izuku. Their numbers were still the same, but now Izuku had to deal with them in this form. They were faster, stronger in their wolf form, and now Izuku was in trouble. Knowing that he needed to be smart about this, Izuku retreated. but the wolves followed close behind. Jumping back, Izuku narrowly dodged another bite, but as he was in the air the second wolf came in from his left. Twisting his body, Izuku drop-kicked the wolf back down to the ground. But that's when the third came in from above and used its weight to force Izuku to the ground. Slamming onto the pavement, Izuku gritted his teeth but soon found himself holding back the jaws of a wolf. The beast snarled and barked as it tried to take a bite out of him. The two struggled as Izuku grabbed its neck in an attempt to stop it. Knowing that the other two would soon join, Izuku had to do something. He looked for ways out, but he needed to deal with this one first. Tightening his grip on the wolf's head, Izuku gritted his teeth and with one fast motion he snapped the wolf's neck. A loud crack, followed by a whimper, was heard. The other two wolves stopped in their tracks as Izuku tossed the body off of him. "Why you bastard!" one wolf growled angrily. "I'll kill you." Now enraged, the two wolves now became faster. Izuku got to his feet just as one pounced at him. Reacting fast enough, Izuku managed to hold him back. But that's when the other wolf came in and bit Izuku on the leg, forcing him to a knee. Seeing a chance, the wolf being held back reverted back into human form and punched Izuku across the face. The hit sent Izuku staggering back. The second hold lunged at him again, but Izuku's elbow dropped him into the ground. But that's when the other came in and punched Izuku in the chest, sending him flying into the nearby brick wall. The wall cracked as Izuku slammed into it. Sliding down it, the boy groaned in pain. "I wouldn't try to move now, kid. I just broke 4 of your ribs." Izuku would heal, but it would take a few seconds. In the meantime, unfortunately, he was sitting duck. "Kill him already. He's seen what we are and he killed our brother," said the wolf. The man walked over to Izuku and stopped in front of him. "You were pretty strong for a human. But not strong enough." The man then threw down his fist, but before it could reach Izuku, the man's hand flopped onto the ground. Izuku and the man looked down to see the detached hand. "What the?" said the man. But before the pain could even register, his vision suddenly became flipped upside down. "Huh?" The man's head then rolled onto the floor as his body collapsed in front of Izuku. "No one touches my son and lives," said a voice from the darkness of the streets. Stepping into the light was Inko, her eyes glowing red and her fangs out. The wolf saw her eyes and took a step back. "Why you're a vampire. Why are you here?" Inko hissed, showing her fangs. "A wolf in the city. I would ask why you're here, but I won't waste my time on the dead." Dead? I'm not dead yet, you blooder. I'll tell my pack, and they'll come and kill you." The wolf then turned around and began to run. Inko didn't follow. Instead, she walked over to Izuku and crouched down. "Are you alright, Izuku?" she asked, in a tender and sweet voice. Wincing in pain, Izuku nodded. "I'll be fine, but some of my ribs are broken." Inko nodded. "You'll heal soon. Can you stand?" Picking himself up, Izuku held his side. "What about the one who got away? If he reaches his pack, it will mean they'll know where we are." Inko smiled. "Don't worry about that. Your father has it covered. You may have been attacked, however, that doesn't excuse you from losing in such a manner." Izuku flinched. "With your strength you should have taken care of these 3. Inko then glared at her son. "Your mind was distracted by that girl, wasn't it?" Izuku stayed silent. "I thought so. Looks like training will be tougher starting today." Meanwhile, the wolf that had run away was currently running on the train rails. "I need to go tell the others that a vampire is in the city. That there's a kid involved, and that..." But as the wolf was speaking, he suddenly stopped on the tracks. "Shit, if you're here, then that means I'm dead, aren't I?" Standing in the middle of the rails was Hisashi. "Very much so, but before I kill you, I have a few questions. Why are you so close to the city? And are you connected to the ones near the pier?" The werewolf said nothing, so that answers one of my questions. Now for my first one. Why are you in the city? "I was ordered to be here," the werewolf said, "by the pack leader." "Why would he order you here? And who is All for One?" Hisashi asked. But before the werewolf could answer, something came in and sliced its neck open. Hisashi flinched as whoever this was moved so fast that it was hard for him to track. There were only 4 beings who were able to move that fast. First was Inko, then Izuku when he grew up. Third was All Might, and lastly his old acquaintance, Yuki. Hisashi growled. Yuki, appearing from the shadows were two sapphire blue-colored eyes. It's been a long time, Hisashi. Not long enough, said Hisashi, on guard. Since when have you known I was in this city? Yuki transformed into her human form and laughed. Oh come now Hisashi, have you forgotten what we're good at? Tracking is what we werewolves are the best at. I never lost your scent. Hisashi smirked. Since the start, I see. So why haven't you dragged me back yet to your father? Father is dead, I now lead the pack, said Yuki, much to Hisashi's surprise. The old man is dead, I'm sorry to hear that, Hisashi said, obviously shaken by the news. He was the best leader. When I was alone he took me in. I know he was, and yet you still left us, Yuki said, her eyes glowing blue. You ran away with that blood. Hisashi growled, hold your tongue, before I rip it out of you. Yuki smiled, good to hear that old Hisashi is still in there. I started to think you'd gotten soft. Fight me and you'll find out, Hisashi said, readying himself. As much as I'd enjoy that, we'll have to put it on hold, Yuki said. Don't worry, I'll keep my mouth shut about you for now. Just know that I could kill your family whenever I want. Especially that kid. If you even dare come close to my family, I will bite your neck and watch you bleed, Hisashi said, as his eyes glowed green. That's the Hisashi I knew, Yuki said, almost happy that Hisashi had just threatened her. Don't worry, the pack has our own interests to look out for. With that Yuki howled. Until we meet again Hisashi. With that Yuki and the rest of her squad mates retreated. First it was the vampires and now even Yuki is here, and if she's here, something big is going to go down soon. With nothing else to do Hisashi went over to where Izuku and Inko were. Landing beside them he saw Izuku. Are you alright? I'll heal, said Izuku, still holding his ribs. Hisashi nodded. Did you take care of them? I smelled blood. It wasn't me, Hisashi said. It was Yuki. Inko's eyes widened. She knows where we are. Izuku was confused. Who's Yuki? Trying to control her anger, Inko's eyes glowed red. She's someone who tried to get in between us and kill you. She's the leader of the werewolves, Hisashi explained. Before I left the pack she and I were to be wed. The day your mother and I left was meant to be our ceremony. She's also the strongest fighter in the pack. Is she stronger than you? Izuku asked. Hisashi thought about it. Before we were about equal. But now I'm not so sure. If that dog thinks she's going to harm my family. Inko's fangs then sharpened. Then I will slice her neck end to end. Feeling the bloodlust oozing out of Inko, Hisashi reached over and grabbed her hand. I know she won't because we won't let her. He then turned to Izuku. It's about time you learned about who we were before your mother and I met. It's best if you hear it from us. It was the following morning, a Sunday, meaning that everyone was home. Izuku was sitting across from his parents at the dining room table. Inko looked at Hisashi. So should I go first or you? Hisashi sighed. I'll go first. He then turned his attention to Izuku. Listen Izuku. What I'm about to tell is something I'd hope you would never find out. But with our clans and packs so close it's best if you find out now. As you know I am a werewolf, but I'm not what you would call normal. Within the werewolf species there are those who are born with cursed blood. It's a phenomenon that increases the aggression of the werewolf. I have that blood. And because of it I was exiled from my pack when I was a child. For years I survived on my own, never coming into contact with others of my kind. But that all changed when I was about your age. While hunting I crossed paths with another one of my kind. A male werewolf named Riku. I didn't know it at the time but he was a pack leader. After a short fight which he won, Riku decided to take me into his pack. That's where I met Luna, she is the daughter of Riku. Hisashi nervously looked over at Inko. Izuku raised an eyebrow and looked over to his mother. He flinched when he saw the expression. He had never seen his mother with such an angry expression. Mom. Snapping out of her rage, Inko smiled. Sorry about that, go ahead dear. Swallowing nervously Hisashi continued. Luna and I grew a liking to each other. We respected each other's power, skill, and technique. It took a long while, but I eventually convinced Riku to let the two of us marry, on the condition that I would take up the role of head of the pack. And I was going to do just that, until I met Inko. We eventually developed a relationship, but as you know, our kind wouldn't accept us, so we left. Last night it was the first time we've seen each other since your mother and I left. She's gotten stronger. She also has a new goal. As the leader of the pack, Luna controls several dozen werewolves, each capable of finding us. But her objective is unknown at this time, but whatever it is can't be good. And that's the story. Any questions? Yeah, this cursed blood. Do I have it? Izuku asked. Hisashi shook his head. No, I don't believe you do. Your nature is much calmer than a child with cursed blood. If you did have it, you would have been aggressive. Anything else? This Luna, will she try to kill us? Izuku asked. She'll try, said Inko. Now that she knows where we are, it's only a matter of time. But what surprises me the most is the fact that she's kept it a secret from the pack. Why would she do that? Luna isn't one to do things for no reason. Izuku nodded. So she's calculative. That means she's dangerous. Thanks, Dad, for telling me this. I guess now it's my turn, said Inko. Let's start with the fact that Inko isn't my full name. My full name is Inko Darcia Nireza Holim, first princess of the royal house of Holim. Izuku's eyes widened. Mom, your royalty? Inko nodded, first in line to the throne. In the vampire lineage, those born of royal blood are stronger than your average vampire. But with that strength comes a drawback. Our need for blood is increased. When we are young, the urge is suppressed, but once we get the first taste of someone's blood, it becomes an addiction. The urges won't stop. But thanks to my royal upbringing, I never had to worry about keeping my urges for blood in check. Fortunately or unfortunately, that all changed when I met your father. At the first scent of his blood I was captivated, so I took a bite. As I said before, if you bite a human, that person will be forced to do whatever you order them to. But you can also turn someone into a vampire if you bite under special conditions. Izuku raised an eyebrow. What conditions? First, the person must be human. You won't be able to turn a werewolf into a vampire. Second, the person has to be of the opposite. Third, you and the person you bite must share a deep connection, for example, romantic feelings. And finally, the person you turn must be near death. Those are the conditions to turn a human into a vampire. Once the human has turned, they are subordinate to the one who turned them. Remember that urge you got when you saw Uraraka's blood? That was your reaction to the third condition. Meaning that you have to be very careful around her. 3 out of the 4 conditions have been met. Do not turn her into a vampire. Izuku nodded. I won't. Good. Now, after meeting your father and biting him, I became addicted to his blood and needed it on a weekly basis. A vampire without blood turns rabid and attacks everything in sight. The only way to calm that rage would be to drink blood. Inko explained. Wait, then what about that outburst I had on the beach? Izuku asked. What was that about? A blood frenzy, or berserker rage if you're a werewolf, said Inko. It happens when a vampire tastes blood for the first time. It just happened to be your own blood. So will I have to be careful around blood now? Izuku asked. For the most part, yes, it's more about the smell than anything else. But the smell will affect you more if it's the blood of the person who meets the third requirement. It would be best if you avoid Uraraka altogether, but that doesn't seem like an option. Inko said, sighing. For now, try to keep your distance. Izuku nodded. I'll try. Inko noticed the hesitation in Izuku's eyes. She smiled. I'm not telling you to abandon her. I just want you to be safe. I know, Mom, said Izuku. But there's something I don't understand yet. Dad's former pack wants me dead. Does that mean your vampire family also wants to kill me? Inko closed her eyes and nodded. Yes. Why? Izuku asked. I haven't done anything wrong. The reason is because you're a half-breed of our 2 races. You see, it should have been impossible for us to conceive you. There were legends of a vampire-werewolf hybrid centuries ago, but it was told as myth. Hisashi explained. Each of our race has its own strength and weaknesses, but since you are a half-breed, those weaknesses don't apply to you. Or at the very least you have a much higher resistance. You, Izuku, will soon surpass us in strength. But that strength means you are a threat to our families. Strength determines everything in our societies. The pack leader was the strongest. And my father is the strongest vampire of his generation," said Inko. "Our families see you as a threat, Izuku, and they will stop at nothing to eliminate that threat." Izuku clenched his fists. "So what do we do now? Is there anything we can do?" "We can fight," Inko said. "If either of our families get close, we have to strike before they can. You are our pride and joy, Izuku, and will defend you even if it costs us our lives." Hisashi nodded. "Your mother is right. No matter what, you will live. That's why it will be good for you to be in UA. Our families wouldn't attack you in a place crawling with heroes. But you also can't let your guard down. Make sure to hide yourself and keep an eye out for another one of our kind." Izuku nodded. "Right. So is that everything, or is there more?" Inko looked at Hisashi, who nodded. No, I think that's all. If you have any more questions for us, feel free to ask now or whenever you want." "Do you regret it?" Izuku asked. "Do you regret having me? To be chased down by the ones you used to call loved ones? I can't imagine what that's like." The two parents looked at each other and smiled. "No, Izuku, we don't regret it," Hisashi said, smiling. "We are happy to have brought you into this world. Our families may hate us, but we will never hate you. We will always love you," Inko said, as she grabbed Izuku's hand. A tear ran down the side of Izuku's face. "Thank you. It really means a lot to hear that. All this talk has made me hungry. Can we go out to eat?" Inko nodded. "Sure. Go get changed and we'll head out." With that, Izuku went to his room to change. As they sat there waiting, Hisashi turned to Inko. "You didn't mention the girl and what she is." "No, I didn't," said Inko. "Now that they are in that school, she won't be able to attack him freely even if she did find out. And if she does find out, we can deal with her ourselves." "Is this really the best option?" Hisashi asked, but Inko stayed silent. "Fine, I sure hope this is for the best." With Uraraka, the sun had set and the night was young as Uraraka was just making her way back into her apartment through the window. Sneaking back in, she made sure no one was looking. Once inside, she noticed how dark it was. Taking off her mask, she tossed it towards the sofa. "I'm home," she called out, knowing that no one would answer. Dropping her weapons, she sat down on the sofa and sighed. "There's been an increase of vampires and werewolves in the area. Why is that? Are they looking for something? Someone? I picked up the tracks of an unknown person near the train rails. Blood indicates that there were two bodies. Did a vampire kill its kind? No, they're much too proud for that. Werewolves, it has to be." Leaning her head back, Uraraka covered her eyes. "I'm tired of this. I want to quit, but I can't stop. Not until I save them. Maybe being in UA will give me a bit of free time. I could find friends." Images of Izuku began to play in Uraraka's mind. Shaking her head, Uraraka blushed slightly. "What the hell am I thinking? He would never go for a girl like me. Especially someone whose body is so damaged." Feeling the scars on her back burn, Uraraka got up. "I don't have the luxury of thinking like that. I need to focus on helping my parents." Several days later, Izuku was nervous. He was currently standing in front of UA's gates once again. But this time not as an entrance exam taker. Now he was a full-fledged UA student. "Alright, Izuku. Remember what Mom said, focus and hunt. Don't let anything distract you." Walking into the school, Izuku made his way to a bulletin board that had everyone's homeroom class number. Finding his name, he read that his homeroom class was 1A. So he made his way towards the classroom. Now standing in front of the door, he noticed that it was massive. Whoa, giant door for giant people, I guess. Pushing the door open, Izuku walked in, and as soon as he stepped inside, he heard someone yell, "Remove your feet from the desk this instant." Izuku turned and found a tall boy who wore glasses and had dark blue-colored hair standing in front of a desk. "Huh? Are you one of those uptight rich kids? Piss off," said a voice. Izuku recognized this voice. "Oh shit," is all Izuku could say as he saw that it was Bakugo. "What are the chances of this happening?" "Hey Midoriya," called out another voice Izuku recognized. But this voice he didn't mind hearing. "Uraraka, looks like we are in the same class." Turning, Izuku found Uraraka wearing her school uniform. "Yeah, this is great." That's when a third voice was heard. "If you're here to socialize, you can leave now." Both Uraraka and Izuku turned around to find a man inside a sleeping bag. "If you're here to learn, then sit down and listen." Immediately everyone who was speaking shut their mouths, and those who were standing took a seat. Izuku was walking to his assigned seat when he passed a tall, beautiful, black-haired girl. He turned and looked at her. She noticed that he was looking and smiled as he walked by. Now in his seat, the sleeping bag man slugged his way towards the podium in front of the class. "Alright. Welcome to UA. My name is Aizawa and I will be your homeroom teacher for this year. No questions, good. Moving on. First order of business, everyone go change into your gym uniforms and meet on the field in 10 minutes. That's all." With that, Aizawa crawled out of the class, leaving the students stunned at what just happened. With no other choice, Class 1A went to the locker rooms and got dressed. Fortunately for Uraraka, none of the other girls noticed the scars on her back and she intended to keep it that way for as long as she could. Now out on the field, the students found Aizawa and formed up in front of him. "Good, you made it." That's when the boy with the glasses raised his hand. Sir, what about the entrance ceremony?" "There's no point to that. UA is a hero school. We train students to become heroes. And if you want to be a good hero, you have no time to waste. You, blonde spiky hair, catch," Aizawa said, throwing a ball at Bakugo, to which he caught. "What was your ball throw record?" Bakugo looked at the ball. "About 45 meters. "Good, now do the same but use your quirk," Aizawa said. "Oh, and don't hold back." Stepping into a circle on the ground, Bakugo pulled his arm back and with his explosions launched the ball as hard as he could. Die. The whole class was hit by a burst of wind and dust, causing them to shield their eyes. Izuku was the only one who stood there watching as the ball disappeared from view. Typical. Aizawa pulled out a small device. Not bad. He turned it around and displayed the numbers 705 meters. "With this we can see how strong you are." "Hey, this is awesome," said a girl with pink skin. "Right, sounds like fun," said a boy with spiky red hair. Izuku suddenly sensed a shift in the air. "Fun, you say?" It was Aizawa. "Alright, how about this? The person to score the lowest in this evaluation will be kicked out of UA. How's that for fun?" The class was stunned. "That doesn't seem fair," Uraraka said. "Out in the field the villains won't play fair either," said Aizawa. "If you want to become heroes, then prove it right here, right now. Use your quirks as you see fit." Izuku smiled. "This is even better than I thought." The evaluation consisted of 8 tests, a 50-meter dash, grip strength, long jump, repeating side steps, the ball throw, and 3 others. One by one Izuku went through each test. For the 50-meter dash he crushed it by running it in 1.01 seconds. For the grip strength he scored 1067.8 kilograms, double of the second place. This was the case for almost all of the events. Now it was down to the last test, the ball throw. Uraraka had just gone and scored infinity thanks to her quirk. Izuku knew that he couldn't beat that, but was going to try. Taking the ball, he rotated his shoulders. This kid, he scored on top of all of the previous tests. He's also the one who scored the highest in the entrance exam, Aizawa thought to himself. Gripping the ball hard, Izuku wind-upped and threw the ball as hard as he could. The class watched in awe as it flew high into the air and with such speed that in 1 second it was nothing but a dot. Planting his foot back on the ground, Izuku turned to Aizawa. "So, how did I do?" Aizawa smirked as he looked down at the score. "You didn't get first place, but second isn't bad either." Turning the device over, he showed the score. 4,276 meters, or about 2.6 miles, or about 4.276 kilometers. Izuku nodded and turned back to the class, but as he did he was surprised to see a hand right in his face. "You damn nerd. It was Bakugo. How the hell did you get this strong? Without thinking, Izuku grabbed Bakugo by the wrist and pulled him to the ground just as the explosion fired. Now pinned Bakugo growled, "You bastard. I would be really careful right now, Kachan," Izuku said as he began to squeeze Bakugo's wrists. "Make me angry," as he said that Izuku's eyes showed a hint of red. "Do it." Audible cracks were heard as Izuku smiled, but just before he could break Bakugo's wrists, something came flying through the smoke. It wrapped around his arm and tightened. Izuku noticed that it was some sort of fiber. The smoke began to clear, and following the fiber back, the students noticed that it was Aizawa. "I think that's enough." Letting go of Bakugo, Izuku got to his feet and stepped back. "I thought you looked familiar. So you really are Eraserhead. Those aren't normal fibers." "Congratulations, you found out," Aizawa said as he lowered the fibers around Izuku's arm. "And you're right, they aren't normal. They are made of steel fibers embedded into the fabric. It makes for the perfect capture weapon. Now, are you two done?" he asked, his eyes glowing red, signaling that his quirk was active. Izuku raised his hands. "I didn't do anything, he attacked me first." Bakugo groaned in pain as he stood up, his wrists red and a bit swollen. "What's wrong, Kachan? Did I bring back a bad memory?" "Off," said Bakugo as he walked away. "Guess we're done," Aizawa said, his eyes returning to normal. "Now, if you two don't mind, I'd like to get back to scoring you all." Nodding, Izuku went back and stood with the rest of the class. "You alright, Midoriya?" Uraraka asked. "I'm fine, he didn't even touch me," said Izuku, smiling. "Alright, so here are the scores." Clicking a button on the device, Aizawa displayed the student's name and a rank. First place was Izuku, second place Momo, the girl that smiled at him in class. Third was a boy named Todoroki. His quirk involved ice, but Izuku could feel something else about him. Fortunately, Uraraka placed right about the middle, so she was safe from elimination. Unfortunately, a boy named Mineta placed last. "Damn it," he said, falling to his knees. "My dreams of becoming a hero are dead." "Oh, that stuff about kicking you out, that was a bluff," Aizawa said, much to most of the class's surprise. The only ones who weren't surprised by this were Izuku and Momo. The risk of failure should make everyone push yourselves harder. Remember that. Alright, I'm done. Go get changed and head on over to the orientation. With a sleepy look on his face, Aizawa slowly began to walk away. As he did, he couldn't help but remember that kid, Midoriya. That kid is strong. When I wrapped my capture weapon around his arm, I tried to pull, but he didn't move. I'll keep my eye on him. The students went back and changed and quickly headed toward the gymnasium where the orientation was being held. After several speeches and a basic rundown on rules, the students went about their day. While it was true that UA was a hero school, it was also just a regular high school. The only difference, heroes were the ones teaching the subjects. Once everything was over and done with, Class 1A began to pack up. Once he was done, Izuku sat up to leave. "Hey Midoriya, want to walk to the station?" Uraraka asked, standing in front of his desk. Izuku smiled. "Sure, let's go." As the two walked out together, the others in the class looked at them and whispered. Both of them could still hear them. Do they know each other? Do you think they're going out? He's kinda cute. The pair looked at each other and blushed. "Seems like there's some misunderstandings," said Izuku. Uraraka's pink cheeks turned red. "Yeah, I guess so, sorry about that." "Don't be," said Izuku. "I'm not." Izuku kept walking, but Uraraka paused for a moment and smiled. "Trying to play cool, huh? Alright, two can play that game." With Inko was coming back from the store and walking down the main street. I wonder how Izuku's first day was. I hope he made new friends. That Uraraka girl is nice, but she's still a hunter. At any point she could kill him. What if I kill her first? Hidden from everyone, Inko's fangs began to grow. It would be easy. She's a hunter, but she's still young. But that's when images of Izuku smiling and laughing with Uraraka played in her mind. No, I can't do that. Izuku would hate me. Inko's fangs retracted. She'll get to live, for now. But if she tries anything, I will take care of her. As she walked, two men appeared from out of nowhere and began to follow her. It didn't take long for Inko to recognize she was being followed. Idiots, how could their skills be so lacking? Even a baby could tell you were following me. But who exactly are you? Time to find out. Normally Inko would continue to walk straight down the street but instead turned into an alley. The two men noticed and quickly dodging through the crowd they too turned the corner. They saw Inko and quickly sprinted towards her, their eyes glowing red. The two reached out and blinked, but in that fraction of a second that it took them to blink Inko had disappeared. The two men stopped. What? Where did she go? One of them asked. They looked around and saw no one behind them. So the only logical place was, up, he yelled. Both men looked up only to see Inko hanging upside down by the fire escape. I don't like to be followed by unknown men. Inko suddenly disappeared again. Especially by men sent by my father, said Inko, now standing behind them. Fear filled their red-colored eyes as both men turned, only to see that once again she had disappeared. How did my father find me? Inko asked from the shadows. What does he want from me? The men frantically looked around for Inko. Princess, you must return with us at once, your father. But before the man could say another word, a hand appeared through the man's chest. Groaning and gasping for air, the man looked down to see his own heart. Pulling out her hand, Inko waited for the man to turn around just so he could watch as she crushed it. The man's body flopped onto the ground, as blood dripped down and splattered onto the floor. The other man flinched and quickly jumped back a few meters in fear. Never call me princess. Now tell me, why did my father send you? Oh, he's dead. Inko then looked at the other man. Maybe you can answer my questions. The man cowered in fear as Inko walked towards him. She killed him, an elite knight, so easily. Stay away. You're the ones who came looking for me. You could have left me alone, yet here you are. The man charged Inko, his fangs out and ready. But as he approached, Inko simply raised her hand and grabbed him by the neck. The man choked and gargled as Inko squeezed. You actually tried that. What a stupid move. But here is a chance to make it up to me. Answer my questions. How did my father find me? The man struggled to breathe. He said, there was a tip. Inko raised an eyebrow. Someone told him. Who? I don't know. Our Lord just told us to bring you back. He said, your father wants you back. Inko's eyes glowed red as she tightened her grip on the man's neck. I will never go back to that monster. Now, is that any way to talk about your own father? Questioned someone from the alley's end. A cold sweat ran down Inko's back as she recognized the voice. The sound of footsteps echoed throughout the dark alley. With widened eyes, Inko slowly turned to find a man wearing a trench coat. Dropping the vampire in her hands, Inko took a step back in fear. Why are you here? As the man approached, Inko found herself frozen in place. It's been so long. The man then reached out. Inko flinched, but much to her surprise the man hugged her. You look just like your mother. Inko tried to break free from this hug but found herself struggling. Eventually, using all of her strength, she managed to break free and step back. Father. The man looked up, his red eyes matching Inko's in color, his black-colored hair that reached down to his shoulders, and his ears pointed back like a bat's. My beautiful daughter. This was Inko's father, which made him king of all vampire kind, and Izuku's grandfather. His name, Kurayami Helmont Holim, Vampire King. Look at you. You still look exactly the same, so much like your mother. It comes with being a vampire, you know, eternal life and all. Inko said, cautious with her words. Father, why are you here? Kurayami smiled softly. I'm here for you, daughter. I spent so much time, effort, and money finding you. And now that you're here, it's almost unbelievable. The other vampire said you were tipped off. By who? Inko asked. That is not important. What is that you're here. Kurayami stepped forward, causing Inko to step back. We can finally go back home, where you belong. Inko stared down her father. My place is here, with my husband and son. The smile on Kurayami's face disappeared. Ah yes, the dog and the mistake. That's fine. We can deal with them after I take you back. The boy shouldn't cause a problem. The dog on the other hand, he is trouble. I'll just send more vampires to take care of him." Snapping, Inko angrily reached out and grabbed her father by the neck and slammed him into the wall with enough force to crack it. "You won't touch them," Inko snarled, her eyes glowing brighter and her fangs long. Kurayami simply looked at his daughter. "Someone has been keeping up with their training. Good, you haven't gotten weak on me. I remember my lessons well, father." Inko then pulled her father close. "You will leave my family alone or I will kill you here and now." Kurayami sighed, "But to have created that thing with a werewolf, it has to die." Inko slammed her father's head into the wall. "Not if you die first." That's when Kurayami noticed something. "You didn't tell him, did you?" Inko stayed quiet. "Does your so-called husband know?" Once again Inko stayed silent. "Inko, you know the prophecies, that thing will kill us all. It has to die, and you know that." Inko gritted her teeth. "I can prevent that from ever happening." "Can you now? How?" Kurayami asked. "I'm willing to bet that his strength is already equal to your own. Every day that thing is still alive it becomes stronger. We have to kill it." "That thing is my son," Inko yelled. "And I will die before you get your hands on him." "Inko, please, be reasonable. If that thing lives we are dead, you, me, even that pet you have. Our kind and those of the lesser beings will all die. Do you want our reign to end?" Kurayami asked. Inko narrowed her eyes. "The age of vampires is over, father. Humans now have the power to oppose us, yet your obsession with prophecy and myths are blinding you." Kurayami sighed. "I'm simply doing what I have to do in order to protect our kind. Your son will die along with that dog. Then you die here." Inko began to squeeze Kurayami's neck. The Vampire King didn't even react. "Oh Inko, your family has made you soft." Raising his hand, Kurayami pushed Inko away with a palm strike to her ribs. Inko went flying into the adjacent wall. She groaned in pain. She then looked up and tilted her head to the side just as a fist came flying by, hitting and breaking the wall. "A sneak attack? Since when has the king lost his honor?" Grabbing Kurayami's arm, Inko pulled her father in. She then grabbed his head and slammed it into the wall. Bouncing off of it, Inko then punched her own father into the ground. Once down, Inko pulled her arm up and spiked her nails. "Goodbye, father." Throwing her hand down, Inko aimed for his heart. But just as her nails were going to dig into his chest, Kurayami disappeared. "I stand corrected. You have become weak," Kurayami said as he grabbed Inko by the back of the head and slammed her into the ground. Inko bounced back up and growled as she turned her entire body and punched him across the face. Kurayami slammed into the wall. "This fantasy of playing house has made you weak, daughter." But as he was recovering from the hit, Inko appeared and aimed once again for his heart. Unfortunately, Inko wasn't able to reach him. Instead, it was Inko that found herself with a hand in her abdomen. Spitting out blood, she groaned in pain as Kurayami sighed. "I did not want this, daughter. You could have handed it over and returned with us." "Yeah, I could have," said Inko as blood dripped down onto the floor. "But now I got you right where I want you." Confused, Kurayami didn't see that Inko grabbed his arm and tore it off. Throwing the now detached limb, Kurayami looked at Inko, only to be blinded as she gouged his eyes out. The loud scream echoed throughout the alley as Kurayami kicked Inko away and gained distance. Breathing heavily, he shut his eyes as they bled. "You wretched daughter! You dare do this to your king?" Spitting on the floor, Inko nodded. "Yeah, I do. It seems I may have underestimated you." Kurayami healed enough to see. "I will leave for now, but know the next time we meet it will be the death of your son. Tell him to enjoy his time in Class 1A. With that, Kurayami disappeared into thin air. Standing up straight, Inko removed her hand from the wound on her abdomen and saw that it was already healed. Did he see that I was faking my injuries? Or was this just meant to test me? Either way, I need to get back home. Warn Hisashi and Izuku, a war is coming. By the time Inko returned home, both Hisashi and Izuku were already there. The two heard the door open but smelled the blood on her before she could say a word. "Mom?" Inko, this smell, Hisashi walked over, is that who I think it is? Inko nodded, yes, my father, he knows where we are. Hisashi clenched his fist, damn it. Are they after Izuku? Once again Inko nodded, then we don't have a choice anymore. I know, Inko then turned to her son, Izuku, what class are you in? 1A, why? He asked, confused on why she would ask. Before my father left he told me to tell you to enjoy your time in class 1A. The only way he could have known that is if he already has someone inside UA. Or, someone inside your classroom. Inko had a serious look on her face, that means someone in your class is a vampire. Another vampire, Izuku started to think about who it could be. I couldn't smell anyone like you, they must be hiding their presence like me. Regardless, both of our families now know where we are, said Hisashi, meaning we have to prepare, Inko. Inko nodded, I know. She then turned to Izuku, we've taught you how to defend yourself, but now it's time you learn how to kill. Atop a skyscraper walking down the halls of the building Momo stayed quiet, there are no signs of a vampire in the school. Could I have been wrong? Momo shook her head. No, that presence I sensed was definitely a vampire. I just need to find out who. Stopping in front of a door Momo knocked, Father, I'm here. Enter. The voice commanded. Opening the door Momo walked in and stopped in front of the desk. Do you know why I called you? No father, Momo said as she stood in attention. I was given a mission. Take the file on my desk, the man said, his chair still turned. Momo reached over and grabbed the file. A mission, by who? Momo's father turned, his eyes glowing red as he smiled, the king. Surprised, Momo froze. The king? What could he possibly want with you? Actually, the mission isn't for me. It's for you, he said, and please, we are family, call me Kato. Looking inside the folder Momo's eyes widened. What is this? How is this possible? Kato got up, that is need to know, and all you need to know is that thing is your target. His Majesty wants you to know everything about this boy. Get to know him, lie, cheat, do whatever you have to do. But there is one thing you aren't allowed to do, and that is kill him, yet. So, do you know who this boy is? Yes, Momo said. He's in my class. Even better, Kato said walked around his desk. Succeed, and this means our family will rise the ranks in court. Failure will not be accepted. Do I make myself clear? Momo nodded, yes father, it shall be done. Good, you may leave now. With that Momo turned and walked out of the office. Still holding the folder in her hands Momo made it to her room. Once there she tossed it on her bed before slamming her fist into the wall. Damn it, to think the king himself was looking for the vampire too. This throws my entire plan into shambles. But as Momo began to calm down she came to a realization. No, this is good. If I get close to him then there may be a chance I could convince him to join me. Walking over to her bed the photo of Izuku was shown. Momo smiled as she picked up the photo. I hope you're ready Midoriya, because you are mine. Alright Izuku listen up. If you want to kill a vampire there are two methods. Said Inko standing in the middle of the sandy beach. 1. You rip out their hearts. Pierce their chest and crush the heart. No vampire would be healing from that. Izuku nodded. The second, decapitation. While we can survive with no head for a short while. If separated for long enough both head and body will die. But be warned, if the head is reattached within that time they will heal. So make sure to destroy the heart. Decapitation and heart crushing, got it. So how good is our healing factor? Izuku asked. Inko thought about it. Well, it all depends on how much blood we have consumed. She then lifted up one hand and with the other did a slashing movement. Izuku was shocked when his own mother cut her arm right down the entire length of her forearm. Blood poured out of the wound and splattered onto the ground. Mom! Izuku yelled out, but before he could take a step Inko stopped him. Relax, I'm fine. Inko then showed her arm. Smoke appeared all around the wound before closing rapidly. See, healed and no scar. The more blood we drink the more we can generally heal from. But if your heart is destroyed then that's it. Oh, and fire. Fire also prevents us from healing properly for some reason. Izuku nodded. Got it. He then turned to his father. Is it the same for werewolves? For the most part, yes. We have a healing factor, but our strength is what makes us deadly. A well-timed slash to the neck would do, or you could snap the neck, severing the body from the brain. Essentially, you want to do a lot of damage quickly before they could regenerate, Hisashi said as he walked towards Izuku. One more thing you should be wary of is silver. Avoid being cut by anything made of silver, like fire for vampires. Silver slows down our healing factor almost to a stop. It affects vampires as well, but not as much as us. Do as much damage as I can and avoid silver at all costs. Got it, said Izuku as he looked at his father. Now comes the bad part. Hisashi touched Izuku's shoulder. Time to get some practice in. You are going to try and kill me. Izuku blinked several times. Excuse me, what? Hisashi smiled. Go on, try to kill me. I can't do that, you're my dad, Izuku said, trying to back away. But as he took a step back, Hisashi punched Izuku in the abdomen, sending him sliding back several feet. Finally stopping, Izuku looked up and groaned in pain. Come on, Izuku, try and kill me, Hisashi yelled, throwing another punch. This time, however, Izuku ducked underneath the punch but still didn't counter. Hisashi saw this and got mad. This training won't mean anything if you won't do what we taught you. Still, Izuku refused to try and kill his own father. Seeing that he needed a push, Hisashi decided to bait him. Fine, if that's how you want to play. Grabbing Izuku by the face, he slammed him into the sand. Do you really want your friend to die? What was her name again? Oh right, Uraraka. Izuku's eyes widened. What? Our two families will not only come after us, they'll go for everyone you care about. That includes the girl, Hisashi said as he pushed against Izuku. Think about it, her face empty, her blood pooling underneath her. Feeling his blood boil, Izuku began to fight back. Shut up. That will be your reality if you don't take this seriously, Hisashi said as he pushed down on Izuku. Your new friends in school all dead. I said shut up. With one powerful move, Izuku pushed himself off the ground with enough force to throw his father back. Sliding against the sand, Hisashi smiled. Now that's much better. But as he looked up, his eyes widened. Oh shit. Appearing in his face was none other than Izuku. His fangs had grown and his eyes glowed red. Hisashi acted quickly and caught Izuku's wrists. The two were now in a power struggle. Izuku used everything he had to push against his father. From a distance, Inko watched the fight and noticed something. Oh? Can he actually do it? Hisashi gritted his teeth as he pushed back against Izuku. This is insane. He's gotten much stronger than before. He then felt his back legs sink into the soft sand. Crap, is all he could think of as Izuku pushed Hisashi to the ground. Grunting, the werewolf was shocked to find Izuku standing over him. Hisashi tried to move his arm, but as he did, Izuku stomped on it, pinning him in place. A second passed as the two locked eyes, but soon Izuku began to smile. His red glowing eyes now brighter than ever. He raised his hand, causing his nails to sharpen. Hisashi tried to break free but couldn't. That's when he saw Izuku bring down his hand, aimed right at his neck. Fortunately, just as his nails touched Hisashi's neck, someone grabbed Izuku's wrist. The sudden stop caused the sand to kick up. With his eyes still glowing, Izuku turned to find Inko. That's enough, Izuku, she said, her eyes glowing red as well. You need to calm down, take control. Breathing heavily, the veins on his neck began to bulge. Slowly but surely the rage in Izuku began to calm. The veins returned to normal and his breathing stabilized. Are you good now? Inko asked. Lowering his hand, Izuku nodded. Why yeah, I think I'm good. Good, now go get your stuff. We're done for today. Izuku nodded and went off to gather his things. As he did, Inko extended out her hand towards Hisashi. He's gotten stronger. Reaching out, the werewolf got to his feet. Inko, we knew he would be stronger than us, but this is just ridiculous, Hisashi said. I was fighting for my life when we pushed against each other. I know, Inko said. That's when Hisashi noticed something. The arm in which she caught Izuku's wrist was shaking. My father was right. His strength is almost equal to our own. But this is good. If he keeps getting stronger, then no one will be able to hurt him, Hisashi said. We just have to make sure he doesn't end up hurting anyone. Inko nodded. You're right. I just hope whoever my father has in Uwa doesn't try and attack him. Uwa. It has now been a few days since the start of the school year. The first days consisted of going over the class curriculum and what to expect, but now it was go time. Since Uwa was a hero school, there was naturally a hero studies class. And today was the day class 1A would see who their professor would be. Aizawa had left the room and the class was now waiting. The class, now familiar with one another, began to talk with each other. Izuku found himself talking with Uraraka. He was familiar with everyone in the class but found himself talking to her more often than not. So who do you think our hero studies professor is going to be? Questioned Uraraka. Can't say. Someone with a large amount of experience, I suppose. Izuku deduced. He then heard a loud thump coming from down the hall. Well, loud for him but inaudible to everyone else. He turned and looked at the door to the class. Sniffing the air, he caught the whiff of something strange. That's weird. Why'd I smell vintage aftershave? I am, said a loud booming voice. Just then the door to the class exploded open. Coming through the door like a normal person, striking a pose in between the door, was none other than All Might himself. Japan's and possibly the world's #1 hero. The class immediately let out a cheer. It's All Might, we're not dreaming, right? Walking in All Might, standing over 7 feet tall and with a body made of pure muscle, the hero smiled. Now, everyone settle down. I know you're excited, but it's time for the most important class of the day. Welcome to hero training. As you can see, I have been given the privilege of teaching your class this year, so I hope we can get along. Now, for our first day together, I prepared something fun. Meet me in Gamma Arena. Oh, and before I forget. Pressing a button on the podium, the chalkboard was replaced by a wall full of suitcases, each with a number on them. A hero must be dressed for the job. These are your hero costumes, each made to your specifications. Come on up and get change. The real training starts now. With that, each student grabbed their numbered case and went off to change. Izuku's costume was something himself and his parents came up with. The final result was something he liked and mixed both his vampire side and werewolf side together. Stepping out into Gamma Arena, Izuku wore a dark green hooded trench coat. While dark green, it had a red-colored pattern that wrapped around his arms and up to his shoulder, almost like fangs. On his wrists were 2 flag gauntlets that served as a blocking weapon. Underneath the coat he wore a skin-tight bodysuit that was black in color, the pattern similar to the coat's, and a utility belt in the shape of a claw. Now this is more like it, he said, liking how it felt, although this suit is kind of tight. Whoa, is that you, Midoriya? Someone asked behind him. Turning, Izuku found that it was Uraraka, but as soon as he laid eyes on her he felt his heart beat hard. Uraraka, that suit. Uraraka rubbed the back of her head. Yeah, I know, I didn't want it this skin tight. I'll tell the support department later. Her hero costume consisted of a fully black bodysuit with a pink design down the middle, 2 round gauntlets, 1 on each wrist, large boots, a belt, and a helmet with a tinted visor. Do I look weird? No, not at all. Matter of fact, you look amazing, said Izuku, blushing slightly. Seeing him blush caused Uraraka to blush herself. Thanks. Wow, now you all look like real heroes, said All Might, appearing in front of everyone. But let's see if you have the skills to prove it. Today we will be conducting mock battles. 4 of you will be chosen, then split up into pairs, making 2 teams. One team will be heroes, while the other villains. Villains will be guarding a nuke placed inside a building. Heroes win by capturing all the villains or by touching the nuke. Villains win by capturing all the heroes or by keeping them away for the allotted time, which will be 10 minutes. Clear? The class nodded. Good, now let's see who will be going first. I have put your names in this hat, so let's begin. Reaching into the hat, All Might pulled out 2 sheets of paper. The heroes are as followed. Izuku Midoriya and Ochako Uraraka. Both students looked at each other and fist bumped. Easy win? Izuku asked. Uraraka smirked. Easy win. And now for the villains. All Might then pulled out two more names. Katsuki Bakugo and Momo Yaoyorozu. Both teams will have 5 minutes to plan a strategy, best of luck. Izuku and Uraraka went down to the building and immediately began to come up with a plan. All the while Momo watched them. Maybe this will be a good chance to get close to him. After 5 minutes Izuku and Uraraka prepared. You ready? Uraraka asked, putting on her helmet. Izuku nodded, always. Remember, Bakugo will come straight at me and most likely alone. When you see a chance, capture him. Alright, I hope both teams are ready, said All Might through the gym's PA system. Battle starts, now. Their plan was simple. Sneak inside using Uraraka's quirk and try to sneak past everyone. But if that failed, it would become a free-for-all. Uraraka was tasked to take on Momo, while Izuku would fight Bakugo. Floating to the 3rd floor the pair made it inside. Once in they noticed that the room was nothing but hallways. Sharp turns made it half of everything, making it virtually impossible to tell what was going to appear from every turn. Uraraka took the lead. Stay close, we don't want to give them a chance to ambush us. Right behind you, Izuku said as he focused. You seem like you know what you're doing. I adapt fast to my surroundings. It's a good skill to have in life and while being a hero, Uraraka said as they were just about to turn the corner. That's when Izuku's hearing picked up something. It was barely audible but he heard the sound of footsteps. He then heard small explosions. Uraraka, wait. Reaching out, Izuku grabbed Uraraka and pulled her back, just as an explosion hit the hybrid in the face. Burning off the mask he had on, Izuku tumbled to the ground. You alright? He asked while on top of Uraraka. She groaned in pain but nodded. My ears hurt but all alive. How about you? I'm fine, we just need to. But before Izuku could say another word Uraraka grabbed him from the front and rolled away just as another explosion happened. And now we are even. Not bad Deku. Bakugo said as he waved his hand and pushed the smoke away. You and your little girlfriend sure are quick. Izuku got to his feet. Well, if it isn't little Bakugo. You know there's a nice window over there. How about we recreate a past scene? Bakugo grinded his teeth. You useless little shit. That was before and this is now. I haven't been laying on my ass the entire time. I sure as hell hope not. It would be a shame if I kicked your ass a second time. Izuku said smiling. Uraraka. Stick to the plan. But be careful, there's still one more out there. Uraraka nodded. Got it. But before she could even turn to leave, a grapple came flying from behind and attached itself to her back. With no time to react, Uraraka felt herself being pulled. Falling onto the ground, she now found herself being dragged. Izuku turned. Uraraka. Uraraka struggled. I'll be fine. Just make sure to take him down. With that she disappeared into the darkness of the hallway. Just then an explosion hit Izuku in the back, sending him to his knees. You dare look away? Come on Deku, your fight is with me. With his costume now slightly burnt, Izuku turned and glared at Bakugo. Alright fine, I'll make this quick. Back with Uraraka finally coming to a stop, she found herself now separated from Izuku. Damn, how did you get behind us? Hearing the sound of footsteps, Momo appeared, her revealing costume showing off a lot of skin. I knew you two would try and sneak in. Question was which floor, but that too wasn't hard to guess. It's all simple probability. Reaching behind her back, Uraraka snapped off the grapple. Well, aren't you clever? Momo smirked. It was easy really. All I had to do was, but she didn't even have a chance to finish when Uraraka appeared and punched her in the face. Staggering back, Momo was off balance. Seeing this, Uraraka touched Momo's arm, causing her to float. As she floated, however, Uraraka grabbed her waist and slammed Momo back towards the ground. Uraraka then touched her fingertips. Release. Now standing over her, Uraraka smiled. Everyone has a plan, until they get punched in the face. Momo turned, blood dripping down her nose. Well, that's true. But you should be careful too. Getting up quickly, Momo returned the favor and punched Uraraka in the face. People tend to hit back. With her head tilted to the side, Uraraka smiled. Good, I thought you would be just some spoiled princess. Getting to her feet, Momo smirked. You'll find out I'm much more than that. Back with Izuku and Bakugo. Explosions rocked the floor as the hybrid ran between several pillars. Come on Deku. Stop running, Bakugo yelled as he kept firing. Diving behind a cement pillar, Izuku had a moment's rest. His explosions have really gotten stronger since last time. Come on you little nerd. I know you're scared, Bakugo taunted as he stopped firing. From the pillar, Izuku showed Bakugo the finger. The explosions resumed, forcing Izuku to take cover again, but as he did, he noticed that the pillar was starting to break. I need to think of something fast. Oh, you know this might work. Getting tired of this, Bakugo began to move closer towards the pillar. Come on Deku, we don't have all day. That's when the pillar Izuku was hiding behind suddenly shattered, sending pieces of concrete flying towards Bakugo. He lifted up his arms and used the two massive grenade-designed gauntlets to block. The debris tore parts off the student's costume and dented his gauntlets. Enduring the onslaught, Bakugo had small cuts on his face. You bastard, I'll make you pay for this. But as he looked up, Izuku was nowhere to be found. Now you're hiding? Oh, I'm not hiding, Izuku said as he appeared in front of Bakugo. I was just waiting to see what you'd do. Clenching his fist, Izuku threw his arm forward and landed a blow right in Bakugo's ribs. The impact forced the UA student off his feet as he was sent flying towards the wall. Slamming into it, Bakugo then fell but managed to stay up. Groaning in pain, Bakugo grabbed his side. How did you get this strong? After our little fight at school, I knew I had to get stronger, so I did. I became stronger than you at least, said Izuku as he walked towards Bakugo. So now who's the useless one? Clenching his fist, Bakugo knew he had only one chance to win. Getting to his feet, the boy stared down Izuku and slowly pulled the pin out of one of his gauntlets. All Might, who was watching this from an observation room along with the rest of the class, knew what this meant. No, young Bakugo. You can't use that indoors, you'll seriously hurt him, the hero yelled through the intercom. But Bakugo didn't listen. Instead, he lifted his arm and pointed his gauntlet at Izuku. He'll be fine if he dodges. Whether he does or not is up to him. Seeing the pin fall onto the ground, Izuku moved, but not to the side. Instead, he ran right at Bakugo. Die! You crazy bastard! He yelled out. Stored within the gauntlet was all the nitroglycerin sweat Bakugo had produced over the course of the fight. That much firepower meant that a massive explosion left the palm of his hand. The shockwave of the blast shattered every window in the building. The fireball itself shot out in a wide and tall angle. Izuku's eyes widened as the fireball approached. He twisted his body at the last second to avoid a head-on shot, but it was too late. As he stepped to the side, the blast caught his arm. It shredded the costume on his side and burned his arm. But still, Izuku pressed on. He didn't even let the explosion fully disappear when he appeared in front of Bakugo. Grabbing his face, the hybrid slammed the boy's head into the ground. Keep dreaming, Kachan. I made a promise to myself that day. I would never let you push me around again. Thinking that Bakugo was knocked out, Izuku dropped his guard, but in that moment the boy snapped his eyes open. Quickly raising his hand, he fired an explosion and managed to hit Izuku in the chest at point-blank range. The explosion sent Izuku flying back into a pillar with enough force to break it, causing the concrete structure to come falling down. It's going to take a lot more than that to stop me, Bakugo said as his hand smoked. Sliding down the pillar, Izuku found himself down on his knees. Trying to get up, Izuku was then crushed by the falling pillar and buried under slabs of concrete. Now, this is over, Bakugo said as he turned to leave. Hey tall girl, how's your fight with pink cheeks over there? He asked through an earpiece. The name is Momo, and yeah, I'm done here too. Standing beside two cannons was Momo. The room she and Uraraka were fighting in had been completely destroyed. Holes riddled the walls and floor, and pieces of cement still floated in the air. Heading back to your position." Momo turned to leave. As she did, from the other side of the room was Uraraka, her body laying there unconscious. Making it back to where Bakugo, Momo noticed the mess. "Looks like you had fun." "It was easier than I thought," Bakugo said as he leaned on the wall. That damn nerd was still as useless as ever. But as Momo approached, she heard something, or rather lack thereof. "What is that?" Her eyes widened. "You idiot, this exam isn't over yet, they're still in it." Appearing from the pile was Izuku, cuts and bruises on his face. "Uraraka, now," he yelled. Momo quickly turned and created 2 smoke bombs, tossing them. The room quickly filled with dark smoke. But it was already too late. Bakugo was the first. Rushing in through the smoke was a battle-damaged Uraraka. Grabbing his arm, she floated him. Jumping through the smoke, Izuku then grabbed Bakugo by the face and slammed him, head first onto the floor. "One down, one to go." "Uraraka," yelled Izuku. With the same plan, Uraraka jumped towards Momo, but she wouldn't be as easy. Using her quirk, Momo created infrared goggles and knew exactly where Uraraka was. Jumping over Uraraka as she appeared behind her, Momo then created another canister, but this was filled with a fast-acting hardening substance. Tossing it and hitting Uraraka in the back, the substance covered her entire body, leaving only her head. Damn it. Landing back down onto the floor and with the smoke starting to disappear, Momo looked around for Izuku. But he was nowhere to be seen, not even with the infrared goggles. The only possible location he could be was above. Looking up, Momo saw the outline of Izuku as he came crashing down on top of her. Knocking the goggles off of her, Izuku pinned her down. "I win." Momo smiled. "I guess so." As the 2 locked eyes, Izuku noticed something about Momo had changed. Red eyes and fangs. Momo had unconsciously activated some of her vampiric powers. Panicked, she kicked Izuku off. "You saw." Now standing, Momo smirked. "That's fine." Feeling a bit of bloodlust, Izuku readied himself for a fight, but was surprised when Momo's eyes returned to normal. "I think it's best if we talk about this later," Momo suggested. "After school, don't worry, I won't attack you. Now go, I'll let you have this win." With still a bit of smoke cover, Izuku calmed down and walked over to the bomb. Reaching out, he touched it just as the smoke cleared. Seeing that the heroes had touched the bomb, All Might smiled. "Hero team wins." With the win secured, Izuku immediately went over to Uraraka. "Nice work, our plan worked like a charm." Still stuck, Uraraka smiled. "Yeah, it fell apart right after she attacked me. So is this the part one say it was because of our teamwork?" Izuku smirked. "That, or you can say please get me out of this." "Let me handle that," Momo said, walking towards them. Creating a jug, Momo began to pour some sort of liquid onto the hard gel. "Sorry about that, you took me by surprise. How did you learn how to fight like that?" "My parents, they taught me. But as you can see, I still have a long way to go," said Uraraka as the gel began to break down. A few seconds had gone by and Uraraka was now free. Phew, much better. Just then Izuku's heart began to beat fast. He quickly covered his mouth. "Uraraka, you're bleeding." Looking down at her arm, Uraraka had a trail of blood running down her costume from a cut on her arm. "Huh, must have gotten it while fighting you. Here, let me get you something for that." From the palm of her hand, Momo created some bandage wrap. Nodding, Uraraka grabbed it and began to patch herself up. "Thanks, I owe you one," Uraraka said as she tightened the wrap. "Don't mention it." Momo then turned to Izuku and noticed his reaction. Izuku had to calm down. Closing his eyes, he began to use the breathing technique his dad showed him. A couple seconds passed by and Izuku finally calmed down. Uraraka saw the 2 of them were close to each other and got a bit jealous. "So, should we head back now?" Backing away, Momo smiled. "I think that's a good idea. Looks like the robots are already taking our little friend to see Recovery Girl. Oh, and by the looks of things you should also be seeing her." Momo motioned towards Izuku's arm and chest area, which were both burned. "Right." With that, the 3 walked out of the building. Both Uraraka and Izuku went to get patched up. As he was, Izuku couldn't help but think about Momo and how she was a vampire like him. What were her goals? Why did she want to talk to him? Should he be ready to kill her? Going into an observation room, the group then watched everyone else take this test. Izuku stood in silence as he watched everyone else. He took mental notes of their quirks, their skills, and if any of them were vampire or werewolf. At first glance he didn't see anything out of the ordinary, but yet he was wrong about Momo. After everyone had gone, All Might faced the class. Excellent job everyone. You all showed skill and demonstrated your quirks. Now go get changed. Until then, the class watched as All Might took off in the blink of an eye. With the class now over, Izuku went through the day as normal, but time passed and it was now the end of the day. Grabbing his things, Izuku sighed. Midoriya, ready to head out? Uraraka asked. Sorry, I have something to do. I'll talk to you later, said Izuku. Uraraka raised an eyebrow. Oh, okay. Grabbing his things, Izuku walked out of the classroom and down the hall. Uraraka was surprised. She had always walked with Izuku and found it strange that this was any different. Just then an arm was thrown over her shoulder. You two always go home together. I smell drama. Uraraka turned to find Mina, a girl she befriended. She was a bit of an outgoing girl and liked to tease people. It's not like that, Uraraka said as she wiggled her way out of Mina's grasp. So did you two fight or something? Mina asked. No, I don't think so. Uraraka shook her head. Maybe he needs to talk to one of the teachers. Maybe, or maybe another girl. We should follow him. Mina tried to walk towards the door but was stopped by Uraraka. No, she said firmly, pulling her back. Ah, but what if it actually is another girl? Mina asked. She could be trying to steal him from you. Even if they were, we aren't together so it doesn't matter, Uraraka said, turning away. Mina sighed. Alright, fine, but let's at least see who he's going to meet up with. Uraraka then herself being pulled by the arm. Making it to the same walkway with the glass panels that overlooked the UA entrance, Mina scanned the area for Izuku. Come on Mina, we shouldn't be doing this, Uraraka said, not to engage in her antics. But Mina ignored her. Oh, there he is. She then pointed near the entrance where they found him leaning against a pillar. Keep an eye out for a girl. That's when Mina spotted something she wasn't expecting. Is that? Now curiosity got the best of Uraraka. Finally taking a look, she too wasn't expecting who it was. Momo. Watching the two talk for a short while, Izuku then followed Momo away from the school. But what surprised Mina and Uraraka the most was the fact that she locked arms with Izuku as they walked. Since when are they so close? Mina asked. She then turned to Uraraka and found her staring intently through the glass. Uraraka? It's nothing. She then turned away. I'm leaving. She decided to look one more time, but as she did, Uraraka saw it. Momo was looking back at them and her eyes were red in color. Those eyes, it can't be. With Izuku with Momo attached to his arm, Izuku was led down the street. From there they took a right towards the shopping district of the area. So is this far enough? Asked Izuku as he glanced over at Momo. Smirking, Momo looked at Izuku. Sorry, is this uncomfortable for you? Or are you scared that a certain someone will see us? Izuku stayed silent. So that's a yes. Let me guess, it's that girl with the walnut-colored hair. Uraraka, was it? What do you want? Izuku asked. Momo smirked. This isn't the place for that. Why don't we go somewhere more private? Turning into an alley, Momo dragged Izuku into the back door of a store. It was empty and was full of boxes and shelves. Let's start off with an introduction. My name is Momo Kurai Yayorozu Malvar, of the Greater Noble Malvar household. A Greater Noble, Izuku said, surprised. Momo nodded. Yes, you should be honored to meet someone of my family name. I am what you call a vampire, she said as her eyes glowed red. Izuku felt a massive pressure coming from Momo. A vampire. I can see that you don't believe, but that's fine. You'll soon become my puppet, Momo said, showing her fangs. What are you going to do to me? Izuku asked, acting scared. Momo walked around Izuku and inspected him. It's like I said, I'll turn you into my puppet. Once I bite you, you'll bend to my every whim. Besides, I saw how you fight. You have a strong quirk. I could use someone like you for my cause. Izuku was confused. Your cause? What are you talking about? Not like you'll remember, but I have someone I absolutely have to kill. Momo said behind Izuku. And with your strength you'll help me to just that. Yeah, I don't really want to do that. Izuku turned and began to walk towards the door, but before he could reach it he suddenly felt his body fly through the air. With a loud thump Izuku's back hit the counter. Now laying down flat he groaned. What's the big idea? He tried to sit up but was forced back down by Momo, who climbed on top of him. I like it when my toys fight back. Don't worry, the pain only lasts a moment. Lowering her head, Momo showed her fangs. Izuku tried to move but found himself unable to. He then felt two spikes press up against his neck. His eyes widened as he felt Momo's fangs dig into his neck. Blood trickled down Izuku's neck as Momo bit him. With widened eyes Momo couldn't believe it, his blood. It tastes so good. I had to have him for myself. After a few seconds Momo noticed something was wrong. It shouldn't be taking this long to turn a human into her puppet. Why is this taking so long? She asked, lifting her head and looking at Izuku. What she saw surprised her. Izuku's eyes had narrowed. Why, you aren't human. Growling, Izuku managed to free one of his arms. Faster than Momo could react he punched her in the face, sending the vampire across the room. Slamming into a shelf Momo looked up, her eyes now glowing red with bloodlust. You're a werewolf. She then spit blood onto the floor. To think I drank your dog blood? I'll kill you. Momo sharpened her nails, but as she took a step forward an overwhelming pressure hit her, forcing the vampire to her knees. A dark shadow engulfed the abandoned store. What is this? Finding the strength to look up, Momo immediately was hit by a wave of fear. Standing in front of her was Izuku. One of his eyes narrow like a werewolf, while the other blood red. Hybrid. But this pressure could only belong to someone of a noble rank or higher. But as easy as the pressure came it disappeared. Izuku wasn't able to control both of his powers at once. Grabbing his head he let out painful yells. Ah! He fell back and bumped into several stacked boxes. With the pressure gone, Momo was able to stand. He shouldn't exist. I'll kill him. Momo was about to take a step towards Izuku when the door to the store was kicked open. From the outside a spear came flying in. Momo dodged, but the spear still managed to graze her arm. That's when a person came running. Sliding to a stop they got in front of Izuku with a dagger in each hand. Get away from him, you blooder. Holding her now bleeding arm, Momo looked up to find Uraraka. That spear. It's made of silver, isn't it? You're a hunter. Explains the moves I saw during the exercise. To think a vampire would be at UA. I'll deal with you now. Uraraka said as she tightened her grip on the daggers. As much as I would enjoy fighting a huntress, it's about time I leave. Momo smiled. Don't worry, we'll see each other at school tomorrow. Jumping into the shadow of the store, Momo disappeared. Uraraka clicked her tongue. Damn it, she got away. But I'll see her again at school. Putting her daggers away, Uraraka turned to Izuku, who was sitting down against the counter. Midoriya, are you alright? Kneeling down she checked on him and made sure he was alright. Slowly opening his eyes, Uraraka was happy to see his normal green-colored eyes. Uraraka. What are you doing here? He asked. Breathing a sigh of relief, Uraraka hugged him. Thank goodness, I made it in time. Confused, Izuku wasn't sure what to make of this. Tell me, what do you last remember? I remember Momo. I was walking with Momo. She led me into this place, and, her eyes, they changed color. Explained Izuku. She said something about vampires and turning me into a puppet. But I have no idea what she was talking about. He was acting as if he didn't know anything. That's when Izuku noticed something attached to Uraraka's thighs. Uraraka, why do you have knives? Breaking the hug, Uraraka got up before helping Izuku. It's nothing. It doesn't seem like nothing, said Izuku. Uraraka, what is going on? Uraraka was conflicted. The less Izuku knew, the less he would be in danger. But what happened here could happen again, and Izuku needed to understand what was going on. Sighing, Uraraka came to a conclusion. Alright Midoriya, I'll tell you. Whether or not you believe me is up to you. With Momo with blood still running down her lips, Momo made it back home. She ignored her servant and went straight to her room and slammed the door shut. Leaning against the door, Momo's breathing became heavy. Seconds later her entire body began to quiver. "I don't believe it." Bringing her hands to her face, Momo covered her cheeks and spread her fingers below and to the sides of her eyes. His blood, it was so. Lifting her head, Momo's cheeks were blushed, her eyes wide, and her smile, oh God, her smile. Delicious, I must have it, have him, to myself. I don't care anymore, as long as I get that blood. Taking Izuku back to her place, Uraraka sat down on the sofa. Izuku sat beside her and waited for her to speak. Seconds passed and still nothing. Eventually, after a whole minute, Uraraka spoke. "Do you want some tea?" "Uraraka," Izuku said. I know. It's just, there's no easy way to say what I'm about to say." Uraraka took a deep breath and calmed her heart. "Alright, here goes. The supernatural is real. Those tales of vampires and werewolves, they are all true to some extent." Izuku tilted his head. "I see, you don't sound surprised." "Why?" Uraraka asked. "Well, we do live in a world where people can throw fire, extend body parts, fly, and a bunch of crazy stuff. So I guess it's not too far-fetched," Izuku said. "Anyway, you're saying those stories in books and fairy tales are all based in fact?" "Essentially, yes. You see, there are two major supernatural beings in this world. There are vampires and werewolves. Both are monsters. Both have a craving for human flesh and blood. They kill and kill, just for their own amusement." Uraraka's stare turned cold. "They are a plague on this world and need to be exterminated." This side of Uraraka scared Izuku. They can't be all bad. Maybe there's some good ones. That's when Uraraka grabbed Izuku by the shirt. "No," she said, glaring at him. "There are no good ones. I've seen what those things are capable of. The only good monster is a dead one." "This sounds personal, Uraraka," Izuku said. "What happened?" Letting him go, Uraraka looked down at her hands. "I told you my parents aren't around, right? That they died in a car accident. Well, that was a lie. My parents were what you would call hunters. As the name implies, they hunted down and killed those monsters. And my parents were good, that is until they weren't." Izuku's eyes widened. "You mean they were?" Uraraka nodded. "It happened when I joined junior high. My parents and I were visiting my grandparents' place in the mountains when they were ambushed by a pack of vampires. My parents did everything they could, but in the end it wasn't enough. I watched as they severely injured my father and killed my mother by biting her neck. Eventually my father and I managed to escape, but when we got home we found out that vampires weren't the only ones looking for us. We encountered a pack of werewolves. Even while injured, my father fought back and told me to run. But I refused. I just watched my mother die. I wasn't going to let it happen to my dad." "You fought back," Izuku said, to which Uraraka nodded. "I did. But I was just a kid. I couldn't do much, so in the end I had to watch as the werewolves tore my father into pieces." Uraraka closed her eyes. "I can still remember it to this day." She then felt Izuku grab her hand. "You don't have to say anymore." Uraraka smiled and held his hand. No, it's fine. I need to get this off my chest anyway." After that, the pack of werewolves turned their attention to me. When they did, I ran as far as my legs could take. But I wasn't fast enough. Eventually they caught up and... Standing up, Uraraka began to remove her shirt. Izuku turned away. "Uraraka, what are you?" "Look at me," she said. The tone in her voice had changed. It was more vulnerable, more docile. Izuku slowly began to turn back. What he saw shocked him, so much so that he stood up. There on her back were 3 large claw scars that ran down. "They did this to you?" Uraraka nodded. "I was nothing but a toy to them. And in the end I wasn't even worth killing. From that day on I vowed to kill every single one of those monsters. No matter what it takes. I will avenge my family, no matter the cost." "Then what Momo did to me," Izuku closed his fists. "She could have done the same to you," Uraraka said as she put her shirt back on. "Fortunately she didn't bite you." If a vampire bites you, then you are forced to do whatever they want. I made it in time so that won't happen." Actually she did bite me," said Izuku. "See?" He then showed his neck. Leaning in, Uraraka could see it, 2 puncture marks. Uraraka's eyes widened. "No," she then suddenly grabbed his head. "Are you feeling any different? Anything at all? What about your eyes? Let's see, are they changing color?" Izuku smirked as he grabbed Uraraka's wrists. "I have been craving a bit of blood." He then pushed Uraraka onto the sofa. She reached behind her back and grabbed a dagger. But much to her surprise he began to laugh. Sorry, I'm only kidding. I feel fine, Uraraka." Uraraka got up angrily. "Damn it, Midoriya, don't do that, I would have to." She bit her lip hard as a tear ran down her face. "Please don't ever do that again. The thought of losing you to one of those monsters, I can't." Seeing Uraraka cry made him feel bad. He was only trying to tease her, but his joke went too far. He then grabbed her hand. "I'm sorry, I won't do that again." Whipping away the tears, Uraraka suddenly wrapped Izuku in a hug. "Good. You mean too much to me to lose you like that." "Ah, does someone have a crush on me?" Izuku teased. Pulling away slightly from the hug, Uraraka glared at Izuku. Sorry, just trying to." But before he could finish his sentence, Uraraka leaned in and pressed her lips against his cheek. A split second later she turned away, hiding her face, but Izuku could still see her, blushing. "Does that answer your question?" Izuku was speechless and nodded. "Good. Now let's discuss what to do next." Uraraka then sat back down onto the sofa. Still a bit stunned, Izuku sat down as well. "You mean about Momo?" "Yeah. It's tragic, but I will have to kill her. It's safe to assume that her parents are vampires too, so they will have to be eliminated as well," Uraraka said casually. "But I can't do it at school. It will have to be outside of school and in a place no one is around." "Is there any way you can solve this without killing her?" Izuku asked. "No," answered Uraraka quickly and sternly. "You haven't seen what I have. You don't know how dangerous these things are. If I let them do what they please, they would kill everything and everyone you care about. Don't worry, I don't expect you to help, but I ask that you stay away from Momo as much as you can. She tried to turn you into her puppet once. She might try again. You're strong, but these things are stronger. Aren't there more hunters you can call? Maybe some can help," said Izuku. But Uraraka shook her head. "My parents were the last of the hunters. They were hunted down and killed by those monsters decades ago. My parents survived and raised me to be them. There is no backup, there are no others, it's just me, and I'm more than enough." She then sighed and smiled while turning to Izuku. "I'm happy though. You're the first person I've told any of this. I'm glad it was you. But now that you know this secret, your life will now become even more dangerous. You could get hurt, or even killed." Izuku smiled. "That won't happen. Besides, if I die, who the hell is going to make sure you study?" Uraraka laughed. "Idiot, but thanks for reassuring me. Phew. Well, that was exhausting. What about you? Any deep dark secrets you are hiding from me?" Izuku thought about it. Should he tell her? No, that would be a bad idea. Should he try and convince her that vampires and werewolves aren't that bad? No, there was no changing her mind. Uraraka's hatred for vampires and werewolves couldn't be changed. But that only meant one thing. How would she react to the fact that he's the thing she hates the most in this world? Having the blood of both just made it that much harder to tell. Would she kill him? Would he have to kill her? These were all questions that Izuku hoped he'd never have to answer. However, for now Izuku would continue to act dumb to everything. He would have to wait and see. "Do embarrassing stories from when I was a kid count?" he asked, smiling. "You best believe it does," said Uraraka. "Now spill, what kind of stories are we talking about?" Hours later, after talking with Uraraka for several hours, Izuku was now walking home. He was scared, not because of what happened, but because of the fact that he didn't tell his mother he would be out so late. After walking another block, he opened the door to his home and immediately felt an immense pressure. "I'm home," he said, walking inside. But as soon as he closed the door and took a step inside, a voice was heard. "Welcome back, Izuku." The young boy flinched. He slowly turned around to find Inko standing behind him. "How was school?" Taking a step back in fear, Izuku stuttered, "It was eventful." Inko smiled. "Oh, is it now? You'll have to tell us all about it. As soon as you tell me why you didn't tell us you'd be staying out late." "I forgot," he said, afraid. "I was going to call you but stuff happened." That's when Inko noticed, sniffing the air she could tell it was coming from Izuku. "This smell. A girl? Uraraka, what were you two doing so close to one another?" "Mom, it's not what you think. Please, I have something important to tell you," said Izuku. "So would you please listen?" Calming down, Inko nodded. "Very well, you're safe and that's all that matters. So what did you want to tell me?" "I met a vampire at school." Inko's eyes widened. "You were right, she's in my class." Inko grabbed Izuku by the shoulders. "Are you alright? Did she try to kill you?" Izuku shook his head. "I'm fine, Mom, really. Today in class we had mock battles and during the battles her eyes turned red and her fangs grew. She thought I was human at first, but after school she wanted to talk. We eventually found ourselves in an abandoned store where she explained that the reason why she brought me there was to turn me into her puppet. She's planning to kill someone and needs strong people to do that. Guess she thought my powers were from a quirk. I tried to leave but she pinned me down and bit me." He felt his mother's grip on his shoulders tighten. "She what?" "It's fine, it's like you said, she couldn't turn me into a puppet. But there's two more things that happened," Izuku said, turning away. Inko saw the hesitation. "Whatever it is, I'm sure we can handle it, Izuku." "My powers, they activated," Izuku explained. "Well, that's not that bad. It's normal for our powers to activate when we are in danger," but before Inko could finish Izuku spoke again. "Both of them. My vampire and werewolf powers." Izuku looked at his mother. "She knows I'm a hybrid." Dread and shock filled Inko's face. That's, oh no. "But there's one more thing. When she found out what I was she tried to kill me. Fortunately, Uraraka showed up and chased her away. But that's just the thing. Uraraka is a hunter. She hunts vampires and werewolves and kills them. She told me everything." Inko grabbed Izuku by the shoulders. "Izuku, relax. We can work this out. Let's wait until your father returns. Then we can decide on what to do next. But I'll warn you now, what we come up with might not be to your liking." After Hisashi came back from work the family found themselves sitting down at the table. "So this Momo girl is a vampire, a noble one at that, and she knows you're a hybrid?" Hisashi asked. Izuku nodded. "And Uraraka is a hunter. Great, it's like everything is just falling apart." Hisashi sighed. "Inko, have you heard of the Malvar family?" "I've met the head of the family once but after that nothing. From what I heard they are a secretive family, always trying to please the king," Inko said. "Although, I did hear a rumor a while ago about them losing favor. Never found out why. And now it looks like their daughter has her fangs set on Izuku." Hisashi turned to his son. "When she bit you, did she say anything?" "Not in words but when she bit me her face became flushed, almost as if she was excited." That response caused Inko to flinch. "Oh no," she said, which caused Hisashi to figure it out. "You've got to be kidding me. There's no way." Bringing his hands to his face, Hisashi's expression changed. "We'll have to kill her." That shifted fast. "Is it because she knows I'm a hybrid?" Izuku asked. "That, but the real reason is your blood. Judging by the reaction she had, it's fair to say that she's become addicted," explained Inko. "It's how I became addicted to Hisashi's blood. I have to regularly drink it to control myself." "What happens if you don't drink this blood?" Izuku asked. "Then I'll go mad, literally. I'll lose my intellect and revert into a primordial vampire. With one thing on my mind, blood. I would kill everyone and everything around me." "The only way to stop a primal vampire is to kill them," Inko said. Izuku didn't like the idea of killing Momo, but his secret needed to be kept. If she said anything about Izuku's existence to another vampire then they would hunt him down. When? "The sooner the better. Tonight if possible," Hisashi said. "Even if she's a noble vampire, she shouldn't pose that much of a problem." Inko agreed, I'll join you. If she is a noble vampire, then I should be stronger than her. As the family talked, however, there was a knock on the door. They all turned. Is that who I think it is? Inko said, standing up. Hisashi sniffed the air. No, whoever's behind the door is human. I'll go, said Izuku. It's probably just a salesman. Walking towards the door, Izuku reached for the knob. His parents stood on either side ready to strike if it came down to it. Opening the door, Izuku was met by an old-looking man. Can I help you? The old man smiled. Yes, actually, my name is Dwight and I was tasked by my lady Momo to give you this. He then reached into his suit pocket and pulled out a letter. Izuku looked at the letter, but was hesitant, but ultimately decided to take it. Thanks. My pleasure. With that, Dwight bowed. I hope you enjoy the rest of your evening, Master Midoriya. With that, the butler left. Closing the door, Izuku looked at the letter. What is that? Some sort of love letter? Hisashi questioned. It doesn't smell like anything bad is inside. Inko said. Open it, let's see what it says. Ripping open the envelope, Izuku took out a letter. It says, meet in the park nearest to your home in 5 minutes, come alone. Is she threatening us? Inko asked as her eyes glowed red. Easy, Inko. If you taught us anything about vampires, it is that they don't lie, Hisashi said. But I don't like the fact that she wants to be alone. I'll go, said Izuku. Let's at least hear what she has to say. You'll be outside the park, but be ready. If anything happens, we'll kill her. With that, Izuku headed out towards the nearest park. He arrived and went towards the slides and jungle gym. She said 5 minutes. Where the hell is she? Sorry, did I make you wait? A voice asked from above the slide. Izuku looked up to find Momo. I apologize for that. Why did you call me out here? Izuku asked. It's simple, really, Momo said as she appeared behind Izuku. I'm here to make a deal with you. Izuku raised an eyebrow. A deal? What kind of deal? One that would benefit us both, said Momo, now standing in front of him. I know what you are. A hybrid, half vampire, half werewolf. Do you want a trophy or something? Izuku asked. If you have something to say it now, before I decide to silence you permanently. Smiling, Momo closed the distance. I like that about you. Is that your vampire side or your werewolf side? But I digress. Here's my deal. Help me achieve my goals and your secret stays with me. Being a hybrid, you must know your very existence is taboo. Both sides will be coming for you if they know. But help me and I swear on my name that not a word of your existence will be known. You mentioned that there was someone you needed to kill. Who is it? Izuku asked. I take it that you'll join me? Momo asked, touching his face. Not until you tell me who and why you want to kill them. Momo could see that without giving him an answer, Izuku wouldn't join. She giggled. All right, the person is my own father. Izuku was surprised. Your father? Why? Momo turned. That. If you won't tell me, then we are done here. Izuku was about to turn when Momo called out. Wait, Izuku stopped. It has to do with my powers. I can't tell you just yet, but work with me and you'll know in time. Izuku could see the desperation in Momo's eyes. What about Uraraka? Are you going to kill her? She is a hunter, and is the greatest enemy of our kind. Momo explained. She must die. No, I won't allow that, said Izuku, much to Momo's surprise. She has killed dozens of our kind. If we don't kill her now, she will come for us. Not to mention, if she finds out, you'll probably be killed on the spot. Momo said. Hunters are ruthless and will show no mercy against us. That has nothing to do with me, Izuku said. But I do understand the fear. Let me talk to Uraraka. See if I can get her to leave you alone. You can't guarantee that, Momo said. Besides, if it came down to it, I could kill her. Problem solved. Better yet, I'll tell her about what you really are. Think about it. The girl you love trying to kill you at every turn. Then that just means I'll have to kill you. Izuku's eyes glowed red. In an instant he managed to close the distance and grab Momo by the neck. Momo activated her vampiric powers and grabbed his wrist. You would kill me to protect someone who would kill you. Not to mention your parents in an instant. Love blinds you, Midoriya. When she finds out, and she will, I wonder what you'll do." There was truth in Momo's words, but still, Izuku cared too much and that's what made him weak. Bringing Momo in closed the two locked eyes. "Listen. Here's my offer to you. Decline and you die. Accept and there's a chance we can work this out." Izuku then began to explain his offer to Momo. She couldn't believe it. "What's your answer?" Izuku asked as he let go of Momo's neck. The vampire smiled. "Yeah, I think I can work with that. Oh, and as a sign of good fate I'll let you in on a little secret." After discussing a few more things the two went their separate ways. Exiting the park, Izuku was confronted by Inko and Hisashi. "So, what did she want to talk about?" asked Hisashi. "I handled it," Izuku said, walking past his parents. Hisashi was surprised. "Now hold on kid, you have to tell," but before he could say anything else Inko grabbed his shoulder. Turning he watched as Inko shook her head. Giving up, Hisashi sighed. "Fine, I'll trust you." As the family of three walked back home Izuku suddenly stopped. "Mom, Dad." The two turned. "Does the name All for One ring any bells?" Both supernatural beings activated their powers in response to hearing that name. "Where did you hear that name?" Inko asked as her eyes glowed redder than ever before. Was it fear in his parents' eyes? Izuku knew that the name meant something. "Momo told me. She said the vampires are working with someone called All for One." Hisashi tried to control himself. "If All for One is involved with the vampires. Listen Izuku, if you ever encounter this AFO, run. Don't try to fight, run." Inko warned. "He is a man you do not want to come across." Izuku nodded. "I understand." "Good, now let's head back home. We should be safe for now." With that the three returned home. Next day Izuku was now walking towards class. He was worried. "I need to find Uraraka before she finds Momo." But just as he was walking by a classroom someone grabbed him and pulled him inside. "What the?" "Hey, it's me," Uraraka said, much to Izuku's surprise. "Jesus Uraraka, you almost gave me a heart attack," Izuku said, letting out a deep breath. "What's this all about?" Uraraka nodded. "It's about Momo. I figured out a way on how to deal with her. I can't attack her while on school grounds, plus she gets driven back so attacking her will be difficult, but here's what I'm thinking." But before Uraraka could explain further Izuku cut in. "Actually Uraraka, I spoke to Momo." Uraraka looked up. "You what now?" "I talked to her last night and well, she's agreed to not attack us," said Izuku. Suddenly the huntress grabbed Izuku by the shirt. "I told you not to get involved with her. You could have gotten hurt, or worse." "I'm fine Uraraka, look, you don't have to worry about her." But Uraraka refused to listen. "I'm not worried about her, I'm worried about you. Now that she's tasted your blood she'll want more." "Wait," Uraraka then grabbed his head and turned it side to side. "I don't see any bite marks. What did she want in return?" "That's because I'm not bit," said Izuku. As for what she wanted. Uraraka saw as Izuku went silent. "Midoriya, what did she want?" "In exchange for not attacking you, I agreed to give her my blood." Uraraka's eyes widened. "On the condition that it's only for drinking. That means no turning me into a puppet, and no turning me into a vampire." "How could you agree to that?" Uraraka yelled out. "Are you crazy? She might still try to turn you into her puppet." "Because without my blood, she'll die," Izuku said. "Apparently, she became addicted and now needs a steady supply. So, if making sure I, and especially you, stay safe costs only a bit of blood then so be it." "No, you can't expect a blood-earth to keep their word," Uraraka protested. "Let me take care of her." Izuku then grabbed Uraraka by the shoulders. "Please Uraraka, just trust me on this. Momo will keep her word." "I trust you Midoriya, but I can't trust her." She then moved back. "I won't let you go through with this." Izuku sighed. "One time, come and watch. That's all I'm asking, one time. If you believe she'll do anything to me while taking my blood then you can kill her and I won't say a word. Just please, one time." Looking into Izuku's eyes Uraraka could tell that he was serious. "Fine, one time." "Thank you, now, just don't attack her until then, okay?" Izuku asked. "Fine, but if anything goes wrong I will kill her," And if it comes down to it, you too. Uraraka said that with a look of sadness. I know, Izuku said, nodding. I wouldn't want to turn into one of those things anyway. His expression then turned to one of smugness. But are you sure you will be able to stop me? I'm more than just a pretty face. Uraraka also smirked and closed the distance between them. Even if you were to turn, I could handle you. With one quick motion, Uraraka reached behind and pulled out the silver spear that was in its miniature form and pressed it against his neck. Your pretty face won't stop me. Izuku looked down at the spear. Actually, Uraraka, I have something else I want to tell you. But before he could say anything else, the school's bell began to ring, signaling that class was about to start. Uraraka put the spear away. Guess we'll save this for another day then. Come on, class is about to start. He then turned towards the door and was just about to slide the door open when he stopped. Hey Uraraka, she stopped. Thank you, for yesterday. Uraraka smiled. Don't mention it, it's what I do. With that, the two made their way towards class, where they found Momo already in her seat. She smiled towards them. Good morning, you two. Uraraka said nothing. Izuku smiled. Morning. The class talked amongst each other for a while until Aizawa walked in and silenced them all. Good, you're all learning. Listen up, we will be conducting a hero exercise at one of our off-site facilities starting tomorrow. Details on what you will be doing will be told tomorrow. For now, focus on your studies. Unknown location. Sitting at a booth was a slim-looking man, who appeared to have several detached hands all over his body, including his face. When will they be here? They were inside what appeared to be a bar. He was then joined by another. This one wore a suit and looked as if he was made of pure black mist. Patience Shigaraki, Master said it would be soon. One of them is already here, said a voice coming from a monitor in front of the bar. It's no use trying to hide. I know you're there. Appearing from the shadows was none other than Kurayami, king of the vampires. I've been here a while, I just needed to see if this wasn't a trap. His red eyes pierced the darkness before exposing his entire body. AFO laughed. I assure you this is no trap. Kurayami walked over and took a seat at a booth. I know, if it was, they would already be dead. Shigaraki didn't take kindly to this. What did you say? Who the hell do you think you are, Red Eyes? Ignoring him, Kurayami smirked. This boy has spark, but he lacks respect. Teach him, before I do. Shigaraki, enough. Shigaraki sat back down. I apologize for the boy, the young, they don't know how the world works yet. I quite like that of the youth, said another voice from the opposite side of the bar. They are all so eager, so passionate. Kurayami quickly looked over and saw a beautiful woman with sapphire blue eyes. Looks like the dog is here. This was Yuki, leader of the werewolves. Big talk from an oversized mosquito. Standing up, Kurayami's eyes glowed. Care to say that again, you uncivilized fleabag? Or would you rather I rip out your tongue and shove it down your throat? Yuki transformed her hand. I'd like to see you try. The two looked at each other for a second before suddenly disappearing. Reappearing, the two met in the middle, ready to kill each other. But just as they could reach each other, two portals opened up, causing the both of them to fall in. They then appeared back in their respective spots, apart from each other. That's enough, you two. Both of you want the same thing. And if you want this plan to succeed, you'll have to learn how to tolerate each other. Now, my little informant has notified me that tomorrow the boy and his class will be taking a trip outside campus. That is when we will strike. Kurayami raised an eyebrow. Apart from giving us this information, our contribution to this will not be large. My home will send a small delegation. But my only goal is to kill the boy. For once I agree with the leech, Yuki said. It's only going to be a small handful of my pack. If All Might is there, we'll need more from you. All Might will not be a problem. AFO said. I have something special for him. I will also provide you with several disposable minions. Use them as you see fit. My goals are different than yours, but if this goes well, then everyone leaves happy. So, are we in agreement? Both leaders looked at each other. I suppose we don't have a choice, Yuki said, nodding. No, it doesn't seem like we do. We need that boy dead. Kurayami said. We'll deal with his parents later. Very well, all for one, we agree. Good, very good. Then that will be all for today. Be ready tomorrow at midday. A portal will open up at each of your locations. Step through and you'll have your chance. With that the screen turned black. The man made of mist stepped forward. I will now send you to where you once were. Moving his hands, the man created 2 portals. Both beings looked at each other one final time before walking portals disappeared. Who exactly were they? Asked Shigaraki. The man you saw is Kurayami, king of the vampires, and the woman was Yuki, leader of the werewolves. AFO explained, much to Shigaraki's surprise. Believe it or not, but supernatural beings are real and are here. But why do we need them? Can't you just take their quirks and use their power? Shigaraki asked. The truth is that they don't have quirks, so there's nothing to take. But make no mistake, they are powerful. One of their respected species has enough skill and experience to take down a pro hero with ease. AFO explained. The 2 you just saw have the power to take on All Might himself. Shigaraki's eyes widened. They could take on All Might? Impossible. Now you know why we need them. They have someone inside Ua they need to kill, and I as well. Tomorrow I will provide you with an image of the boy. You are to not harm him. Instead you are to separate him from the rest of the class. Explained AFO. What of the others? Kurogiri asked. A twisted smile fell over AFO's face. Kill them as originally planned. Once All Might sees the corpses of his beloved students, it will shatter not only him, but all of Japan's trust in him. It was now the next day, which meant it was time for the exercise Aizawa was talking about. Izuku was getting dressed at home when both of his parents appeared. Izuku, Inko said. Izuku turned. Yeah, Mom? About what we discussed yesterday. Are you sure you are alright with this? Inko asked. Thinking about it, Izuku nodded. We don't have a choice. If killing them will ensure our safety, then it has to be done. Besides, I can deal with Momo. Just promise me you'll be careful. Hisashi smiled. Don't worry about us, kiddo. We are more than enough to deal with that family. Inko nodded. By the time you get home we would have taken care of things on our side. Good. Izuku said, still worried. I better get going. I'll see you after school. With that, Inko and Hisashi watched as Izuku left their home. Are you ready? Hisashi asked. Taking a moment, Inko nodded. Yes. This attack will probably mean that my family will now target us directly. But it's better to strike first than sit back and wait. Hisashi agreed. This will also send a clear message to everyone else. Especially the heads of our families. He sighed and looked at his home. But it will also mean that this home will never be the same. Was it foolish of us to think we can live a peaceful human life? Inko grabbed Hisashi's hand. No, I don't think so. But we also knew that we would never truly fit in. Everything we've done and will do, will be for Izuku's sake. Pride and joy. Come on, let's show our families what we are made of. If it's a war they want, then it's a war they'll get. Ua sitting at his desk, Izuku was talking with some of his other classmates when Uraraka walked through the door. She said nothing and sat down at her desk. She still looks mad about what I did. He was about to say something when the door reopens and in walked Momo. Izuku could hear Uraraka's muscles tighten. Walking towards them, Momo smiled. Morning, you two. Morning, Momo. Ready for the exercise today? Izuku asked, trying to start up a conversation. Momo sat behind them. I'm always ready. What about you, Uraraka? Whenever and wherever, said Uraraka, almost like a threat. Oh, confident are we? Momo's eyes shifted towards Izuku. I wish to speak to you again after class. It involves my father. Izuku nodded. Sure. A few seconds later, Aizawa walked in and quickly shut the class down. Alright everyone, we got a long day ahead of us. So to give more information, today you will be all training at one of our off-site facilities called the USJ, or Unforeseen Simulation Joint. This location will test you on how well you respond to different rescue operations. You will be accompanied by 3 teachers, myself, All Might, and one other who will be waiting at the USJ. We will spend the entire day there, so be prepared to work. Understand? The class all nodded. Good, now go change into your hero costumes and meet out in front. Since it's an off-site location, we'll have to take a short bus ride. You have 5 minutes. Immediately the class went to get it on their hero costumes. Only 4 minutes had passed when everyone was now aboard. On the bus ride, Izuku was talking with Sue, another one of his classmates. So Midoriya, we all know you're strong, but exactly how strong are you, Ribbit? Izuku thought about it. Well, I'd say I can lift up a car with ease and toss it. Pretty sure I can do more though. Whoa, that's so manly, Kirishima said. What about a truck? Think you can throw that? Probably, I'd have to try. But as Izuku talked, Aizawa, who was sitting in the front, turned. Alright everyone, look alive, we are here. One by one the students exited the bus, only to be met by a massive building. Making their way inside, what they saw shocked them. Several areas of the building were tailored to specific disasters, flood, fire, earthquake, and so on. Each with fallen buildings and debris. There was even a massive lake with a river running through the building. Welcome to the USJ students. A voice said. The class looked ahead to find someone wearing a spacesuit. Uraraka immediately knew who it was. That's 13, the space hero. She is on my top 10 heroes list. Izuku looked at Uraraka. You have a top 10 heroes list? Uraraka blushed slightly. Shut up, I made it when I was younger. As I'm sure Eraser has explained today, you will be performing heroic tasks under a natural disaster state. But first let me tell you some basic ground rules. Clearing her throat, 13 lifted a finger. First rule, no infighting. You will be placed in pairs. If you can work with the person you're assigned to, then you'll both fail. Second, you are able to use your quirks as you see fit. And third, remember, your quirks are helpful in these types of situations, but they can also be used for harm. Take my quirk for example, Black Hole. It allows me to up anything I want and reduce it down to its atoms. Perfect for clearing out debris, but deadly if I'm not careful. What I'm trying to get at is that you need to be careful. That's why the Hero Association has placed all these rules on us. Understand? The class all nodded. Good, now let's start by splitting up. Hey 13, where's All Might? Aizawa asked. I thought he would be here by now. About that, it seems that Nezu is having him rest for a while. Something about overexerting himself. Aizawa sighed. Guess we'll have to start without him. He then turned to the class. Alright, listen up, I'll start by assigning you partners. As Izuku waited for his name to be called, a chill ran down Izuku's spine. What is this? He asked himself, making his way towards the stairs leading down to the main plaza. Momo raised an eyebrow. Midoriya, what are you? But as she stepped forward, she too felt a chill run down her spine. Hey, what are you two doing? Aizawa asked, walking towards them. But that's when it happened. Down at the plaza, the class watched as a black portal opened up. Then people started to pour out. Are those robots? Kirishima asked. No, answered Aizawa, pulling down his glasses. Those are villains. Most of the class stepped back in fear, but it wasn't those they should be worried about. From the portal, Shigaraki himself appeared, followed by a massive bird-like humanoid. That thing, it's strong. Down on the plaza, Shigaraki looked up at the students. So those are Class 1A's current students. They don't look like much. He then saw Izuku. Ah, there's that boy. Just then the portal behind them closed and out appeared Kurogiri. The others are ready. Bring them in. Waving his hand, Kurogiri opened up 2 more portals, with each on either side of Shigaraki. From the left, Kurayami, followed by 3 more vampires. So this is where students become heroes. To think those with powers train here. It's so inefficient, Yuki said, appearing from the right portal, followed by 3 of her pack members. Are you two done talking? Shigaraki asked. You have a job to do, but make sure to get out of my way. Back with the class, Izuku and Momo stood in disbelief. That's the king, Momo said, stunned at what she was seeing. Izuku turned to her, anger filling his eyes. You told them about today. And no, I swear, I didn't say anything, Momo said, trying to defend herself. You two stay back, Aizawa ordered as he pulled down his goggles. 13. Protect the students. Evacuate the USJ. I can't get a signal out, so that means they have a jamming quirk. You can't be serious about fighting that many of them, Kirishima said, concerned. I am. Now go, everyone out. With that, Aizawa jumped down the stairs and went straight for the villains. Several dozen of them were in the plaza. As soon as they saw him coming, many activated their quirks. But as they did, Aizawa activated his and erased them. Losing something you had all your life so suddenly made the villains pause for a second, and that's all Aizawa needed. Reaching the first batch of villains, he jumped in the air before using his capture weapon. The scarf wrapped itself around the villains and pulled them together. Back with the students, 13 called to them, "Come on kids, let's go, everyone to the exit." The class turned and ran, but as they did, a black mist portal opened up in front of them. "Leaving so soon? I'm sorry, but I can't let you do that." Appearing in front of them was Kurogiri. "Apologies, but I can't have any of you leaving just yet. So for now I'll do this." The mist around Kurogiri began to move, but suddenly a powerful suction draped over, causing pieces of the mist to spiral. "Not on my watch," 13 yelled out, activating her quirk. Pesky hero. Kurogiri then opened up two portals. One in front of him, while the other behind 13. She was still using her quirk when it happened, so her own quirk began to rip her back apart. Feeling it happen, the hero quickly shut her quirk off, but the damage was done. 13's suit was shredded, along with most of her back. Now, where was I? Ah yes, the students. Kurogiri once again turned, but as he did, Bakugo and Kirishima appeared in front of him, ready to take him out. Bakugo fired off an explosion, while Kirishima hardened his fist. But neither landed a hit as their attacks went right through the villain. So impatient. "Let's finish up here already." With a wave of his hand, a large portal opened up under every student. Izuku turned to Uraraka, who, much to his surprise, was standing still looking down at the plaza. "Those are Uraraka." He reached out and managed to grab Uraraka by the arm. "We need to move." But as he said that, the portal that was at their feet opened up, causing mostly everyone to fall through. As he fell through, he looked at his class and noticed that some had gotten out, but the vast majority of them fell. Once through, Izuku noticed that he was in what appeared to be in the middle of a partially collapsed stadium. "Where the hell are we?" Uraraka asked, still being grabbed by Izuku. Letting go, Izuku sniffed the air. "Hey, we aren't alone." He turned to the far end and saw Yuki and her pack coming out of some fallen debris. "Impressive, to think you detect us," said Yuki in her human form. "Not many of our kind can do that." "It seems like our worries had basis," said Kurayami, appearing from the other end. "He cannot be allowed to live." Uraraka saw the king of the vampires and immediately pulled out the spear. "Midoriya, stay behind me." "Ah well, would you look at that. She's a huntress," Yuki said, walking towards them. "I didn't know there were still some after the purge." "Yes, it's unfortunate, however, she is not who we are after," said Kurayami. "Step aside, huntress. We are after the boy." Uraraka raised an eyebrow. "You're after Midoriya? Why?" "Oh, you never told her?" mocked Yuki. "Then should I tell her?" Izuku clenched his fist. "Shut up." Flexing his leg, Izuku pounced towards Yuki. The three behind Yuki quickly sprung into action and jumped in front of their leader. Managing to punch one into the ground, Izuku was then tackled by the other two and pinned onto the floor. "Guess this kill is mine," Yuki said, walking towards Izuku. "You don't mind, do you?" Kurayami waved her off. "As long as he dies, I have no objection. Given the rumors about him, I thought he would have put up more of a challenge." Yuki motioned for her pack to lift Izuku. Now standing, he tried to free himself but couldn't. "Are you sure you're Hisashi's son?" asked Yuki. Hisashi was strong. How could he have produced something so weak? Yuki scoffed. "Must be your tainted blood. Shame, if I raised you, you would have been a great warrior." She then raised her arm and transformed it. Izuku smirked. "Dad said you were the strongest in the pack, but to think you were this dumb. Puzzled, Yuki raised an eyebrow, and in that split second of lost concentration Izuku acted. Jumping up, Izuku lifted the two holding him, spun around, causing the two of them to crash into each other and their grip to slip. Now free and still in the air, Izuku delivered a powerful kick to Yuki's head. The impact echoed throughout the stadium and kicked up dust covering that side of the stadium. Jumping back, Izuku was now back to back with Uraraka. "Are you alright?" she asked. Izuku nodded. "Fine, I got a clean hit. Come on, let's deal with the others and—" But before Izuku could finish that sentence, his instincts kicked in. "Watch out!" he yelled, grabbing Uraraka and pulling her down. Just as Yuki came in and punched the wall behind them with enough force to shatter it. Izuku barely had enough time to react when a fist came in aimed right at his head. But just before it was going to hit, two daggers in a X formation came up and blocked the attack. "Stay the hell away from him," Uraraka yelled as she pushed back against Yuki. Sliding back, Yuki looked at her fist and noticed that it was red. "Silver. You really are a huntress." The three other pack members quickly got in front of Yuki. "Midoriya, you need to be careful. Those are werewolves." "You don't have to tell me twice," said Izuku as he readied himself. "You have experience killing these guys, right? Stay behind me, I'll create the opportunity. To work alongside a huntress, your parents mustn't have taught you anything. Kill them both," Yuki ordered. The three others then ran towards Izuku and Uraraka. Seeing this, the young hybrid jumped in front of his classmate. The three werewolves then all lined up, one hiding behind the other. Once they got in close, they separated, covering the front, left, and right. Seeing them coming, Izuku jumped forward. Tackling one to the ground, he began to beat on the werewolf. The others slid to a stop and quickly turned around. The two jumped and were about to attack him from the back when a dagger was stabbed into each of them. "Midoriya!" Uraraka yelled out. Grabbing the one he was beating, Izuku threw him against the others. The three crashed into each other. While they were trying to recover, Izuku managed to get behind one and placed them into a hold. "Uraraka, now!" Gripping her spear, Uraraka pulled her arm back before launching her weapon. The spear sliced through the air and hit the werewolf through the mouth and out the back of its head. Blood splattered across the wall of the arena. Yuki smiled. "Impressive, it shows that you have experience killing my kind. But, you shouldn't be celebrating just yet." Yuki then began to howl. The two remaining werewolves began to grunt and twist. Yuki's howl also had an effect on Izuku. Upon hearing it, he felt his heart begin to beat rapidly. What is this?" He struggled to stay on his feet as sweat began to drip down his forehead. Uraraka was concerned. "Midoriya. What did you do to him?" Yuki smiled as her two pack members had fully transformed into their wolf form. "You'll find out soon enough. But you should really worry about yourself now." With another howl, Yuki ordered the two wolves to attack. Growling, the pair began to run. They were much faster than before and Uraraka had no weapon. Getting on his feet, Izuku stood on shaky legs. "Uraraka, stick to the original plan." Forcing himself to run, Izuku managed to get underneath one of the wolves. The other then came in for a bite, but Izuku managed to lift his arm. The wolf bit down on his forearm, causing blood to drip down. Izuku grunted in pain as the teeth sunk into him. With his other arm still holding back the first wolf, Izuku needed to do something. But that's when Uraraka came in from above, daggers in hand. Using both of them, she stabbed the wolf, biting Izuku in the back. The wolf whimpered in pain as it let go of Izuku. He began to thrash around trying to throw Uraraka off, but the huntress held on. Now that it was just the one wolf he was holding back, Izuku managed to overpower it. Lifting the beast off the ground, he slammed it back down hard. Dazed, the wolf shook its head, only to be met by Izuku's hand around his neck. The boy didn't even hesitate as he gripped hard and snapped its neck. At the same time, Uraraka landed back down on the ground just as the werewolf's body hit the floor. Slashes and stab wounds riddled the wolf's back, but the killing blow was the one delivered to the back of its head. Yuki was impressed. You fight well. But you don't fight like us. Your mother must have taught you. Care to try me next?" Izuku asked, looking at Yuki. Don't get full of yourself, kid. Those were merely pawns. Yuki's eyes began to sharpen. There's a reason why I'm the pack leader. Flexing her legs and with one powerful push, Yuki launched herself towards Izuku. He didn't even have time to react as Yuki grabbed his face and slammed him against the wall. Slamming into it, Izuku spit out blood. Midoriya, Uraraka called out. Running towards her spear, she grabbed it and threw it at Yuki. But the pack leader didn't even take her eyes off of Izuku, as she caught the spear with one hand inches from her head. Izuku slid down the wall as Yuki let him go. Hey, open your eyes, kid, I want you to see this. Izuku's eyes opened and shut, but he could still see as Yuki turned to Uraraka and pulled the spear back. And no, Izuku pleaded, but Yuki simply smiled. She then threw the spear as hard as she could towards Uraraka. Uraraka tried to move but couldn't react in time. The spear stabbed her in the shoulder, went through, opening up a massive wound that splattered blood onto the floor. Uraraka placed her hand over the wound but wasn't able to stop the bleeding. She took a few steps forward but quickly fell to her knees before finally falling down onto the ground. Izuku's eyes widened. Humans, so fragile, so soft. Why you? Yuki raised an eyebrow. What's wrong, kid? Angry that I hurt your girlfriend? Yuki mocked. And what are you going to do about? As Yuki was finishing her sentence, Izuku had gotten up, turned Yuki around, and punched her in the stomach. The impact was so hard that it caused a miniature boom. Even Kurayami flinched at the sight. Groaning in pain, Yuki hunched over, but Izuku wasn't done. As she was leaned over, he then punched her across the face. The hit sent the pack leader tumbling across the floor. Fortunately, she managed to prop herself up and slid to a stop. Now that's more like it, Yuki said as blood ran down her nose. You're strong, just like your father. Not giving her any room, Izuku closed the distance once again and began to throw punch after punch after punch. Kurayami's followers watched on. Your Majesty, the boy, his strength is impressive. The king agreed, it is, but it's not enough. As Izuku was throwing his punches, Yuki just stood there, that is, until she smiled. As Izuku threw a right, Yuki reached out and grabbed it. I admit that caught me by surprise. You're part werewolf, but... Twisting his arm back, Izuku yelled out in pain as his bones cracked. That's when Yuki kneed Izuku in the chest. You have no idea how to use your heritage properly. She then watched as Izuku fell over. What are you waiting for? Kurayami yelled out. Stop playing with him and kill him already. Yuki waved her hand. Yeah, I know. It's so disappointing though. The prophecy was wrong about him. Oh well. Picking him up by the neck, Yuki began to squeeze his throat. As she increased her grip on Izuku, she noticed something around his neck. Oh, a necklace. I'll take that as a trophy. With her free hand, Yuki grabbed the chain and ripped it off. Looking at the necklace made Yuki's eyes widen. This is one of our markers. It then dawned on her what she just did. Oh shit. Snapping his eyes back open, Izuku growled as he kicked Yuki away from him. Crashing against the wall on the opposite side, Yuki quickly got up. No, that's why he was so weak. Explain yourself. Kurayami demanded. What was that? That was one of our tribe's seals. It hides your scent from both werewolf and vampire alike, but it also severely diminishes your strength. We use it to train and get stronger in a short amount of time. If that boy has had it for this long, that's when Izuku then began to change. Falling on all fours, Izuku slammed his fists onto the ground. They then began to turn, his hands extended, the bones in his forearms shifted, and green fur began to grow. Now a fully transformed wolf, Izuku looked at Yuki. Lifting his head and leaning back, Izuku then let out a loud howl. The sound was so loud that it forced both Yuki and Kurayami to cover their ears. The sound echoed throughout the USJ, shattering windows and breaking the roof's glass panels. Yuki couldn't help but smile. Yes, this is what I've been longing for. Jumping into the air, Yuki transformed into a wolf. Let's see just how strong you've gotten. Elsewhere, are you finished? Inko asked as she walked towards a massive door at the end of a hallway. Blood trickled down the side of her mouth as she spoke. Hisashi nodded. "I am," he said, while holding onto the necks of two vampires. Tossing them aside, he joined his wife's side and stopped at the door. "Ladies first." Inko smirked. "Come on, he'll be the toughest one." Pushing the door wide open, the two walked inside, only to find it dark and empty. Able to see well in the dark, the two walked deeper into the office. "He's not here?" Inko questioned. "No, he's here," Hisashi said. "I can smell him." "Very well done, for an animal that is," said a voice from the darkness. "To think I would be in the presence of royalty. I'm honored, Princess Inko." "Do not call me that," Inko yelled out. "I gave up that title the day my father tried to kill my husband. Regardless, you honor me with your presence," the voice said, still hiding in the shadows. "As head of the Malvar family, I can't let this opportunity pass me." "Opportunity? For what?" Hisashi asked. "To bring your head to the king and restore my name to what it once was." Suddenly from the corner of the room a pair of red glowing eyes appeared. Inko and Hisashi turned only to be pushed into the wall. Grunting, the two quickly recovered. "I knew your family name sounded familiar," Inko said. "It's been a long while." Kalan. Appearing in the middle of the room, Kalan stood before the pair. "Why are you even in my home? I have done nothing to warrant this attack." "Your daughter, she knows what our son is," Inko explained. "And to make sure his existence doesn't leak to my father, we will kill you and your family." Kalan was surprised at first, but his shocked expression soon changed to one of mischief. "Oh, so you don't know?" "Know what?" Hisashi asked. But Kalan simply smiled. Frustrated, Hisashi managed to grab the vampire by the neck and slam him over his own desk. "Tell me, while you still can." Choked, Kalan struggled to get the words out. "Your father, he already knows about your son. He plans to kill him." Inko's eyes widened. "I already knew that. When? Today, he's probably with him right now at the school," Kalan said. "He's going to kill him today." Hisashi then plunged his claws into the vampire's chest, before ripping out his heart. Killing him instantly. "We need to get to UA, Inko yelled out. Without saying another word, the two ran towards the window and jumped from the tower. They were about 20 stories up. As they got closer to the ground, both braced for impact. With a loud boom, the two landed on the ground, shattering it. But just as they were about to take off, the two stopped. The couple's eyes widened as they heard a howl. "Is that?" Inko asked, turning to Hisashi. Sweat appeared on Hisashi's forehead. "It is. Izuku has awakened his werewolf side. We need to get to Ua now," Inko yelled as she took off at top speed. Hisashi followed. At their speed they would reach Izuku within 4 minutes. Back with Izuku, Izuku growled and barked at Yuki, as if daring her to attack. Yuki was calm and collected. "You may not know this, but a werewolf doesn't just transform. No, it has to be unlocked, achieved. And there are 2 ways to do that. First is to kill a vampire. The second is anger triggered by the death of a loved one. You killed 2 of my pack before and records show no interaction with vampires, so the first method is ruled out. So that just leaves the anger, triggered by the loss of a loved one." Yuki then looked over at Uraraka's body. "So she's the one you loved. How poetic, a hybrid falling in love with a huntress. If only she knew what you were." Izuku, still blinded by rage, didn't hear any of Yuki's words. Instead he ran towards her. He was fast, faster than even in his human form. But Yuki wasn't an ordinary werewolf either. She was pack leader, a title not earned by birthright, but one that is earned by being the strongest. She could have killed Izuku when he was weaker, but now she wanted to see just how strong he actually was, so she attacked. The two clashed in the middle, both snarling, biting, and scratching each other. Izuku bit Yuki on the neck, but she flexed her muscles, making it almost impossible for him to tear through. As the two scratched and bit into each other, Yuki found herself on top of Izuku. Thinking fast, the hybrid used his back legs to kick her away. Slamming up against the arena wall, Izuku then came in and bit into her midsection. Yuki yelped in pain but quickly countered by biting Izuku above the shoulder. Both werewolves jumped back to gauge the situation. Both had scratches and bites all over their bodies. Blood from a wound just above Izuku's eye forced it closed. "You really are your father's son," Yuki said as blood from claw marks dripped down onto the floor. "Your strength is greater than your father's. I'd hate to admit it, but if we continue like this there's a chance you kill me. And I for one, wouldn't want that, so." Izuku noticed that Yuki diverted her gaze just slightly above his head. That's all it took for Izuku to figure out what was going on. Izuku turned his head around and watched as Kurayami came flying down at him. Pulling his arm back, Kurayami grew and sharpened his nails. Knowing that he needed to do something, Izuku came up with an idea: shrink the target. Reverting back into a human, he jumped back and tried to avoid Kurayami's attack. And it seemed to work. Kurayami had missed and landed where he once was. But as soon as Kurayami's feet touched the ground he disappeared. "What?" is all Izuku could say. "You're still far too naive," a voice said behind him. Izuku turned his head, but as he did he felt an excruciating amount of pain coming from his side. Finally touching the ground, Izuku stopped. As he did, blood spilled onto the floor. Stumbling, Izuku looked to his side and saw a massive chunk of his side missing. Kurayami then turned and opened his hand, causing Izuku's flesh to plop down onto the floor. Falling to one knee, Izuku tried to stop the bleeding by placing his hand over the wound, but it was all in vain. Now, you're half vampire, are you not? You won't die from something like this." But Kurayami then began to walk. "If I take your heart, that will be another story." Gritting his teeth, Izuku snapped his head up, showing that his eyes had turned red. Kurayami smirked. "Oh, you still want to fight? I commend your bravery. You know your mother was like that when she was younger. Fierce, relentless, and unmerciful when it came to fighting. Let's see if you have what it takes. Hey dog, you don't mind if I take over, right?" Yuki rubbed the back of her head. "Yeah, go ahead. I'll finish off his girlfriend." Hearing this, Izuku roared, "You won't touch her." He ran towards Yuki, ignoring Kurayami, but as he passed him, Izuku felt himself being pulled back. Slamming into the ground, Kurayami now stood over the young one. "You're not going anywhere. I tire of your games, boy. Die." Kurayami plunged his hand down, but just as it was to pierce Izuku, the hybrid managed to grab his grandfather's wrist. The king was strong and at an advantage. Groaning and struggling, Izuku could feel himself being overpowered. Slowly but surely, Kurayami's sharp nails pressed up against Izuku's chest. They then began to sink into his skin, causing Izuku to yell in pain. Izuku tried hitting Kurayami in the face with his free hand, but all that did was slow him down. Soon, Kurayami had most of his nails buried into Izuku's chest. Blood trickled out the wounds as he went deeper. "That's it, bleed. They said your blood would be special. Show me how special it actually is." Kurayami readied himself to deliver the final hit, but just as he was, someone came rocketing towards the king. "What?" is all he could say as a knee managed to hit across his face. In that moment, the person managed to slip underneath and grab Izuku. Jumping back, the two now stopped a few meters away. "Respectfully, my king, leave him alone. His blood is mine." Izuku sat up and grabbed his chest. "My blood doesn't belong to anyone. Much less you," he said, looking at Momo. "We can argue all we want, Kick did nothing to him," Momo said, as then looked to her left and found the bodies of 3 vampires. "You killed them?" "No, they have bite marks." "Oh no." In a flash, Kurayami appeared in front of Momo. "You dare defy your king?" Kicking her underneath the chin, Momo went flying into the air. "Momo!" Izuku yelled out. Spitting out blood, Momo could see the roof of the USJ, then a voice. "I know you. You're Callan's daughter. So you're the reason why they fell from grace. Tell me, how's your mother?" Hearing that, Momo's eyes widened. "Don't you dare talk about my mother." Managing to flip herself in mid-air, Momo was now face to face with Kurayami. Reaching out, she grabbed his shirt and began to pummel him. "If it wasn't for you, my mother would still be alive," she yelled out, sharpening her claws and slashing his neck. Kurayami said nothing as the wound on his neck healed in an instant. I wasn't the one who killed her. Your birth was the reason she had to die." Grabbing Momo by the face, Kurayami pointed her down towards the ground and held her in that position. The two fell with Momo desperately trying to break his grasp with no success. From the ground, Izuku watched as the two crashed back down. As the dust settled, Kurayami stood over Momo, her head buried into the ground. "To think you would defend this thing. Well, I guess it makes sense. You are very similar after all." Glaring, Momo looked right at Kurayami, her red-colored eyes burning through his soul. "You." The king scoffed, "You both were mistakes." Kurayami then raised his sharpened nails. Momo closed her eyes, and waited for her heart to be ripped out. But much to her surprise, it didn't happen. Instead, she heard gasping and groaning. Opening her eyes, Momo was shocked to see a tip of the spear that had pierced the king's chest. Slowly turning his head, Kurayami noticed who it was. "Why you? How? The dog was going to take care of you." With blood now running down their forehead as well as the wound on their shoulder, Uraraka breathed heavily. "Why you?" Uraraka then pressed the spear deeper into Kurayami's chest. "You were there. You watched as they killed my parents." Izuku's eyes widened. "What? He was there when Uraraka's parents died?" Kurayami fell to his knees. "And now, I get to watch you die," said Uraraka, her face stained with blood. The king lowered his head as blood dripped down the spear's tip. But suddenly, a laugh was heard. Kurayami was laughing. "All right. I think that's enough. If I was a regular vampire, I would be dead, unfortunately for you." Uraraka's eyes widened as Kurayami stood up with the spear still attached to him. Grabbing the sharp edge, he began to pull it out. "I'm the king for a reason." Finally free, a massive hole was left behind, one where you could see the other side. But just as quickly as he pulled it out, the wound began to heal. It took less than 10 seconds for the wound to completely close. "You say I was there when your father died, but..." With the spear in his hand, Kurayami turned around quickly. "No!" Izuku yelled out as he ran towards Kurayami. Uraraka watched as the spear was aimed right for her abdomen. But just as it was about to reach her, Izuku came in and pushed her away. Taking her place, the spear pierced his abdomen. Izuku gasped for air as the spear came out from his back. Kurayami smiled at the sight of this. "Midoriya," Uraraka cried out. "Damn, this really hurts," Izuku said as he looked down. "Why, you alright, Uraraka?" The huntress nodded. I'm fine, but you, I'm sorry." Izuku chuckled. "No, don't be. I'll be fine." Trying to reassure your friend. "How cute. But you shouldn't lie," Kurayami said, pulling out the spear and kicking Izuku in the back. "Midoriya." Uraraka took a step forward but suddenly felt herself being forced in place. "What the hell?" Turning, the huntress found that it was Yuki. "Don't move, you'll want to see this." Izuku groaned on the floor. "Your mother didn't teach you anything about who you really are. You're supposed to be proud, strong, bloodthirsty. Yet here you are, interacting with the humans like you're one of them. Well, you're not." Kurayami then kicked Izuku across the face. "Do you have any idea what the humans would do to us if they found out about us? Your friend is an example of just that. How many of us has she killed, Coming in with another kick, this one to the chest, Izuku spit out blood. "We are supposed to be stronger than humans. Yet we hide like we are inferior to them. But we are done hiding. After you, our greatest threat, is eliminated, the whole world will know who we are. And we'll slaughter anyone who gets in our way." Broken and beaten, Izuku laid on the ground facing the ceiling. "First we'll kill everyone in this school, then the city. Oh, and I can't forget about that dog you call a father." Kurayami then picked up Izuku by the neck. "But don't worry, your mother will be fine. In time she will forget you ever existed." Through the blood, Izuku spit in Kurayami's face. "You." The king wiped his face clean. "I'll tell your mother you fought bravely." With one quick motion, Kurayami thrusted his hand into Izuku's chest. Piercing the flesh, the muscles, and the bones of his rib cage, Kurayami grasped Izuku's heart. The young boy's eyes widened. Is this how I die? Having my heart crushed by my own grandfather? My classmates will die. My teachers will die. My parents will die. Uraraka will die. No, I won't let it happen. They were so scared of me, and what I am. They think I'm a monster. Let's prove them right. With a firm grasp on Izuku's heart, Kurayami was just about to crush it when he suddenly couldn't feel it anymore. His hands. Huh? He said, confused. The king then looked down to see his arm was missing, severed from the elbow. What the hell? Then it was his other arm, the one holding Izuku by the neck. It was severed as well, but before Kurayami could even tell what just happened, a cut opened up on his neck, causing blood to splatter. Staggering back and choking on his own blood, Kurayami finally got what was going on. As his neck healed and arms regrew, he now stood face to face with Izuku. What did you do? Izuku had his head down the entire time and didn't say a word until several seconds had passed. You said you were disappointed, right? About who I was. Scared of what I am. Izuku laughed. Then let me show you exactly why you should be afraid. Slowly lifting his head, the leaders flinched as an overwhelming pressure hit them. Staring back at them was a pair of eyes, one blood red, a clear sign of a vampire, and the other, narrow like a werewolf's. Even Uraraka, who was a human, could feel the pressure. But that wasn't what shocked her the most. Those eyes, the eyes of the creatures she has spent countless hours, days, and months hunting down and killing, now appeared in the eyes of the boy she cared about the most. And no, Midoriya, you're one of them. With Inko and Hisashi, the two were about halfway to Ua when they both flinched as they were hit with another wave of pressure. However, this one almost knocked them to the ground. Still able to keep themselves upright, they looked at each other with fear in their eyes. Is that still Izuku? Hisashi asked. I've never felt something like this before. It's like he's a monster. Inko clenched her fists. It's Izuku. She turned to her husband, Hisashi. Holding out his arm as they ran, Inko bit into his forearm and drank his blood. With the extra blood, Inko pushed on, leaving Hisashi behind. As she ran, the buildings became a blur. People seemed as if they were standing still. Every fiber of my being is telling me to run. But I can't. I won't leave Izuku like this. He's my son and I will protect him, even from himself. After quickly recovering from the bite, Hisashi flexed his legs and with one powerful push he broke the ground underneath him. Taking off at a speed never seen before, he was close behind Inko. I won't let Rin or anyone touch my son. Hold Izuku. We are on our way. Facing down the two leaders, Izuku had a twisted smile. His eyes were wide, and his nails sharpened. You feel that, don't you, Wolf? Kurayami asked as his arms began to shake. Yuki began to growl. I do. Careful, he'll try and separate us. We just have to. But as Yuki was talking, Izuku suddenly appeared in front of her. Flinching, Yuki threw her hand forward, but as she did, Izuku grabbed her by the face. All Yuki could see was the smile plastered on Izuku's face. Letting out a roar, Izuku pressed down, and slammed Yuki's head onto the floor. A crack then opened up and ran from one end of the arena to another, effectively splitting the arena in two. Now standing over Yuki, Izuku smirked as he pressed down harder. After a few seconds he then picked her up by the head and lifted her up off the ground. Blood then began to fall onto the floor underneath. Groaning in pain, Yuki was still alive and conscious. Why, you bastard? Izuku simply smiled and began to crush her skull. Yuki screamed out in pain as the hybrid savored this moment. As he was, however, Kurayami snuck behind Izuku as was just about to impale him from the back, but just as he was, the king felt something hit his abdomen. Looking down, he noticed that it was a hand. Izuku had just impaled the king of the vampires. Growling, Izuku then moved his hand to the side while still inside of Kurayami's stomach. What resulted was a gruesome scene as blood and guts splattered on the arena floor. Pulling his hand free, Izuku watched as the king fell to his knees. You're both disappointing, Izuku said, looking at the two leaders. You should have killed me when you had the chance. Just then Izuku was attacked from behind. Blood splattered as several claw marks appeared on the hybrid's back. I will not be pushed around by some mutant, Yuki yelled as he kept slashing. Blood splattered across Yuki's face as she dug into Izuku's back. After shredding his back, Yuki kicked him towards the stadium's wall. His body slammed into the wall as Yuki was breathing heavily. "You son of a bitch. Hey Blooder, you still alive?" Kurayami slowly began to stand up, the wound on his abdomen healing and his organs regrowing. "I am. Still think we can take him alone?" Yuki shook her head, no. She then turned to look at Izuku. "This one is a true monster." Getting to his feet, Izuku tore off the shredded shirt he had on. His wounds instantly closed and cracking his neck he turned. His smile was twisted. Clenching his fist, Izuku looked up and howled. His werewolf sighed, loving this fight. "We fight together then, and without holding back. Here, take some of this." Yuki lifted his arm. "You'll need it." Kurayami gave her a disgusted look. To think it would come to this. "Would you rather die here?" Yuki questioned. "Shut up and drink it." With no other choice, Kurayami took her arm and bit down. Yuki flinched as Kurayami drank her blood. "This is repulsing," she commented. After drinking, Kurayami wiped some blood from his mouth. "Don't worry, your blood was equally as rancid." But now, the Vampire King's eyes began to glow bright red. "We can fight without holding back." Yuki growled as her teeth sharpened. "Let's rip his throat out." The two leaders then charged Izuku as he was still howling. Kurayami came in from underneath and delivered a devastating uppercut which sent the boy flying in the air. Now high above the arena, Yuki ran up the arena bleachers. Once at the top, she jumped into the air. Appearing in front of Izuku, she spun around and kicked him in the ribs. The impact caused a sonic boom and sent Izuku towards the urban area of the USJ. Back in the arena, Uraraka couldn't believe her eyes. Midoriya. He's a hybrid. He's half vampire, half werewolf. She then saw her spear beside her. He has to die. USJ urban area crashing down into a house. Izuku went through the roof and landed in the middle of the living room. While on the ground, Izuku heard the two approach. Smashing through the window, Yuki appeared. "Kill him while he's down." Kurayami then appeared from the roof. "I know." Yuki was the first to get to Izuku. Raising her fist, she brought it down, hitting him in the stomach. The hit was so hard that it forced Izuku's body into the air. Yuki then jumped back, allowing Kurayami to come in from above and grab Izuku by the head and slash his neck. Blood splattered onto the floor as Izuku landed on his knees. Choking on his own blood, Izuku was suddenly grabbed by Yuki from behind and placed into a hold. "Now, do it now." Kurayami then pushed off the wall of the house and flew towards Izuku. A loud crunching noise was heard as Kurayami pierced Izuku's chest. Kurayami aimed for his heart, but as he reached in to crush it, he noticed something. His heart, it's not there. The king looked at Izuku's face, and saw him smiling at him. He moved his organs. Jumping up, Izuku wrapped his legs around Kurayami's neck. He suddenly flexed and snapped the Vampire King's neck. Yuki's eyes widened as she heard the snap, but she was equally as surprised when Izuku elbowed her in the kidney. The impact forced her to let Izuku go, and that's all he needed. Turning around, he punched Yuki so hard that the resulting shockwave leveled the house they were in. Her body flew out, smashing into and through several homes before ultimately sliding to a stop in the main plaza. Gasping for air and with blood running down the side of her lip, Yuki knew she was outclassed. "He's proving stronger than I expected." "What are you saying?" a voice said behind her. "You're having trouble killing a single kid. And here I thought your race prided themselves by their strength." Yuki turned to find Shigaraki, along with Kurogiri and Anomu. "You fail to understand, if we don't kill him, this boy will kill us all." Yuki's instincts suddenly began to run wild. She looked towards the direction of the urban area and found Izuku walking towards them. "He's here." With the same evil-looking smile still on his face, Izuku got closer. Finally able to stand up, Yuki took a step back. "I will not be pushed around by a mere child. I am the leader of the pack, and you bow before me." Crouching down, Yuki began to change. Her arms turned into legs, her skin began to grow fur, and her body reshaped itself. Now in her wolf form, Yuki howled into the sky. Izuku stopped and watched as Yuki began to run towards him. Izuku returned the favor and began to run himself. It looked as if they were going to crash into each other, but just a few meters apart Yuki jumped. Leaping forward, she tackled Izuku to the floor and began to bite his neck. Blood splattered everywhere as she thrashed around still on his neck. Izuku tried to reach for her, but Yuki would just bite down harder. She was trying to rip his head off. Losing a lot of blood fast, Izuku had to do something. Letting out a growl, he grabbed Yuki by the side of the head and pushed her into the ground. Yuki's head slammed into the concrete floor. She turned, but before she could even get up, Izuku appeared and bit down on her neck. But instead of drinking her blood, he instead ripped out a chunk of flesh. Finally able to escape, Yuki transformed back into her human form, the chunk of flesh still missing from her neck. With blood running down her neck, Yuki began to breathe heavily. "Bastard," she yelled, covering the wound with her hand. Spitting out her flesh, Izuku had blood trickling down his mouth. He looked like an animal, and Yuki couldn't help but smile. "Yes, good, good. This is what I wanted to see. Your speed and strength are indeed impressive. You fight like a wolf, but with the grace of a vampire. But it seems like you can't control this power yet." Izuku suddenly felt his heart pound. Clenching his chest, the hybrid stumbled back. Grunting and groaning in pain, Izuku fell to his knees and yelled, "This is the price you pay for this power." Kurayami appeared behind Izuku and grabbed him by the back of the head. "Vampires and werewolves are mortal enemies. We are meant to fight each other. And the same goes for your blood. You possess the blood of both, opposites, rivals, enemies. Your body couldn't take the internal struggle. What a shame." Kurayami then picked up Izuku and threw him to the ground. Bouncing off the concrete floor, Izuku rolled to a stop in the middle of the plaza. His once unstoppable transformation was now the cause of his current situation. Getting to his knees, Izuku coughed out blood, but before he could do anything about it, he heard something from above. It was Yuki. Izuku quickly rolled away just as she came down and stomped where he was. The ground broke around the impact zone. But the two wouldn't give Izuku time to breathe. Kurayami appeared behind him and grabbed his arm and ripped it off. Izuku screamed out in pain as he jumped back. As Izuku landed, he noticed his arm was regenerating, but at a much slower pace. "Not so tough now, are you half-breed?" Yuki taunted. She then ran towards Izuku and punched him across the face. "It takes years for a child to control their powers," Kurayami said as Yuki continued to beat on him. "With your mixed blood and inexperience, your body wouldn't hold up for long." Falling to his knees, Izuku clenched his chest. Two shadows fell over Izuku. Both rulers now walked towards him. Stopping in front of Izuku, the two leaders looked down on him. As they did, Yuki lifted her head and smiled. "Would you like to do the honors?" she asked. Turning around, Uraraka was seen holding her spear. "I know we are still your enemy, but he's everything you hate and more." Clenching her spear, Uraraka walked towards Izuku. "He lied to you. Made you believe he was a friend." With Izuku still on his knees, he looked up to see Uraraka standing before him. "You Uraraka," he said, barely able to see. "You're one of those things. I trusted you. I told you everything about me, and this is how you repay me." The look in Uraraka's eyes was one of hurt and anger. "To think I liked you." Those words hurt Izuku, more than any cut could ever. "I'm sorry," is all he could say as Uraraka lifted her spear. "Yeah, so am I knew living a normal life was just a dream." The two leaders watched as Uraraka brought down the spear. But just as it was going to kill Izuku, a hand reached down and grabbed it. Uraraka looked up to see a pair of glowing red eyes staring down at her. "I knew you would be trouble." Gripping the spear, the person lifted Uraraka into the air and threw her across the plaza. They then went to check on Izuku. "Izuku," they said, their voice soft and tender. Izuku slowly opened his eyes and saw the person in front of him. "Mom?" Inko had arrived. "I'm here, don't worry, I'll take care of this. Rest, you need your strength." "Look who finally decided to show up," Kurayami said as he appeared behind Inko. "I already said, daughter, that thing has to die." If we don't kill it then, but as the king was speaking Inko suddenly grabbed her own father by the head. That thing is my son. Inko then squeezed, and you're the one who's going to die. Lifting up Kurayami, Inko slammed her own father into the ground. The very earth cracked and imploded in on itself from the sheer impact. I'm no longer your daughter, and you are no longer my father. That doesn't matter to me. Yuki yelled as she appeared in mid-air in front of Inko. You and your son will both die here. Inko didn't even flinch as she watched Yuki attack. Instead she waited as a green blur shot right by her and knocked Yuki to the ground. Sliding to a stop, Yuki growled, "There he is." Hisashi appeared. "You stay the hell away from my son." He then turned to Inko. "How is he?" "He's still alive, but his body won't last long. We need to get him home now," Inko warned, but as she was speaking Kurayami stood back up and attacked Inko. Barely able to move out of the way, Inko's cheek was cut. "You have disappointed me for the last time, daughter. Join me or die." "I'd rather die than watch you kill my son," Inko responded. "But before I do, I'll make sure you die with me. Don't you see, to protect our kind he has to die. You know what happens if he stays alive, don't you?" Kurayami said, his eyes glowing red. "That won't happen," Inko responded, sharpening her nails. "I won't let it." "Then you all can die as a family." Kurayami and Yuki both attacked. Izuku watched as the strongest of werewolves and vampires attacked each other. Now coughing blood, Izuku could feel his consciousness fade. "I need to get out of here." He tried to stand up but felt his legs give out under him. Fortunately someone managed to hold him up. "Damn, you look like hell." It was Momo. Momo," Izuku said. Help my parents." She looked over at the fight and noticed how intense it was. "No, I can't. If I jump in now I'll die." "Your parents are doing fine, but you aren't. You need to leave." "No, I can still fight," Izuku said. "I need to fight." "Are you crazy? You'll die. Come on, once we get out of here I'll find a way to fix you up." But that's when Momo suddenly felt a shiver run down her spine. She looked down at Izuku and noticed his red glowing eye. "I don't care what you want. I need to fight. Make it happen." Momo clenched her fist. Normally she would refuse, but because of her dependence on Izuku's blood she had to comply. "Fine, there's one way we can get you into the fight. But remember, if you do this there will be no going back." With Uraraka landing near the lake, the hunter stood up. Damn it, there's more of them. I can't believe it. Midoriya is related to the king and the pack leader. I was shocked to learn that as well, a voice said behind her. Uraraka tried to turn around but suddenly found herself unable to move. "You stay as still as possible. I don't need you alive for this part, but Midoriya has told me not to kill you." "What the hell does he want?" Uraraka asked, testing Momo's strength. "Easy, he wants you." Momo then turned Uraraka around and forced her to face Izuku. "I'm sorry, Uraraka," is all he could say as he slowly walked towards her. Uraraka's eyes widened as she knew what he was going to do. "And no, let me go." She tried breaking free from Momo's grasp but couldn't. "No, anything but that," she yelled out, struggling in vain. Opening his mouth slightly, Izuku's fangs grew. "This will be over soon. I promise," he said, now only a few steps away. Tears began to form in Uraraka's eyes. "Please, I don't want this. Don't do it." Stopping in front of her, Izuku's breathing was heavy. "If I don't do this, my parents will die. I can't let that happen." Uraraka looked at the hybrid. "Midoriya, please. I'm sorry." He then moved in and pressed his fangs against Uraraka's neck. Feeling the tips on her skin made Uraraka whimper. And no, with one quick motion Izuku bit down and sank his fangs into Uraraka. She let out a small moan as the bite for humans gave them a small shot of dopamine, causing her to blush. As Izuku drank her blood he could feel the wounds on his body start to heal. As she fought, Yuki noticed what Izuku was doing. "No, hey vampire, the boy is healing." Kurayami had his hand around Inko's neck as he turned to see Izuku. "Forget about these two. Kill him." Throwing Inko aside, the Vampire King rushed Izuku. Momo jumped in front of his path. "You won't get the chance," rushing in. Momo locked hands with the king. Pushing against one another, they broke the ground underneath them. The king noticed the girl's strength. I may have underestimated you, but you're still a mistake. Moving his head back, Kurayami delivered a nasty headbutt. A crushing noise was heard as Momo's nose broke. The impact forced her grip to loosen. Taking this chance, the king got behind Momo and grabbed her head. "I'll kill you right here." He then began to pull, trying to rip off her head. Momo grunted and roared as she desperately tried to break free but couldn't. Parts of her skin began to rip, and for a second it looked as if the king would succeed, but that's when Inko appeared. While in mid-air, she spun around and kicked her father in the head. "Your fight is with me." The kick sent the king into the lake. Landing, Inko turned and looked at Momo. You're that vampire who tasted my son's blood." Momo grabbed her neck as it healed. "That's me." The vampire then looked up to see who it was, and she couldn't believe it. Princess. "Don't call me that," Inko demanded. "I gave up my title years ago. Now listen to me closely. I need you to get my son out of here. My husband and I will draw their attention to us. Take him somewhere safe." "Right." Momo quickly ran over to Izuku, who was holding Uraraka by the waist. "Come on, we have to leave." Having his fill, Izuku retracted his teeth. "I will never forgive you for this," Uraraka said. Her face still blushed. "I'll kill you." "I'm sorry, I really am," Izuku said, letting her go. "But this is the only way I can keep you safe." Uraraka slapped him across the face. "I don't need your protection. Not from a thing like you, not from a monster." Hanging his head, Izuku turned. "I wanted to tell you, really, but knowing what you went through, I couldn't bear the fact that one day you would hate me." "Well, that day is today," said Uraraka, much to Izuku's horror. "I hate you. I wish I'd never met you." Hearing that, Izuku turned his back on Uraraka. "I see." Without saying another word, Izuku jumped towards his father, who was fighting Yuki. The two fought throughout the plaza, each trying to rip out each other's throats. The two then punched each other, causing them to slide away. "You're as strong as I remember," Yuki said, blood running down her nose. "I see where your son gets his strength." Spitting onto the floor, Hisashi smirked. "My son is much stronger than I am. You of all people should understand that." Yuki nodded. "I do. Then you should also understand why we can't let him live. You felt it too, didn't you? That untapped and out-of-control power. It's dangerous, not only to us but to every living being on this planet." "You are talking about killing my son," said Hisashi, clenching his fist. "You can make another, with me." Yuki then began to walk over to Hisashi. "Come back to the pack, to me. It will be just like before, you remember, don't you? The nights we spent hunting. Even after everything, I still love you, Hisashi. Come back to me. We can lead the pack together." Yuki was now face to face with Hisashi. "What do you say? All we have to do is get rid of that thing." Hearing that, Hisashi snapped. Reaching out, he grabbed Yuki's neck before she could even react. "Sorry, but no, the feelings I held for you are long gone." Yuki smiled. "Shame, we could have worked this out." Hisashi then lifted the pack leader into the air, confusing Yuki, who didn't know why he did that. That is, until Izuku came flying in from above. Punching the leader in the head, Izuku forced her to the ground. Landing beside his father, the two looked at each other and smiled. "That's my boy." "For a second I thought you would fall for her words," Izuku said, laughing a bit. "Are you crazy? I'm more scared of your mother than I am of Yuki. Also, don't tell your mother what she said." But as Hisashi was speaking, he suddenly felt someone glaring at him from behind. He quickly turned to find Inko. "Don't worry, dear, I heard everything." With fear in his eyes, Hisashi laughed nervously. "Did you take care of your father?" Inko shook her head. "No, he's still alive. I could kill him, but if we fight at full strength here." Hisashi agreed. "Then that would put the other students at risk." "Then what do we do?" asked Izuku. "We leave," Inko said. "It's clear that a war is coming. We can't stay here anymore." As the family spoke, Kurayami shot out of the lake and landed a few meters away. "You aren't going anywhere." Yuki then got back up and whipped the blood from her nose. "The blood is right. He dies today." "You can't win," Inko said, standing beside her family. "If you fight us you will die. The family, the pack, they won't save you now." "Well, that's the thing, daughter. Family is always nearby." Kurayami then smiled. "Some are even closer than you think." His shadow then darkened, Inko's eyes widened. "Run, we need to run." She then grabbed Izuku by the arm. "Run, now." Both Hisashi and Izuku turned to run. They didn't know what was going on, but if Inko was acting like this they knew it was for something serious. And they were right, as the shadow underneath the king began to grow. Before long it had a radius of about 5 meters. "Come to me, my family." From his shadow hands began to appear. They grabbed onto the floor and a few seconds later faces began to appear. One by one vampires began to rise from the shadows. It seems they are attempting to escape. Would you be so kind as to stop them? Yuki looked over and smirked, with pleasure. Taking in air, the pack leader let out a howl. It wasn't loud but the frequency was different. As they ran towards an escape, Hisashi knew what that howl meant. "No, it's too late. We're surrounded." From the entrance they used to get in, several wolves began to flood in, forcing the three back into the USJ. Once again finding themselves in the plaza, the family looked around them to find both vampires and werewolves surrounding them. "Did you really think we would bring only a handful of people to kill you?" Yuki questioned. "We knew you'd eventually show up. That's why we had to prepare." "Now what do we do?" Izuku asked. "Think we can take on all of them?" Inko smiled. "Outnumbered and surrounded, it seems like a fair fight." Hisashi cracked his knuckles. "Get ready, kid. We're fighting our way out of this." Sharpening his nails, Izuku nodded. "Let's do this." But before anyone could move, something came flying down from the sky. It kicked up dust. "We will not be ignored." It was Shigaraki with his Nomu. "We came here to kill All Might, but he isn't here." "Your goal doesn't matter now," Kurayami said, stepping forward. "Step aside or you will die along with them." This angered Shigaraki. He did not come all this way to be pushed aside like he was nothing. Clenching his fist, the villain looked at the Nomu. "Why you dare say that to me? I don't care if the master fears you. You will learn to fear me. Nomu, kill them all." The Nomu let out a roar as it charged into the line of vampire and werewolves. It picked one of them up and crushed its head. It then moved onto a vampire and punched it so hard that its chest and organs were completely destroyed. Seeing that this thing was capable of killing them, both leaders had to take action. "Kill that thing." The others then began to pile on top of the Nomu, taking out chunks of flesh. With the Nomu distracted, Izuku and the rest of his family knew this was a good chance to escape. "Let's go." With Izuku taking the lead, they jumped over the horde. Izuku landed safely away, but his parents did not. Both were forced down back into the horde. "Mom? Dad?" He tried to re-enter the fray but was stopped by several vampires and werewolves. "Get the hell out of my way." One of the female werewolves looked at Izuku. "We heard you're Hisashi's kid. He was strong. I wonder if you would be too. Let's test that." But as the female was speaking, her head fell off her body. Hitting the floor, it rolled to a stop. The others looked on in surprise. With blood dripping down his hand, Izuku turned. "Come on then, I don't have time to waste on you." With fear in their eyes, the rest rushed Izuku. With Inko and Hisashi having been knocked back into the center, they slid to stop and looked back up. It was the king and pack leader. "You can't escape us that easily," Yuki said. "Either you or your son will die." "Damn it." Inko glared at her father. "Please, just let us go. You'll never see us again." "I'm sorry, daughter, but that's simply impossible. The danger your son poses cannot be ignored. And I think it's time you see that as well." Kurayami then lifted up his arms and pointed it towards Inko. "Domain of the king." Inko's eyes widened as her head felt as if it was going to explode. Falling to her knees, she screamed out in pain as she grabbed her head. "Inko!" Hisashi yelled, panicked at the sight of his wife in pain. Through her screams, Inko managed to speak. "Make it stop, please." "What did you do?" Hisashi asked. With blood running down his lip, Kurayami answered. "As king of the vampires, I possess the unique ability to control anyone of my kind. I know where they are, see what they see, smell what they smell, and share locations in mere seconds. Only those of royal blood can come to possess a unique ability. But for years Inko has resisted my power, but now that she's close by, I can order her to do whatever I want. Now Inko, kill him. As Inko grabbed her head, she suddenly shot up with enough force to throw Hisashi back. Sliding across the floor, he looked up to see his wife appear in front of him, nails sharpened and at the ready. Acting fast enough, he managed to dodge, but Inko followed by slashing his abdomen. Knowing he needed distance, Hisashi jumped back. Inko, stop. But his words wouldn't reach her. Her mind was gone. The one bright light in her eyes was gone. Only the empty void of red in her eyes was left. Inko growled as she attacked Hisashi again. She won't stop. Not until you are dead, or she dies. Running into the mountain area of the USJ, Hisashi was desperately jumping from rock formations to avoid being tagged by Inko. As they passed, the sheer impact and speed at which they were traveling was enough to crack the rocks. Hisashi didn't want to hurt his wife, so he ran, but Inko was fast. Catching up, she managed to grab him by the leg. Once she had a firm grip, the werewolf was thrown into the mountain. Slamming into it caused the entire side of it to crack. Hisashi groaned in pain. Damn it. Sensing something approaching, Hisashi looked up to see Inko flying towards him. Crossing his arms in front of him, he blocked the attack, but Inko's strength forced him through the mountain itself. Appearing from the other side, Hisashi had cuts and bruises. Inko, please, he called out one final time. But again his pleas didn't reach her as she appeared from the mountain, this time aiming for his neck. I'm sorry about this, Inko. With a heavy heart, Hisashi clenched his fist and waited for Inko to get closer. Once she was in range, Hisashi stepped forward and with everything he had hit Inko in the chest. The vampire princess was sent flying back several meters. Coming to a stop, he looked up, her face filled with rage and her fangs out. Mom? Inko turned. Standing over the corpse of vampire and werewolf was Izuku. Mom, are you alright? Smiling, Inko showed her fangs as she stood up. Mom? As she took a step forward, Izuku took a step back. What is going on, Mom? You look. But before he could finish that sentence, Inko jumped at her son. Izuku was taken by surprise by the sudden attack and wouldn't be able to move in time. Fortunately for him, Hisashi arrived just in time to grab him and move him out of harm's way. Good, I made it in time. Dad? What is going on? Izuku then sniffed the air and smelled blood. Looking down, he noticed a chunk of his father's side was gone. Dad. Hisashi winced in pain. I'll be fine. Putting Izuku down, he grabbed his shoulder. Listen to me, son. You need to run. Right now your mom is being controlled by her father. I need to find a way to break his hold on her. And what if you can't? She'll kill you. Izuku said, concerned for both of his parents. We can fight them together. But Hisashi shook his head. No, your powers are too unstable now. If you fight like you did before, you could lose control again. The last thing we need is you going feral again. Hisashi was right. If Izuku went feral again, they might not be able to stop him. But before either of them could say anything else, the door to the USJ exploded open. The students at the entrance smiled as they saw who it was. What is going on here? A loud voice asked. I was late by a couple of minutes and this is what happens. Worry not, children. Why? Ripping off their tie, the person's face began to show. Because I am here. From the entrance, All Might stood. His signature smile on his face. The end. Thanks for watching.